Hello and welcome to the Figma Beginners course, where you will learn the features of Figma as well as unravel several user interface principles along the way. This course will give you a head start on how to perceive and prioritize users' experience, all while designing an interface that promotes the purpose of the application, blog, or website that you're creating. The course is going to be short, smooth, and informative, especially if you're interested in understanding users' flow and usage of technologies nowadays. Just a note before we get into this course's details, there are no specific requirements for you to be able to take this course other than having a laptop, good Wi-Fi, and of course a positive mindset. If anything explained in the course needs more clarification, please do not hesitate to start a discussion in the course so I or any of your fellow learners can help you create the best versions of projects you can come out of this course with. Asking questions and having discussions regarding users' interface and user experience is extremely encouraged. Questions can be exceptionally useful not only for you, but for other learners as well. If you don't have any questions but want to let us know how we're doing, you can also leave a review in order to improve the course for yourself and others in the future. So, without further ado, let's get started. The things that you will be learning in this course includes the overall complete usage of Figma. This includes a lot of features such as designing, collaborating on projects through it, and receiving feedback directly from it. Now, if you don't have a great idea on what Figma is, I will firstly get into the concept of user experience, or UX in short. UX designs are a little different than just straight up web or app design. In fact, it gets us to dive into the customer's world and understanding their needs and pain points. When figuring out your target audience, you should consider working on different points, such as building a concept, brainstorming, and gathering information. After creating a specific target audience, we then start creating user flows, which navigates how a user is likely to use the product in assumed scenarios. After that, we would start creating wireframes, which are usually low-fidelity gray boxes and layouts. Wireframes are usually made to help you plan the overall placement and layout of your content, so it would be an extremely general draft without thinking too much about details like colors, fonts, designs, and so on and so forth. These details would be taken care of in the next step, which is prototyping. The concept of prototyping demonstrates how the blog, application, website, or anything you're working on will look like to the users and what actions or windows pop up when people tap on a button, for example. After going through such process, you would want to confirm with your potential audience or clients about the product's functionality, which takes place in the final step of testing and sharing for feedback. In this step, you would be gathering any comments regarding your work and then start to make changes accordingly. After receiving your feedback, you then send your work to front and back end developers in order for them to build your product. All of the steps that start from wireframing up to feedback adjustment are easily done with the usage of Figma. To elaborate more on the program, Figma calls itself a collaborative interface design tool. This means that people would use it to design whichever type of project they want, all while creating a prototype and sharing it within the program itself. Through Figma, you would be able to create components such as symbols. You can apply effects such as drop shadows or blurs. You're able to create artboards, which are called frames in Figma, and they also have pages, which we will discuss and learn about later on. Another feature that Figma offers is versioning, which is similar to other design programs such as Adobe Photoshop, where you can jump back drastically to an old version if you don't like something that you have created. A feature that makes Figma stand out the most amongst other prototyping programs and applications, though, is the sharing feature, where you're able to collaborate with people within a project and see them work on it with you at the same time. This gives greater and more flexible access to team projects, especially with the commenting feature where you can very easily and directly receive any notes regarding your work. Finally, aside from its main purpose, which is prototyping, you're able to help the team who will be building your work, such as front and back end developers, like I mentioned earlier, by copying codes of certain features or objects within the prototype of the design. I will be very obviously demonstrating that within the course. Now, there are countless of tools out there for user experience and user interface design, but Figma's collaborative feature makes it the most beneficial out of that variety. And in this course, I want to introduce you to Figma and get you up and running with the concepts and features you'll need to know in order to start your first design project in Figma. In this course, we will be covering some important topics in the user experience world. This includes this very brief introductory class discussing how to shape and understand your audience with user research, as well as discussing user interface principles. So, after the introduction phase of this course, you should expect to proceed into the usage and creation in Figma much more efficiently. Afterwards, we will look into the process of drafting, which starts with mapping users' journey in order to plan what we would want to create in Figma, and then get into the program straight away. We will later be going through the first phase of user interface design, which is wireframing, and afterwards we will look more into the prototyping phase, where we will have denser practical work classes. The prototyping phase will be covering every feature you have access to on Figma, and after that, we will apply everything mentioned in the course together. Throughout all of the chapters of the course, I will be assigning you some practical work or some discussions that you can answer in order to keep everything you've learned fresh in your memory. Participation is optional, but 100% encouraged. For example, I would like to ask you guys now, what feature are you most excited to learn about in this course? As a conclusion, we have a fair amount of topics to touch on, and in order to cover them all very easily, our next lesson will be covering the base of user interface design in order to be able to build up an entire successful project. So, good luck, and let's get right into the course. In an industry devoted to specific groups of people who will be using your product, service, or application, research is the key to reaching them in the most efficient way possible. We ask questions, take notes, and try to grasp any kind of information we can obtain. Then we test our work's functionality throughout the design process. So, what is UX research? UX research, or as it is sometimes called, design research, serves countless purposes throughout the design process. It helps us identify what the audience needs in order to navigate through our model, and then it shapes the purpose of creating such model, as in why we're designing the specific application. Maybe you're designing a health tracking application, for example. So you would define your application and plan its purpose by defining a distinct feature, such as maybe easy for adults to use. All in all, research improves our work, understanding, and the practicality of our products. As UX designer Mark Kunievsky puts it, design research is the process of understanding the impact of design on an audience. And I think it sums up all what I mentioned now very well. Obviously, after this brief introduction about user research, we're able to conclude that our work all starts with our users. By collaborating with potential users, we would be practicing a user-centered design, which is crucial to creating a successful product for our users. As you will be researching, though, empathy during research is another key to a user-centered design. Empathy, in this case, means to put aside your own assumptions and instead see things from someone else's perspective. Remember that you are not the user. So when putting the actual user first, you can approach your concepts in a way to make their experience much simpler. This helps the user build an emotional connection between themselves and the product. Now, you might be wondering, why are you starting this practical course with theoretical information? Well, let me tell you what happens when you skip the user research step. Professionally speaking, it may put the organization who you're designing the project for at a disadvantage in the long run. The product you're producing might have great features, but they might not solve the user's problems. The product might not be comfortable for the user to use because false assumptions are placed within the function of the product. The product might also cause confusion for the user. There are so many more instances that you might find yourself facing with the neglection of user design research. While user research informs design, though, it does not immediately provide solutions to problems. This is where the exploration of ideas and design iterations come in to help you reach to the solutions that you need. In addition, there is no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to these things. Just like how a one-size-fits-all clothing garment might fit all sizes, it looks completely different on these different sizes and serves a completely different style to each. It is our job as UX designers to define and understand contexts for the projects that we work on. The criteria that will help you gather the right plans for your project are quite simple, which are be specific, be focused and relevant to what you're trying to understand, make your ideas practical with the resources that you have, and be flexible with your methods. Now, you would approach user research in its early stages by asking yourself questions like, what do users need, or what is already working and what isn't? And after developing your ideas and building wireframes and prototypes, you will need to evaluate your overall work and validate whether your designs are serving their purpose efficiently or not. You do that by asking yourself, do users understand how my product works? Or can the users find out what they're looking for easily, and so on and so forth? So, as a conclusion, we're able to realize that user research is an extremely important part of the UX design. When it is done right, of course, it contributes to a great product experience for its users, which would help them keep coming back to use your products more often. Moving on to the final theoretical part of this course, here are 10 principles of user interface. Just like how design principles exist in fields like logo design, photography, etc., it is very advised to consider in our prototypes. When looking at our first unofficial draft of a project, it would be good to have the principles as a checklist to ensure that your design is guaranteed to be successful. The first principle is simplicity. You should try your best to keep your interface as straightforward as possible. Let's take a look at Facebook's layout, for example. Its identity is clearly shown, all while demonstrating to its users what they need so easily and directly. So up here we can see the logo and some of its visual language, which is very straightforward and simple. And meanwhile, we are able to see other people's interactive actions, such as their posts. We're not overwhelmed with content, but at the same time, we're able to distinguish the difference between the company itself and its users. The second UI principle is support. You do that by providing users with a variety of ways to complete a task and allowing them to divide the work into subtasks or personalizing their approaches towards their audience. For example, again, Facebook would communicate directly and ask you what's on your mind with your name at the end of the sentence when you're about to post a status, for example. So, first of all, when you press on the tab where you would be creating a post, you will instantly get a window or a new page that asks you what's on your mind with a lot of different options, and you can go on with it by simply pressing on Post. Additionally, another application or website that provides constant support that I would like to mention is LinkedIn. As you're creating a profile and you go through with the steps of profile creation, they support you by maybe gamifying your process into going from a beginner's profile into an intermediate's profile. In addition, one of the most important principles, in my opinion at least, is familiarity. With familiarity, we are supposed to build on users' knowledge of previous applications. A good example of that can be how icons are, because the symbols used are usually everyday objects or visuals that are associated with their functions. Usually we're able to distinguish that this interface here is Facebook's, and everything around the page is placed in a way very carefully that we would know where we would find it. We all know that with these icons, for example, we have the home icon, the videos icon, the groups icon, the notifications icon, and the general personal feed icon, where everything is placed. And as we press on it, we can tell that Facebook is laying it out in a prioritized way. So more people are more likely to look at their pages, their friends, and so on and so forth, as well as having easy access to maybe switch between accounts and anything close to that. Similarly though, another principle is clarity. The difference between familiarity and clarity is the fact that clarity is more focused on how clearly does an icon indicate its function, or how well does a subtitle explain what a button does. Meanwhile, in familiarity, it is more known, for example, that the newsfeed button would be placed on the top of a website, maybe Facebook for example, or the bottom or the side of an application. As you can see in this LinkedIn example here, we're able to distinguish that a home icon is a house with its subtitle indicating it, as well as network would have maybe two figures that shows more than one person with obviously another subtitle. Post would be a plus sign because we're adding onto our account. Notifications are known to be bells, and jobs would have maybe a suitcase that typically indicates jobs. In this case, I am explaining the clarity aspects of it, but when I say that this bar is placed at the bottom, now we're looking at familiarity because we are all used to seeing these options at the bottom of our screen. The next principle is encouragement, where you're supposed to make the actions predictable and reversible. This could be done by ensuring that if a user presses on an icon and leaves the newsfeed, they would be able to find that icon again and use it later on. So, for example, here again, if I leave the home button, the home tab, and I move to network, I still have the home button very close to me and very reachable, which encourages me to go back to it when I'm done with my network. If the button tends to disappear, I would be less likely to go back home and look at other pages. Moving on to another principle, which is satisfaction. You want to ensure that the user is going to be using your product with a satisfactory end result that helps them keep coming back for more. In social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram, for example, the likes, comments, and shares feature encourages a significant number of their users to keep coming back for more, or to keep checking their application, and so on and so forth. Additionally, on LinkedIn, setting up a profile and completing it, like I mentioned earlier, would show you how professional your account is. It will probably get you to fill out all your information in order to have a professional account. I also think that satisfaction leads to the most persuasive applications with a majorly successful number of users. They keep coming back for more, knowing that they are successfully completing something that they are desiring to do. Next, we have accessibility, where users should be able to access any feature they need. This does not mean that all features need to be free, but more of the idea that if someone old is using the application, for example, they will probably need more direct accessibility to the text layout option because they would struggle to go through a couple of pages in order to find the option of resizing their font. Another way to explain it is also how we would have, when we open our Facebook feed on our phone, on our computer, we can see all of the features that we are able to use within the page. So we have the Friends tab, the Pages tab, the Groups tab, and we can go on with it very easily, and we have very easy access to whichever thing we are desiring to reach to. In addition, we have the safety principle. For this concept, we must be aware that we are all humans who make mistakes. In order to help the users feel safe, confirmation messages, for example, can be crucial. By asking the user if they are sure they want to proceed doing something, maybe performing an action and so on, you're helping with keeping them out of trouble and protecting them when they make errors. Another extremely useful option would be the edit button. This example is very clearly shown on Facebook, which is very easily accessible. So after you send a post and maybe you've noticed you made a typo or you want to add more to it or maybe remove something from it, you can easily access it by editing the post. And if you've changed your mind about the whole thing, you can very simply move it to the trash and delete it. And they made it less permanent when you delete a post by moving it to trash, so that maybe if you changed your mind and you want to bring back the post, you can access your trash and bring it back. In this way, the user is able to access any feature that they need and fix any mistake that they have created and maybe want to go back from it. Another principle is versatility, in which the user interface should have a variety of interaction techniques, such as having menus, dialog boxes, shortcuts, and so on. In this way, not only would a user be able to have numerous options regarding their preferred way of working with the product, but it would also help with broadening your target audience. So let's say I'm a 45-year-old mother who is going through Facebook on her web page. I am more likely to access pages, for example, through this tab over here because I'm looking at the icon, I'm reading it very clearly, and I'm understanding that this is the pages section. Meanwhile, someone else who has more experience with Facebook would be able to very quickly move from their newsfeed to pages by clicking on the icon instantly. This kind of flexibility and variety helps with targeting different people at the same time and making it very flexibly usable for any age-targeted audience. And finally, we have the personalization principle, where you allow your users to customize some features of the interface to their liking. For example, maybe you would have your profile be private or public on Facebook. Or one strong example that I like about Instagram is the sensitive content control, where you're able to control how much sensitive content you would like to see in your feed and your stories, and so on and so forth. Now, I would like to move on by showing you guys maybe one example of what an outcome of a project off of Figma would look like. I will get into that by showing you a brief project that I have worked on before and show you a general layout of my projects. So initially you would be starting with a page that helps you with going through your scenarios, and then from there you would be working on your concept very slowly, and your end result would be played in this way. So we have the window that helps us test our product and see whether it's going well or not. The template shows very clearly the product that you've created the application or website or blog or so on and so forth for. In this case, I chose an iPhone, and then I would go on with the scenario that I want. And here I'm demonstrating for you guys how it would look like after the creation of a project of mine, and see how things would go on as you have created your own prototype. And after you're done with the creation of your prototype, you have very easy access to how you want it to look like, and you can test it as freely as you can in case you think something's too small, something's too big, and so on and so forth, so that you can fix it before sending it to your fellow front and back end web designers. So we have the design features, which we will be talking about, as well as the prototyping feature, which connects everything to each other. And we will be discussing other features such as inspection later on in the course. And that would be it. If you're as excited as me in starting with the practical stuff, let's get right into it. Finally, we are able to dive deeper into the Figma world and explore all of the features that it offers as a website and an application. If you guys would prefer to use the website rather than the application, then feel free to do so. The features are very similar and they have very small differences, which I will be discussing in a minute. But in case you are still interested in downloading the app, I will be showing you very soon how to do that. Now, you might be wondering, what is the difference between the Figma browser application and the desktop application? Well, you see, it varies according to your own preference. For example, the desktop application has a more direct option without distractions in browsers. So maybe you have something opened in another tab that keeps distracting you. Maybe you want to be productive, but you get distracted by maybe online shopping or something like that. You can always avoid any kind of distraction through the desktop application. As for the browser application, it doesn't take up any space on your PC or laptop, and switching between tabs can be more easy. Both work greatly, and the choice depends on how your work style is. For example, I am used to using the browser application just because my references would be on different tabs and it would be difficult for me to move from application to application. So from the desktop app to maybe a browser or a PDF, it's going to be too complicated for me. But at the same time, I do think that the desktop app is very useful for anyone who is trying their best to be as productive as possible. Now, without further ado, let's start downloading the app for anyone who prefers to download the application. What we're going to first do is we're going to go on our browsers. It can be anything from Safari, Google Chrome, Internet Explorer, you name it, it's okay. And we're going to go to figma.com/downloads. And here we're going to have 3 different things that we're able to download through Figma. The first option that we are able to download is the desktop application, which is what we're about to download right now. And then we have the live device preview, which I will be explaining in a second. And then we have the font installers, which I will also elaborate on right now. For the live device preview, it gives you a more clear idea of your work, and it shows you a greater detail when it comes to previewing what you want to do. And the font installers provides you with the fonts that you can't find in Figma, since the fonts that Figma offers are pretty limited. Now, we're gonna just be downloading the desktop app for now, but for future reference, you can very easily access the live device preview and the font installers from here. I'm gonna start by downloading the desktop application for Mac OS, but like I mentioned, if you are using Windows, obviously you get to choose the other option. And here it is downloading. Now that it's finished, I'm gonna go ahead to my downloads. and I'm going to move it to my applications folder. After that, I'm going to look for it, and I'm going to start installing it. It's going to ask if I'm sure I want to open it because I downloaded it from the internet. I commence by opening it because it's a very trusted website. This is what's going to happen after it is done downloading. It's going to open up straight away, and we're going to just start by creating an account. So initially you're going to be using the browser to sign up. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to open. So I'm going to start by putting in my email and creating a password that is at least 7 to 8 digits. So I'm going to I'm going to create the account. Here is where we are going to put our name. In this case, I'm just going to put down initials. And then they're going to ask us what kind of work we do. You can talk about how you're just trying to explore users and research about their behavior. This is user research. Marketing is creating an application in order to market your products properly. Product management is very much specialized in managing the way that products are being displayed. Design is obviously to design an interface. Software development is more concerned with front and back end developers, or you can just choose other and go however way you'd like. How will we be primarily using Figma? For teaching or taking a class, for work, or for personal use. All of them are equally as acceptable. In this case, I'm going to choose for teaching or taking a class. But in your case, you would choose for personal use or for work or anything you would prefer to do. Now, if you'd like to join Figma's mailing list, feel free to do so, but I will just go ahead and create my account. Now that you have signed up, you need to verify your email very obviously, so we're gonna go do that. Right here we have the email to verify, and we're gonna simply just press on verify email, and there you have it. We can move to the desktop application or commence with the website, but for this case I'm gonna go to the desktop application. Now that the application is open, they're going to be welcoming us to Figma, tell us about our team, but we're not going to get into teamwork just yet. And yeah. So here we have very different features, right? They have some very brief introductions here, just in case you want to get into the basics on your own. And I'm going to go through all of the windows and tabs that we have on this page very quickly. So the recent displays anything that you have recently visited. The drafts tab displays any draft that you currently have that you would be working on that isn't official yet. And then you have the deleted option in case you deleted a draft that you wanted to retrieve or you wanted to go back to. And then we have the community tab where anyone can connect, share their templates, do anything that they would like as a community. And then we have the teams. The teams feature is going to be discussed in deep detail later, but for now we're just going to leave it on the side. This middle tab here shows any of your recently viewed or worked on items. Obviously, because we pressed on recent, it changes and varies according to what you choose, but this is the display area. And then on the right, we have some of, I think, the most crucial things in the program. So here we can start designing a new file, and here we can start by opening a new FigJam file, and I will be explaining the difference between each in another recording. As for the lower part, it's all templates, and I think personally these templates are gonna be very beneficial. I completely advise you to go through them whenever you feel free because they save a lot of time and effort, and also they help a lot of people. So for example, if you want to design something for Android, we're able to retrieve some Android features from here, for example, windows, fonts, and so on. Same thing with iOS. We're going to obviously get into deep detail for these features very soon. And finally, you have your account options here and your notifications button. The notifications concerns more your teamwork or anything that has to do with people visiting your work. This has been the introduction to the application as well as helping you guys sign up to it. I hope that it has been very clear and smooth. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask below and I will be more than happy to help you answer it. Otherwise, we're going to be moving on to the next chapter. Now that you're registered and settled in Figma, we're now going to move on to creating new files. Now, there are two types of files. We have the design file and the FigJam file. Initially, I'd like to start by exploring the FigJam file just because this is where you're going to be drafting and planning your project. And you're going to very simply produce one by clicking on the plus sign, and then a window is going to open up for you. This window is going to be kind of like your whiteboard, your draft area. You have the different features to help you through with what you're going to do, and it's very simple to use. Now let's start by very generally talking about these tools here. We have obviously the move tool, which is the mouse, and then the hand tool, which moves around the canvas in case your mouse is not capable of going more flexibly. And then we have the pen tool, which we're able to maybe handwrite things with. We have the shapes tool, which provides you with 8 different shapes that you can use, all while also adding text. We have the stickies tool, which also helps you with adding text. This one also shows your name on it. And then we have the text tool, which helps you place texts here without having to use a sticky or a shape. We have the connect, which kind of is going to be more helpful in the future. We have the library, which helps you with teamwork stuff. Basically, you would be adding stickers as you and your team are planning through things here. You can add text very easily to the stickers. And then you have the stamp tool, where, for example, if you approve of something, you can very simply just stamp a thumbs up, and it is going to be showing to other people on your team. And finally, you can very easily place an image within the artboard. These are all very general features that I'm going through just because it's going to be talked about in the next class, but for now, these are the most used things within this application. One thing though, if you're uncomfortable with the dots and you would like a clear page, you can also go to View from this drop-down button here, View, and then remove the dot grid so that you can work on a completely white board if you'd like. It obviously depends on preferences, but feel free to do whatever suits you. And then we also have the preferences, where you snap dot to grid, because when we work now, it kind of is a freestyle. Let's go back to show.grid. But when we don't use the dot grid, we're more free to like move our sticky wherever. Meanwhile, if we just snap dot to grid, we are more restricted to like move less smoothly, but we would be more organized. Now, obviously, you can feel free to do otherwise, but just in case, this snaps everything, all the objects to match up on the lines of the grid. And these are the main features of the FigJam. As for the design file, obviously you're gonna also create a new one by pressing on the plus sign, and then you're gonna enter this page where you're gonna be doing very much more detailed work. I'm gonna get into it in another class, but for now, this is how it looks like. Another note is, in case you want to be as organized as possible, you're gonna very simply just name your project according to what it is through this tab here. So now it's currently untitled. I just pressed on it and I will name it Project 1. And there you have it. Now, for group work purposes, if you'd like to work on this program and draft with a group, there are a lot of features that you're able to access, which I'm gonna also be discussing in detail later on. This feature includes the cursor chat, where you would like to point at something and say maybe nice job to someone or any of that. And then we also have the timer. So maybe there's an activity that needs maybe 3 minutes, maybe like 2 seconds. And then the timer ends and the results are perceived with the team. These are all, like I said, the main features of the FigJam that we're going to be looking into the next class. But for now, this is what it does, and we can get started and dive into it next class. Now, just like artists start their process by sketching their drafts, their paintings, their designs, the same thing applies to user interface design. We start the process by user journey mapping. What is user journey mapping, you may be wondering? It is also called user flow diagrams or customer journey mapping, etc. And it is a diagram that visually illustrates the user flow through your website or application or anything that you're trying to produce through Figma. It starts with the initial contact with the application and continues through the process of engagement into long-term advocacy. It identifies key interactions with your website or application and describes in detail the customer's goals, motivations, and feelings at each step. There is a process to creating your user journey map, just like there is a process to start sketching, like brainstorming, etc. But in the case of user journey mapping, you start by choosing your personas. A persona is a target audience customer that you are creating specifically to match what you think the person will be using the app will be. And it's not only based on assumptions, it should be based on general ideas, like let's say I'm targeting middle-aged moms. So I would be looking at their age, at their occupations, at their location, their device type, their tasks or goals that they want to accomplish through this app. And from there, I create a persona. I will get into that again very quickly in a bit. After creating your personas, you have to map the touch points. So a touch point example could be a typical buyer's journey is like online purchasing, for example. It would be awareness, I want to buy something. Research, they research the object that they want to buy. Purchase, after researching and finding what they want to buy, they purchase it. And then use, which is using the item after they purchase it. So these are very general touch points that would help the user understand what exactly they will be going through. And then after mapping the touch points, you would be creating a narrative. And a narrative contains maybe actions, motivations, emotions that occur at each interaction or touch point. So let's say, for example, someone is having trouble logging in. They forgot their password or any of that. I'm sure that they would feel more frustrated than someone who's logging into his account very easily, or stressed, you know? So from there, we try to make it easier for someone who's stressed by providing the forgot your password button be as bold as possible. All of these are going to be very easy to understand as we're working through the projects. But moving on, after we create a general narrative, we visualize our narrative. So I'm going to show you a quick example of a user journey map. This is a very complicated version of it. Obviously, you're not expected to get straight into such detailed mapping, but we created a persona, which is not shown here, but the persona is someone who exercises, obviously, because this is a health tracking system interface. And then from the persona, we're trying to create general touch points. These are the touch points, which are the user's last exercise was cycling, they select jogging and start jogging, they put their cell phone in their pocket, they measure their blood oxygen while jogging. These are all very general touch points. And from this narrative that we have, we're starting to understand maybe emotions or levels. So this is the part where the person, the user, is about to start exercising. This is the part where they are exercising. And then this is when they were interrupted because they remember they need to make a phone call. And then the last point is when they return home. So here's our narrative, and from there, we create a visualization. The visualization usually starts at a specific starting point. To make things feel more divided, because they divided each narrative into different colors, they go on with the colors with the map just to make sure that they're going in the right way. So in a health tracking app, you would have the steps number out of the target, the daily distance, the daily calories that they spent out of the target, calories that they want to spend, daily sleep time, last weight, last blood pressure, last stress level, last blood oxygen level. These are all things that you would find in a health tracking application. And then from here, some people like to make it easier for them by adding maybe a bullet list of buttons. So the first button would be exercise, which you press and then go to the exercise mode, and then weight when you want to weigh yourself, settings to press on settings, and then dashboard is just maybe a home button. But this is where they are now, they're in the dashboard. And then you try different scenarios. So if the person presses on A, which is exercise, then they move to another page that has generally some similar things, but then it has additional objects like favorite exercises, typical things you would find in an exercise page. And then let's say that this person chose X1, which is exercise number 1. After choosing any of the two X's really, they get to see the X exercise that they chose, the date and time that they last did it, the duration that they last did it, the achievements, the heart rate, and so on and so forth. So after setting a scenario where the user's last exercise was cycling and then wants to start jogging and then puts the cell phone in her pocket, we're gonna go in a specific pattern here. So the user starts with the home page, which is the dashboard, goes on to press on A since she wants to go jogging, And then after seeing the exercise page, they go and press on jogging, which could be X1 or X2. When they press on jogging, they can see like the last time you jogged was maybe 2 days ago, it was for 2 hours, you walked for 5 kilometers, etc. And then they have the start exercise button. In our scenario here, she's gonna start jogging and then puts the cell phone in her pocket. So after starting, pressing on start exercise, which is start jogging, E, we go on and start jogging. Usually it would have something that you would want to appeal to your target audience. In this case, they chose to have maybe an animated countdown. And we will get into how to do that very soon. But anyways, it starts with a countdown. And because the person does not press any button, it just automatically goes to the next page. Here's when the person turns off her phone because she's running. And then we can see here in the scenario that she wants to measure her blood oxygen level while jogging. So now we're starting with the green scenario. The green scenario comes after the screen was closed. It has the clock time, the heart rate, the calories burnt since they started jogging, the duration that they have, and then there's the get blood oxygen level button, and then there's a pause exercise button. These are all logical things that you would know. Obviously, in the scenario, the person wants to get her blood oxygen level, so she presses on button P, which takes us to blood oxygen level kind of like page or tab, and then she presses on the start measuring button. And from there, it starts measuring in an animated process, maybe like a loading bar or something. And from there, she gets her result and she can press on done. After pressing on done, she goes back to the main page, but obviously not with the same option here, but it would actually get the blood oxygen level number. Afterwards, in the scenario, the user remembers that she needs to make an important phone call and pauses her exercise on her phone. So from there, she opens her phone and she sees that she needs to pause the exercise. There's a pause exercise button that she's going to be pressing on. After she presses on it, here it shows how it would look like on the phone and the watch because it has both versions. So it says on the watch that the exercise is paused as well as on the phone. And then there's a stop and resume button, which is a normal thing to have. And then from there, she goes to make the phone call. So she decides to stop the exercise on her watch. And from there, she presses on A. After pressing on A, she verifies, obviously, when a user is making actions like we mentioned earlier, you want to give them safety and make sure that they're choosing the right option. So when they stop an exercise, it is more permanent than pausing it. When you pause an exercise, you don't really need to confirm because it's not gonna stop the entire process, it is just on hold. But stopping an exercise is more committed. So what you would do here is put maybe a verification message or a box, and then from there it would go straight to the home page. Or it could also go back to the exercise, with the last exercise being jogging, and it was like 2 minutes ago, the duration maybe 15 minutes, etc., etc. I know that I probably gave you a lot of detailed information at once, but I would like to now create in front of you another user journey map just to make it extra clear. I'm gonna be doing that in the next video, so if you're more curious and if you're a little confused, don't worry, it's gonna be easier. We're gonna create one together we're going to start by creating our personas and then mapping the touch points, creating a narrative, and then visualize it into a map like this one. But this time we're going to be using Figma like mentioned. Alright, now we're going to start by creating a whole new concept. I'm not going to go with the health tracking system, but I'm going to kind of have a recreation of the Bluetooth keychain scenarios. So currently the application idea is that it is a tracking application and you kind of connect it through Bluetooth. There's this new technology happening now where you are able to connect anything to an object, and then this object would have radiation that would connect to your phone very easily when in range. This helps users prevent losing very important objects such as car keys, maybe house keys, and it can go to as simple things as it can be. It can be for maybe, I don't know, vacuum cleaner or anything that you just easily lose at home and you want to make sure that you don't. So we're gonna start by choosing our persona, right? We have to create our user, and it can be very easily done maybe through Google, where we look up a picture of someone and then start describing them. So let's say I'm thinking of maybe a mother, right? Let's say this is our persona. So we're gonna say maybe she's 30, she's a mother, she has a job, you know, she goes around a lot and sometimes she gets overwhelmed or starts losing things. Now, this persona might be general, but this is to give you a better idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and open Figma. Maybe let's start by saving her picture. And then we would insert it into Figma by using the Place Image button. Here's our mother. Usually Figma does not really resize flexibly, so don't worry about stretching your image when resizing. You do not need to press on Shift. Now we're gonna get the text bar and open it here just to write about our persona. Maybe I will turn this into a subheading and place her here. So for our persona, we're gonna give her a name, we're gonna give her age, we're gonna give her an entire lifestyle, pretty much. So I'm gonna create a text box here, and I'm gonna start typing. So name, maybe Claire Rosewood. And then age, 30, 35. Feel free to do whatever, depending on your target audience. And then occupation. Maybe a businesswoman. And then location, maybe Texas, United States of America. The device type that she would be using. Maybe for this one, I'm gonna go with an iPhone. And then maybe tasks she wants to accomplish, desired accomplishments. Maybe be more organized, or could be find her car keys easily, etc. Like she could be using an application to to find her cars more easily. She could be using the application to be more organized, make sure she's putting things in their places, and so on and so forth. We can also talk about strengths and weaknesses, but maybe her strengths would be that she's active, or she is hardworking, patient, stuff like that that would be good for the application. And then her weaknesses, maybe she has a short-term memory. Maybe she is very busy, and so on and so forth. Now we have created a persona. It is that simple, that easy. Obviously, if you want to be more accurate, it's better to look around at specific people rather than making up one. Maybe someone you know that would match what you are looking for very well, and then from there you would ask them questions. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What would you look for in a tracking application, and so on and so forth. And from there you would get a more accurate result. Or more likely, you will also be having or producing a much more effective application. Now that we've created our persona, we're going to map our touch points, right? I'm going to copy this. I used Command C or Control C for PC, and then Command V, which is Control V for PC, and then I just drag it and put it wherever. One cool thing about Figma is that it works very close to Photoshop, if any of you are aware of it or know how to use it. It aligns things to each other so that you don't have to. So even if you would prefer to work without the dot grid, it would still help you to match up texts so that they're in the same line, so that everything is more organized. But personally, I prefer a dot grid. Anyways, now that we've created a persona, we're going to edit this very quickly and write touch points, which is the second step of creating the entire process of user mapping. What I like to do here is create several scenarios, because I feel like you can have a lot of different scenarios and having it be specific to one is not really fair. I'm gonna go ahead and just create a new text box. It's fine, doesn't have to be anything specific. Instead of dragging, you can also just press and you get a text box, but I like to feel like I have more space, but it's more than okay. So let's go with Flow Scenario 1. Flow Scenario 1 is usually simple, and it is for someone maybe who just purchased the application or downloaded it. And what they would do is maybe start with loading screen, and then user is not logged in. Maybe, yeah, so because it's new, the user does not have an account, and from there the user registers in a new account, and maybe like using her email, and then afterwards there is the home screen, sorry. And from here, we've created a first flow. If you'd like to distinguish it, we can use a different color for the title or the entire box, just to distinguish each scenario from one another, like in the example that I showed you last class. Now, I'm going to Control C, Control V, or Command C, Command V, and I'm going to create flow scenario number 2 in a different color. I'm going to go for blue this time. I'm going to create number 2, and then we would think of something that the user would want to do. So let's say user okay, loading screen for when they open the application. And then maybe user already has 3 keychains and an account. And afterwards, maybe user has 3 keychains installed. Maybe I would want to add a login, so maybe login so user has an account and wants to log in. There we go. They log in. They have 3 keychains. Let's remove this. Installed. And then maybe user wants to add another keychain. It could be maybe, I don't know, her sunglasses. And then user adds keychain. This is a second scenario. Very simple. It's a little more complicated than signing up, obviously, but it is still simple enough to get through with it. I'm going to go ahead and remove the spacing between these, maybe because I don't want to mix up between any of them. And then I'm going to Command-C, Command-V one more time, create a third scenario, just for the fun of it. Maybe we can go a bit complicated, make it purple. And for the third one, let's say that there's a loading screen. User is logged in, right? And has 4 keychains installed. So this is the keychains from earlier, plus the sunglasses. Maybe now user is in her car and can't find her purse. And then okay, maybe her purse. Okay, no, let's keep it at her purse. And then user runs the maybe Bluetooth key and finds her purse in the back seat of her car. And yeah, so this is going to be a bit complex because she's now going into the functionality of the application, which is why I think it's worth putting as a third flow scenario. Not too complicated, but also not too simple. We'll go through with it together. But now we've created touch points. And through the touch points, we can create a proper narrative. How is the user feeling? So when the user first starts downloading an application, we can tell, for example, that she's excited. Generally, I don't think there would be any frustrations in flow scenario 1 because she's still new to the applications, she's still curious. So maybe in the first scenario, in the signing up process, we would make sure that we're fulfilling all of her questions, all the information that she wants to know, and so on and so forth. After that, we would move to flow scenario 2, where she wants to install a new keychain. Maybe she's nervous because she doesn't want to lose her sunglasses. So maybe nervous, but not too nervous because she's just adding something. Maybe curious as well, because she's still not deep into it. But in the third flow scenario, there will be some sort of stress factor. because she can't find her purse, she's panicking, and she wants to know like what to do, like how to find it. She wants to find it as soon as possible. It has her money, and so on and so forth. So this is, I think, the most extreme level where we have to help the user kind of calm down and so on and so forth. From there, we have now finished the first 3 steps, and then we need to get into the 4th step, which is visualizing the entire map, right? And I think now is the right time to start using our stickies and our shapes. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna start very simply with her entering the application, or her starting to initiate using the application. So we're gonna start by making our first shape. I think in this case, having this kind of like ellipse shape would be cool, just because it kind of represents a screen. Maybe it's just me, and maybe it doesn't apply to everyone, but so be it. Maybe white is not the good color for this right now. We're gonna go with yellow. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with what all of them start with in common, which is the loading screen. The loading screen has another name, which is a splash screen. A splash screen usually has maybe a GIF, a picture, anything that has maybe a representation of the company's identity. It could be just the logo, it could be anything, as long as it is very well representative. Now, this quick shortcut that we can have that makes it very easy is the plus sign, and it creates another identical ellipse. So I'm gonna go ahead and press on the bottom of it, and automatically it also adds the arrow. Now you can feel free to remove the arrow by simply pressing on your backspace, and it is gone. And if you want to undo it, you do Command Z or Control Z, or you can simply go to Edit and then undo, redo, etc. So after the splash screen, we have a lot of different scenarios here. We're gonna start with the first one, which is a new user or a first-time user. So I'm gonna go ahead and write first-time user, which will take them to login screen. Maybe let's not mention that it's not very important, so maybe we'll just start with login screen just to make it more direct and clear for you guys. So we have the login screen, and the person does not really have anything to log into. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna add buttons. So maybe forgot password. This is very common to have in such scenarios. And then maybe B, don't have an account. And then sign up. Also, I think I'm getting too much into detail, so maybe just sign up button. Later on, we're gonna get into what we would write there. So like, don't have an account, sign up with us, or so on and so forth. We'll talk about it in the design process. So from here, we're gonna create another box. When the person presses on sign up, they're gonna have a list of things to fill out, right? So in this scenario, it says that the person's gonna be registering using her email. So maybe add like name, surname, email. I mean, you can get into what you would like to add that you would think is beneficial. Obviously password, my bad. If you want maybe birth date. And then A, sign up, B, maybe cancel. We want to make sure that the user has flexibility, so if they don't want to sign up, they can go back or cancel. And from there, obviously, the system, which kind of doesn't have to do with what you need to do, but the system would check whether the email is true or not. Sometimes, after writing an email, the columns turn green. If you would like to add that to the design, feel free, but it's not very necessary because it's the developer's job. Anyways, after signing up, we would see that new account created, maybe home screen, and something like a message bar maybe saying please verify your email or something like that. You don't need to add that, but I just think makes it more professional. So how about we make each scenario, their arrows be colored as their scenarios, just so that we don't mix up. Here's scenario 1, we're done with it. Now scenario 2, where it starts with a splash screen. The user has an account and wants to log in. So it also leads to the log screen, but this time we're going to use the blue arrow and the person is logging in. So the login screen has the username and the password and then login. Maybe I should add that too. A login button, and then B is forgot password, and then C is the sign up button. Anyways, so the user signs in, right? They have 3 keychains installed. Now at this point the user is in the dashboard, so maybe we would have the buttons that are A, dashboard, B, maybe settings, C, I don't know, profile, and D, keys, maybe. And when the person clicks on keys, they would immediately have their 3 keys that they have installed. 3 installed keys, and then a add new key button. We can also have next to the 3 keys maybe like edit key or remove key. Stuff like that. We're giving ourselves a general idea and we can get into deeper detail with time. After that, we want them to add another keychain, which is sunglasses. So they're going to be pressing on A. After pressing on A, maybe we would have the options which are key name, key type, maybe, and then maybe choose icon. These are obviously, this is probably going to be something that the person's going to choose, like visuals and boxes to choose from, and then A, submit, B, cancel. There we have it. Person's going to press on submit, and then we're going to have the same exact tab, but instead of 3 installed keys, we would have 4 installed keys. And that's it for scenario 2. And now for scenario 3, in which it starts with a splash screen and immediately goes into the account. So I'm going to select everything. You just drag through the workspace and select them. Move them the way that you desire. I'm going to move them here just because I like my workspace being so neat. And then we're going to add a plus sign here. So after the splash screen, there is the login. The person's already logged in. So we're going to I'm going to select this again. Right, but I'm going to place it here. So the user has 4 keychains installed, but the person can't find her purse in her car. She's going to press on the purse, which is one of the 4 installed keys, obviously. And after she presses on her purse key, what she's gonna do is it's gonna start looking for it. Maybe like show action that the key is buzzing. In a Bluetooth keychain, when you press on the button that indicates the key, so for example, I press on purse, because I installed something that is attached to the purse, it starts making noise. And from there, I can hear that it is buzzing. And after I hear that it is buzzing, which shows in the application maybe into an animation or something that says key is buzzing, something that indicates that the key is buzzing and you need to look for it, or you need to listen carefully. After that, she finds it in the back seat of her car, so she presses on A, stop, or maybe B, refresh. Maybe sometimes it doesn't work. We want to avoid frustrations. So in case the girl thinks that her key is not buzzing, she can refresh and have her key buzz again. And from here, we have created a very simple and very straightforward user flow diagram, user journey map, customer journey map, whatever you'd like to call it. It was very simple and straightforward. We're going to use this in a project in the future, but this is how it generally looks like. And now that everything is set, we will move on and start creating wireframes, which is the last step of drafting. And we're going to be starting it in the next video. So I'll see you then. Alright everyone, welcome back. Now we're going to be starting with the final process of drafting, finally, which is wireframing. Wireframing is a very general concept or idea or vision that you have of your application. It helps you with understanding how you would like to place things next to each other, how crowded it would look, how big the font you would like it to be, and so on and so forth. When wireframing, we're not going to be using the FigJam, obviously. We're going to be using an actual design file. So now we're going to get into the design aspect of it. I'm going to go back home, but before that, I'm going to name my project just to distinguish it between everything else. We're going to name it Bluetooth Keychain Project, just to make sure that it is something that we don't forget and we keep it organized. I know that sometimes we get too lazy to title our work, but I think it is very crucial for us to keep everything in track in order for us to be able to go back to the scenarios when we need to. So we're going to go back to the home button, and here we have everything that I've mentioned before. This is our recents currently, and we can see our project, our Bluetooth keychain project, in our recents because we were just working on it. We just open it and it is right here. One very important note that I forgot to mention is that this application automatically saves all of your actions. So you do not need to save it in any way. No Command S, nothing. Straight up, it just automatically saves everything that you do, which I personally find great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new design file. Now that it is opening, please do make sure that your other project is also open for reference. And I'm going to go ahead and skip this. We are now looking at a blank document, very obviously. I am going to be using some things but not explaining them very deeply because I'm going to be saving it up for later when it is more appropriate to talk about. Currently, we're in the process of wireframing, which isn't very important for us to understand the functionality of everything in the design file. So I'm going to be very general, and obviously I'm going to be explaining the things that I'm going to be using, but I will get into deeper and more appropriate details later on in the course. So I'm gonna go ahead and name this very quickly just so that we don't forget. And I'm gonna name it Bluetooth keychain design. Right, so we have the project all set up, and then we have the design. What we're gonna do now is create the wireframes. So initially we have in mind that we're gonna be creating it for an iPhone user. So I'm gonna go ahead to the frame. This is the frame tool, and I'm gonna choose any iPhone, Android. We have all of the options here. I'm gonna just take a wild guess and use iPhone 8. I just pressed on it and it appeared. Now this is an entire frame, which we will also be discussing into deep detail, but this is your canvas pretty much. And when you're going to be playing your project to look at it, you're going to be looking at it through an iPhone device, just to make sure that you're using it in the right way, you're using it in the size that you're imagining it to be in. But we'll get into that in a bit. But for now, this is the iPhone 8. Looks great. That rhymed. And what we're gonna do now is start maybe like putting in a general concept, right? Maybe like I'm gonna start with using the shapes tool. I can use any shape that I want. I'm gonna go with a rectangle because it is a very rough draft. I'm gonna start with the splash screen or the loading screen, and I'm gonna say that I want the logo to be here, and then maybe the loading screen to be right here. So now we have a general idea of how we would like the first page to be. Also, for shortcut purposes, rectangles are R, lines are L, and so on and so forth. You can see them all here. And if you want to remove something, what I did now is backspace. Now I'm gonna select the entire frame, which you can do from here or from here. And I'm gonna just Command C, Command V, Control C, Control V, just to save up time. I don't want to keep going back to the frame and pressing iPhone 8 so that it produces another frame. And also, I think it places the frames in a more organized way. Now that I have the loading screen, we're gonna look into the login screen. So usually in iPhones, login screens have maybe like a small title at the top. Maybe here it says login, and then maybe like here is the boxes where you would put in your email, your password, so on and so forth. And then I copy pasted, and I'm just gonna add areas here. For example, here's where the remember me would be. You know, after you log in, sometimes there is a remember me checkbox, and then maybe under it is forgot password. And then I did Command C, Command V again, copy pasted, and I dragged the box a little lower, and maybe this is where it would say create a new user, and it would probably be smaller. Depends on the hierarchy that we want to go with. Usually iPhones don't really use up the entire bottom screen area just because it gets occupied with the keyboard. So let's say the keyboard roughly takes this area. Obviously, new users will not be pressing on username and password, but in case they do, they can remove the keyboard. That's why the keyboard area is fine with maybe covering the sign up or register bar, because it is less likely that a user who is using the keyboard now to log in to register. From there, we're gonna have like the keyboards come up and all, and after the person logs in, now again I'm doing Command C, Command V after pressing on the frame, and from here I'm gonna put the first screen that pops up after the person presses on that they're a new user. So that screen will obviously have email initially, very importantly, and then maybe password, repeat password, and then what else did we say? We said birth date, maybe name and surname. So name and surname usually comes before email, so we would just copy paste and then drag this, take it down a little, name, surname, email, password, confirm password, maybe birth date, Control C, Control V, and then now I'm moving it with my arrows, and this is the speed that you would be moving it in normally with arrows, but when you press on Shift, it moves it a little more drastically, which I find very convenient. So now that we have all of our windows estimated for the first scenario, oh no, wait, we are missing one more. I'm pressing on the frame one more time, Command C, Command V. Before I forget, one very important thing is we should name our frames just to keep it even more organized. So maybe this is the splash screen. Or maybe you can name it as the loading screen. And then you have the login screen. You have the sign up screen. And then you have, here is the home page, which we will edit now. I'm thinking I'm just gonna delete these. I'm thinking of just like having, this is a key, Command C, Command V. Actually, I think the keys should be connected because this is what iPhone does. They just separate them by lines, and we don't need much details when it comes to wireframing because it's just a general concept like I explained. So now I can see here that these are the keys, and maybe here is where we would add a small bar that says dashboard, keys, etc., etc., just so that the person can move through them very easily. It's kind of like Facebook. At the bottom they have home page, pages, groups, work, marketplace, and so on and so forth. This is going to be the navigation bar here, and we have set it up for the first scenario. Now moving on to the second scenario, we're going to be having both splash screen and login screen. So I just copied them, and here I am pasting them. And then let's go back and see. We're going to be pressing on keys, so it's going to be the dashboard again, the home page. Another hack that I should mention probably is instead of doing Command C, Command V, what you can do is you can press on the Option button for MacBook, which is the Alt button for PC or Windows. In this case, when you press on the Option button, you click on something and you drag it. While holding your Option button, it creates the copy very easily and lets you place it wherever you want. You let go of the mouse first, and then you let go of the Option button, and you have your copy. This is also very effective for me, and I think I use this more often than copying and pasting because it helps me very flexibly place my frames. Now that we have the home page frame, the person wants to install a key. So what they would do is probably press on a button somewhere in these boxes and move on to the creating new key option. From here, we would have key name, key type, and choosing icon. So maybe the key name and key type would take maybe like this much, and then choosing the icon would probably take more because we are looking at a lot of icons. Maybe this. We'll look at how we would want to design it later on. And we want to keep in mind that there will also be a submit or cancel button. We can maybe move things around a little. Make sure that everything is well organized, obviously, because this is the most important part. Command C, Command V one last time. And I'm gonna just have maybe submit here, and maybe cancel would be up here, because iPhone does not typically have two buttons next to each other, unlike Android. So we're gonna avoid the confusion and work with the same system that iPhone uses. Now we're looking back and the person is submitting, and there will be 4 keychains installed, so it'll go back to the home page. Now we have the second scenario set. Now for the third scenario, it is not going to be very much complex either, because it is going to have the splash screen. So I'm going to just take it down, and then it's going to go straight to home page. Now the lady is looking for her purse. So from the home page, you can see that her purse is part of the keys. Also, let me just edit this and write new key, just to make sure. Home page with new key. So now what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have her press on the button. After she presses on it, she goes into a new page that shows maybe the purse, shows some sort of motion that I'm going to just press an option and take this here. And I want to show that maybe I want to put a visual of a purse here, and then maybe some animation sort of, or something that shows that, hey, we're helping you look for it. So I'm just gonna put 2 lines for now, but it's probably gonna be circles going in and out, kind of a motion that shows that we're looking for it. And in this case, you don't really need the dashboard here, or the option to go to your dashboard, just because you're now focused on one thing, which is looking for the key, and you're stressed, you don't want to see much. So we're gonna just, as a person who doesn't want to see much, we're gonna keep it as simple as possible. We don't want the person to look around the application nervously. And then maybe we would have the cancel button here, or done, or refresh, or any of that. And there we have it. This is the searching, or maybe buzzing, that's the right word. And then, when she's done, she can stop it and it goes back to home page. So this is the process of wireframing, right? We have very, very general blocks, no colors embedded, no text, nothing. We're just looking at a general idea of placement, just to make sure that we are aware of what we want to put, where we want to put it. Some things would go until the edge of the screen, others will not. Some things will be centered, others will not be. Maybe sometimes you have to work with 2 things in order to center the screen, and so on and so forth. And with this process, it's going to help you have a clearer idea when you're designing. It's kind of like when an artist sketches with a pencil and then starts drawing with a pen, or painting with a brush and paint. It gives you a very clear foundation, and from there you're able to move on, start designing, and yeah. So this marks the end of our introduction session, which included a very brief introduction on how to approach users and what we need to do before starting the process of actually designing our product. And from there, we're gonna be working on the application itself. I want to get into deeper detail on what these things can do, on what the hidden features are, and very simple and straightforward techniques that will help you prosper in Figma as easily as you can. And we will be able to do that. And later on, after I explain the functionality of everything all around the application, we will be working on this project together and developing it even further. So for now, we're going to be putting the Bluetooth keychain design project aside. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about the detailed features and try them around a little. After finishing that, we will be very happily working together on the keychain project, and then from there we're gonna be finalizing and looking at how it's gonna be visually. Now that you've grasped the basics and understood how you should approach these things, you're now ready to understand the actual good features of Figma, and from there apply it to a project that we're all going to be working on together. Maybe below you can start by creating your own persona for this project and maybe have a general idea of how you would like your persona to be, how you would like it to behave, and from there maybe you would be designing your own aspect of a Bluetooth keychain. Because even though they all serve a very similar purpose, some of them are dedicated to different personas and audiences. So if you're interested in creating your own version of the Bluetooth keychain application using very similar or maybe the same scenarios but a different person that would help you create in the way or style that you would like, please feel free to do so. What you would be changing, for example, in this scenario is the design. And the design plays a huge role in how a person uses the application. So for example, a gamer who uses this application would be appealed to different designs than a 35-year-old businesswoman. And this all comes to you and the way that you would like to research your personas, your characters, and so on and so forth. And if you want to get creative with it, then feel free to create your own persona. If not, you can use the same one that I have just created in the future, and I advise you all to have fun with it. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a new chapter in this Figma course. Now, we've been through the introduction, and technically we are done with drafting, but this section is very interconnected with the drafting phase. So I'm gonna be going through more detailed features and talk more about what we can do with the options that we have and so on and so forth. And then after that, we will begin with officially prototyping. I'm gonna go ahead and start a new design file again. Now, we have opened a new file here, a new design file, and I would like to start by talking about frames and pages, just because I think it's very important to be aware of what you're designing on and so on and so forth. Earlier, I did discuss framing very generally and how we already have some samples. In case you don't find the device type or size that you want to actually use, feel free to Google it and then apply it through creating your own frame. So now that I have selected the frame option, I can very easily click and drag and create my own frame. Now, very generally, I would like to discuss, this might sound odd for other design program users like Illustrator, but just like how you can go, you can move and resize sideways, in Figma you can resize it from the edges very easily. There's no specific point here that you need to click and drag. You can just click and drag anywhere and resize it. And I think it's a very cool feature that helps with the flexibility of the usage of the program. For now, I'm not going to use a custom sized frame just because I want to avoid any complications. So I'm going to just press on backspace or delete. I'm going to go back to the frame option, and I'm going to choose an iPhone 8 again. And here you can see, first of all, here are the dimensions of the iPhone 8. If you find yourself resizing it, you can go back and check. Make sure that you're selecting the frame option, and you can double check the sizing and make sure that you have created the right dimensions. Now, there are a lot of interesting features that frames would have. For example, we have the layout grid. Gridding helps in general with the design aspect of the project that you're creating. And I think it is very important to lay it out because you get to decide how to place things. So for this example, I might not want to have an entire grid. Maybe I want rows or columns. I can simply press on the drop down button and press on columns. Maybe I want to design with 2 columns, like I would design my work based on 2 columns, maybe even 1, and then add a margin, maybe like, okay, 3 is too little, maybe 10, or let's make it 20. Now, the margins can help with the placement of buttons and so on and so forth. Like I would be covering the entire page with content, and then buttons would have margins on the sides just because it is very useful to keep in mind, keep it considered. You also can do rows where the margins are on the top and the bottom. Maybe you would want to use it to keep, for example, the date in mind. Maybe for iPhone 12s, for example, the home button, which is a line at the edge of the screen, and so on and so forth. And that's about it for grids, columns, and rows. I think one of the most useful ones are columns, if not also grids, because I think it helps with the accuracy of placement, even though sometimes you're able to balance shapes and text next to each other by having the program automatically measuring whether they're in the same line, in the same borders, and so on. But maybe you would prefer to visualize it just to double check. Personally, I think using a grid is very useful, and I would strongly advise you to go for it. Now, another feature that you can access through the grid is changing its color. Maybe your design is very based on red, so it would be very confusing for you to use a red colored grid. You can very easily change its color to a way where it would match your preference and even its opacity. But do keep in mind that the objects are going to be under the grid just to make it very clear and obvious for you. So you should prefer to use something that is easy for your eyes, as well as something that you can read your text and content through. Another thing that I wanted to mention is, before even making a frame, you're starting with a background color. Let's say your application or website or whatever it is has the color of this background, and you would like to change the background color. You can very easily maybe press outside the frame if you decide to do it now like I did, and just press on background and change it to whatever color suits you best, and then you have it. The background color does not really affect much of your work. It only affects the way that you would like to work, so that in case, for example, your project has this color, which is very close to the default color, then you would like to darken it or make it more white or change the color completely so that it can be suitable for your eyes. Feel free to do whatever suits you best. Another feature that I would like to point out is the rulers option. It is very common to see the rulers in your Photoshop programs, Illustrator programs, so on and so forth. What you're going to do here is you're going to go on View and just press on Rulers, and you can very easily create rulers for you to maybe have a specific design pattern. Maybe let's say you wanted to use a grid, but instead you choose to snap it or add margins. So this feature could be an additional feature that you could use alongside with the margins. I think it's very beneficial, and it would definitely help you with future references. And in order for you to remove a ruler, you just drag it back to the ruler and it deletes it completely. One last thing that I would like to discuss regarding frames is that you can very easily remove it around the canvas by pressing on it and moving it from the inside when it is empty and has no content inside of it. If there is content inside of it, make sure to move it around from its name. Otherwise, you might be finding yourself pressing on an object and moving the object instead of the entire frame. This way, you're guaranteed to move around everything without losing something or misplacing anything that is inside the frame. Now, moving on to pages. Pages is one feature that is very helpful for someone who has different aspects to design in their program or application or so on and so forth. For example, here, we only have this page which has our current frame, and we're able to add a new page. Say, for example, it's for icons. So when we first add a new page, we're able to name it, but you're able to name it again later on. I'm going to name it icons, and I'm going to name our first page by right-clicking and renaming page as main page. Now when I go to icons, it has a completely different artboard, and I think it's very beneficial, especially for someone who's trying to design and then place it onto their other page. So what you would do here is you would have your icons laid here, and then you would copy it and move it to the main page. Let's just draw a square very quickly here and assume that it's the logo. Let's change its color so it's more clear. Now that it's in the icons page, we can very much easily move it to main page, and we will find it in the same place of the other page. Now, for a more easier move, what we can do is, what I personally like to do is, I select my shape, my icon, or whatever, Command C, copy, and then I just go to the main page, paste it, and place it wherever I want. Now, looking at it, it's behind the grid. Let's change its color so that we can distinguish it. As I mentioned before, the content is going to be behind the grid. And currently the shape is not included in the frame. So whenever I move the frame, the shape is not going to move with it. But what I can do is either move it into the shape and make sure that the edge of the frame is highlighted. I'm going to do it again. You can see the edge of the frame being highlighted. And what you're going to do now is drop it. Now the shape is inside of the frame. And when I start moving the frame, the shape is going to move inside of it. Another way that you would want to guarantee that your shape is within the frame, for example, if it's a more complicated icon that consists of a lot of different shapes, you're going to simply drag it and place it right under the frame. And now it is part of the frame. And as I move it around, it is still intact with the frame. This is a very general idea about framing and pages. What other thing that we can do in this point is grouping or creating groups. So I'm going to Command C, Command V, and try to create this shape here. And I want to make them into, let's say this is my logo, and I want to create them into one icon. So I'm going to select them both. You can select them both by just clicking and dragging if it's an empty area, or you can just press on the box, press on Shift, and then press on the other one. And now they're both selected. You can resize them however way you want. You don't need to do that before grouping, but I just wanted to mention that. And then what you're going to do is right-click and group the selection. Now this is a group icon. This is a frame icon, and let's do this really quickly. This is a shape icon. I mean, usually the shape icon represents the shape itself more often, but just to make sure that all is clear, grouping icon is a dotted box, and then a frame icon is a frame. Now that it's a group, they are one object technically. If you want to edit an object within a group, you just click on the drop down button and then you press on the object itself and you're free to edit it. But in this case, I don't want to. I press on Command Z to undo or Control Z for PC users, pressed on the box, which is my group now, and moved it into the frame. Now, within the frame, we have a group, and within the group, we have two shapes. You can very simply just create your group knowing that you're not going to need to edit it and never have to open the drop-down box, just because when you create, for example, an icon or a logo, you're not very likely to edit it again. So we'll just focus on the group itself, but just in case, you can feel free to open it, maybe edit the colors if the background is not the color that you want, but because they're both the same color now, I can directly also edit it from the group option. So the fill here is red, but I'm gonna go ahead and make it maroon red. And there you have it. These are some basic features of framing and placing an object into the frame, like connecting it to the frame, and as well as pages. In pages, again, like I mentioned, you can create your icons, you can create some samples that you would want to use very frequently in your project. So you would have it on the side in another page so that you don't have to copy and paste from the same threads over and over. It makes it more neat, more organized, and most importantly, most effective. So in icons, I can create a frame directly related to maybe logos. And then maybe I would create another frame that is dedicated to maybe home screen, and it would have details that I would use in the home screen, and so on and so forth. It definitely helps with keeping things in track and making sure that you have what you need and not messing it up, because sometimes when you copy something from here, let's say I'm copying the shape again, I Command C, Command V, right? I'm gonna change the color again because I can't see it. Let's take it out of the frame. So this is our black box. Let's say here, as I'm working on my design, I resized the black box a little. Maybe I stretched it a little, but I didn't pay attention, and I have worked so much into the project. I moved this around, I resized it, I chose another color for it, but then I realized that I stretched this box, and if I go back, then I lose all my work. All the work is lost. So what we're gonna do in this case, now I'm redoing, by pressing on Command Shift Z or Control Shift Z for PC users, I can very easily go back to the icons page where the original one is, copy that, and paste it back here very easily, and change the color again, and there I have it. I can place it again, resize it to the size that I wanted, and delete this. In this way, if you mess around with any of your work, you're able to retrieve it back without worrying about undoing and losing all of the work that you did in the future. This has been the chapter of framing and anything that has to do with it. This is again still a very general idea, but we are getting into the details the more that we are explaining it more and more, and we're going to move on to another feature now. Now that you have a better idea of framing and so on and so forth, let's go on to the deep details of all of the tools' usage. Now, this chapter is going to cover as many tools as we can think of, and if there are any later on while we're working, we will be discussing them, so don't worry about that at all. But we're gonna simply start by discussing the moving tool. So the moving tool is a simple mouse that helps you select things, move them around, maybe resize them. Personally, in order for me to keep the size to not stretch out, I press on Shift and I resize. If you start resizing without pressing on Shift, it's most likely gonna start stretching, and we don't want that. The second option that we have is scale. Scale is very easy and it's very straightforward. I don't need to press on Shift in order to play around with the scale unless I'm using the normal move tool. And scale really focuses on maintaining the dimensions of the object without stretching it out. So in case, let's say for example, you're in a scenario where maybe your Shift key isn't working, or you'd rather just resize safely using the scale option, feel free to do that. Also, the shortcuts on the keyboard are seen on the right side of the options. So move is V and scale is K. One small feature that I wanted to talk about here is, let's say we have two rectangles with different colors. They are supposed to be squares, but because they aren't identical in dimensions, they're seen as rectangles. But anyways, we have this group. Even if they're not a group, what we can do is select two boxes, and we keep seeing these two circles appearing. And what this does is it's kind of a smart feature where you can very simply place them the opposite of each other, or like in each other's places. I'm gonna go ahead and take down the square just to show a very accurate comparison. Make sure that they're the same size, same dimensions, just for neatness purposes. And what I'm gonna do is, now that they're both selected as a group, we can also select them both individually. I'm gonna go ahead and press on the circle and move it here. What this feature does is it helps you move the object smartly very easily, and it creates some sort of easy feature for you to see how do you prefer your objects to be placed. Let's say I have a picture of a girl here and I have a picture of a guy here, and I want to determine which one is visually easier to look at. I can just very simply move them, look at this, go like, this looks right, or maybe this one looks better, without having to move an entire shape here and then another one. You can very easily just move them in a more quick manner. Now, we have already discussed the frame, and we will be talking about the slice tool later. Here we have our shapes tool. The default is a rectangle, but if you press on different letters, you don't have to press on this box, but if you press on the different letters, for example L or Shift L or an O, all of these create specific shapes. Because polygons and stars aren't used as frequently, they don't have shortcuts, but they're still very easy to access. We're going to press on the drop down button and we're going to create an ellipse, for example. Now, if your ellipse is stretched and you want to go for a straight or a right ellipse that doesn't look very stretched, what you can do is press on Shift and draw your circle. Now you have a right circle. Unless you actually want to create an ellipse, in this case you don't need to press on Shift, you can just create the shape. In this way, you can very easily create as flexible shapes as you'd like. Same thing goes for rectangles. So now I have this like very wide rectangle, but say I want to create a square. I'm going to press on Shift and start creating my square, and as you can see from the dimensions, they're the exact same dimensions. You can also place images, but I currently don't have any images, so we would demonstrate that later on, but it's also very easy. Next we have the pen tool. The pen tool functions just like Illustrator's pen tool. It kind of highlights or creates like lines that you want to create, maybe you are interested in creating a specific shape that isn't available in the application. I don't know, I'm just going for a random shape here. And it is designed as a vector, just like how it would usually be designed as a vector in Illustrator. And as soon as you press on done, you have this vector of yours. You can play around with the thickness, with any feature that you want to fix in it. So let's say I want it to have a fill. We go into the fill, we add it, and I'm going to make it black so that the line does not stand out. And there we have it. We have just created a shape that is not within the shapes option. Same thing with pencil, but it's not points. You're just drawing things, and then it's more smooth. So let's say you want to create something with your own hand. You can feel free to do that with the pencil tool if you think that it will add onto your project. Personally, I don't use it much, but just in case anyone is interested in using it, here it is. Now we have the text bar, which is very direct as well. You can very simply press and start typing your text. And the good thing about only pressing and starting to type is that it doesn't have its own limitations. So the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. Just a random example, I'm sorry. And if you choose to actually click and drag the text, then it will limit it to wherever you dragged it. So, hello, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. As you can see here, because you clicked and dragged, you kind of set a specific line where the text should stop. So it automatically continues. So let's say I'm building text for this box here, and I want to create some margins. Here I have my text within this margin, but here, because I did not specify an end to it, it just keeps going. This is the text feature. Here we have the hand feature where you just, if you're too zoomed in and you don't want to zoom out, you can just go around and move it around to wherever detail you want to look into. And then we have add a comment feature, which is usually used in group projects, but you would press wherever and go, like, for example, fix color, post. So now you can see that you have a comment here, which is fix color. And when you're done with it, you can just resolve it. These are the main options, but I do want to get more into the details that are on this side here. So very small details are, for example, the placement. Here you can move the placement by clicking and dragging on the X, or just changing the value if you want it to be very specific. Same thing with the Y. This goes on the X-axis and this one goes on the Y-axis. And then this one focuses on the width of the text box. Now you're making it very specific, but we don't want that. And then the height of the text box, until where can it go. But for this text box, I'm just going to keep it open. And then the angle where you would want to rotate your text. Sometimes you would want to have maybe a 90-degree angle for your text. I don't know. Personally, I don't use this much unless it's for icons and objects, because I think text has to remain very static with the viewer's eye. So for constraints, it is more focused on the final prototype, where let's say you have a very long page, and you want this to remain on this part of the page without it's being gone when you're scrolling. So what you're going to do is you're going to fix position when scrolling, and when you start scrolling down in the actual prototype, it's going to remain on this part of the page even when you scroll up and these go up. So this is how it would look like when you're scrolling. Let me just, this might be a bad example, but you'd be scrolling up like this, and this would remain in the same place. Let me just undo, take it back to its place. Now we have obviously layer options. This is also very seen on Photoshop. Let's say we have this group here, and we're going to move it up just so that it can be on top of things. This is another thing that I didn't mention. If you want it to be on top of something specific, you can just simply click and drag it. Now they're under these two objects. This is vector 1. I want it to be above vector 1, but under ellipse 1. So I will take it above vector 1, get ellipse 1, put it on top. So now it's on top of vector 1 and under ellipse 1. Moving on, in Photoshop, I'm going to take it up again, sorry. We have the option of like darkening, multiplying, screening, and usually it shows best in pictures, but it's basically color blending options. So you can choose how you want your shapes to blend with each other, maybe with images mainly, but again, I don't find myself using it much unless with images. Another option is the text option, and in the desktop version, you can see all of your fonts in your laptop within the application. Now, if you're using the website version, what you're going to do is you're going to download the font installer, and from there you're going to install any font that you would like to use within the website. For now, we're going to just choose some random font here just to show you that all fonts on your computer works. If you're working with a group, you have to make sure that your entire group has the font, because it won't show to them because it's not programmed to be on their laptop. So I'm going to go ahead and choose this font here. And I can play around with the boldness and so on and so forth. This one only has one weight, so I can't do that now. I can play with the size. I can have the spacing to be automatic. Now, I'm going to keep it at 100. And then you can have like the spacing between the texts and the spacing between, okay, let's try it on this because I think it shows better. So you have here the spacing between the lines, and then here we have very slight text alterations. This is the stretching of the text itself. And then here we have the paragraph style. When I press on this, it means auto height. So I want the height to be automatic. This one is a fixed size, so I only made it to be up till here. But let's say I want the text box to reach the end of the text. So I will just press on auto height, and it will go to the last line of the text. And we can also do auto width, which gets me to write as long as I want without any constraints. But for now, we're gonna keep it as the size of the text box, just because we don't want it to leave outside the box. We're designing this text to stay inside the box. Obviously, you have fill, where you can color your text however way you want. Let's do something here just so that I can show you more examples of other things. I'm gonna go for yellow, and then you can add strokes to the text. You can make it thinner, maybe 0.3, and here you have the text with a stroke. Obviously, this is not a very practical example, but I just wanted to show it and demonstrate it properly for you guys. And then we have the effects. You can add an effect, which could be, for example, drop shadow. You could add inner shadow, but that doesn't show on black, obviously. Layer blur, where maybe this would be under another layer of text. You have background blur, where everything in its background would be blurred, but at this point it's not visible either. And yeah, you can play around with the sizes. Let's say, for example, we want drop shadow. So I want it to go maybe 2 pixels from the x-axis and 3 pixels from the y-axis. I don't want any blur, so it's very direct. And the spread here is at 0 because you can't really change the spread into like more spread text or style or shadow, because that is only supported for shapes. But you can play around with the color of the shadow in however way you'd like. And there you have a shadow. Now, one more thing I would like to mention is, let's say this is not aligned with the box and you want to align it very neatly. What you're going to do is you're going to select it and then shift and select the box. And here's like some aligning options that you can use. So I want it to be aligned horizontally in the middle, and then also I want it to be vertically aligned in the middle. So like that, they are now perfectly aligned in the middle. The box is aligned to the exact center of the text, and the text is aligned to the exact center of the box. This way you can have your things done more neatly. Let's do it for this one. So here you can see that the box is towards the edge here, but we have some space here. So it's technically not very centered. I will press on the text, I will press on the box, and I will align them to center each other. And now when I press on the box, I can see that it has spacing here and here that is equal to the center of the box. And say I want to center the text itself so that it looks neat. I can do it very simply here. And there you have it. And this is all what comes in mind when it comes to explaining tools and their functionality within the application. Like I mentioned, if there are anything extra that I'm going to need to explain later on, I'm going to very simply do that if I still didn't explain it here. So don't worry about that. Now we have covered all the basic features of Figma, and we're going to move on to font usage. Welcome everyone to a new chapter in our Figma lesson. Before getting into font usage, I just wanted to show you very quickly the samples, templates that we have provided in the Figma program. Like I mentioned earlier, it is available in both the website and the desktop version, and I think it is very handy and useful. So I'm going to go ahead and just very quickly show you most templates that are usually used. We have here, it's very based on the Android visuals, and here we have the iOS visuals, and then on the side we have UI kits for general interface kind of visuals that we want to have. We have presentation templates because obviously you can use it for presenting things. It isn't only done for websites and phones, it is also done to maybe showcase a project and so on and so forth. There are some wireframe kits that we will also look into more deeply later on. And there are obviously much more templates done by community users, but for now I'm gonna just show you guys the templates that are available within our reach. Now there are very different templates. They're all very similar, but they have different styles. You have the, oops, I double clicked, but we have the desktop version templates, and I'm just gonna close the tab because I don't want to look at this now. Also, just letting you know, this is on the home button in the home page. For now, I'm gonna just preview the iOS template and use it just so that I can show you guys some details that I want to talk about in font usage. So I'm gonna go ahead and open it, give it a minute to load. open up, just to show you guys the cool features that these things have, because personally I think they're major lifesavers. So zooming in here, we have, first of all, there's a support feature for anyone who wants to support the person who made this template. There are some fonts that you would want to download for Apple, for example, or symbols, but in this case you would just want to download the Apple font just so that you can go on with it. For now I'm not going to do that, but it is very simple. You just click on the link and open it. We have iPhone wallpapers, which is very handy, very useful, especially if you're working on a prototype with, for example, opening an app option, like the example that I showed you guys earlier. So in the example that we've created, it said that they opened the app and then there's like the logo, loading page, and for that we would need a wallpaper to put maybe the application icon here, just so that you can click on it and see the splash screen load. But these are very useful. And then the typography, again, we're looking at iPhone's fonts. And then colors. In colors, it is very important to look at what colors does iPhone usually use, because if we use a color that is very different than iPhone's usual identity colors, it starts to lose its identity. It starts to look less like an iPhone product or an iPhone application. Sometimes, for example, I would use a slightly darker brown. Then it starts looking like an Android app, because Android uses a darker brown color compared to iPhone. And then we have the keyboard. This will come in very handy, especially if in the template the person is typing. You can very easily get the keyboard and copy paste it. All of these that I'm showing you guys are very easily copy pasted, which is very cool. So I would copy it and then paste it on to other project that I have. Moving on, we have the status bar and home indicator. These are usually for iPhone X, and then this is for the iPhone 6, 7, 8, iPhone SE, and this is the home indicator for iPhone X and whatever comes after it, obviously. Then we have the navigation bar. So we have the search bar, we have like the top, maybe like go back, title of the page, maybe confirm, submit, and so on and so forth. There are different versions. So there's, for example, this one where it is literally just like the tab itself, and then there's this one where it's similar to a window popping up. There's this one where it is more spacious with a search bar, and so on and so forth. These are also very useful. They have dark mode as well for anyone who wants to experiment with dark mode. And then here we have the table news. So maybe like alarms, or maybe like opening an option, a setting, deleting a setting, maybe archive, delete, so on and so forth, title of things. This is a very handy template, I would say, because you will keep the identity of an iPhone application without even having to design it specifically. The only thing that you will have to do is design the rest of the application. So these are kind of like default options that you would have when you're using an iPhone or a phone, which is very, very useful in my opinion. So here's a text field. Here is some sort of like on, off kind of options. You have the tab bar, which is usually like placed at the bottom of the phone. Like maybe we can use this to put maybe dashboard or home, and then settings, keys, profile, so on and so forth. Very helpful, like I said. We have the alerts. Maybe here we can have the text message, which is like, are you sure you want to delete this key? Are you sure you want to stop your workout? Are you sure you want to, so on and so forth. Again, like I mentioned earlier in the introduction phase, you would want to make sure that the user is using their application safely and that they don't have any consequences for any mistake that they do. And alerts are very useful for that. I'm going down. This is an alert with like a blurred background, which is also very handy. We have switches and sliders, so when we turn things on and off, we have maybe the sounds, maybe you can put something about the size of things, so on and so forth. Here we have the editing boxes, so when you select a text and you want to edit it, and so on and so forth. Here you have maybe favorites, things that you would want to use for like deeper details or like emphasizing on something that the user wants to use more. I don't think we'll be using this, but just in case. We have the sharing option, also very common, very helpful. Notifications, also very helpful. We have the phone calls, we have some notifications from applications, and then we have buttons and actual notifications on the top of the page, or the phone screen, I'm sorry. And then we have the action sheet, where you can press on something after opening it. Date picker, for calendar purposes, maybe someone wants to book an appointment. Video player. Widgets, this is more focused on anything that is after the iPhone X and anything that comes after it. Safari, this is more of the website search bar. Color picker, so here you can just have them, for example, they want to change the color of things, maybe the color of their icons in the application that we're going to be designing for in the future. We have app clips, where you get to just open an application within an application, not very important as well. And then we have lock screen, in case you want to showcase a notification coming to the lock screen. Face ID, again, iPhone X and after. Apple Pay, which is for any in-application purchases. Home screen, and this also showcases the applications in the home screen. And that's about it for the template. Here you can see the way that the widgets are placed and the applications are placed and so on. And now I'm gonna use this example and maybe showcase what fonts we should be using. So I'm gonna go ahead and maybe copy this title here. So I'm gonna keep double clicking because I'm trying to find it within the groups, and finally I found it. So I'm gonna Command C, go back to the project that we were discussing earlier, and Command V. I have now placed it on an iPhone 8, and let's say I want to change the background. Well, I'm gonna have to look for it through the layers because these aren't layers that I've created. But okay, so the fill here is at 94%. I'm gonna take it to 100. So now I'm gonna very briefly discuss font usage because I think it's very important for us to understand what kinds of fonts we're dealing with. Let's say your application is targeted at people like businesswomen, businessmen, more professional approach. You would want to use a font that is sans serif. A sans serif font is usually a font maybe as similar as this one. It does not have any edges that have sharp ends. It has no lines at the end, it just ends within the word. This is a sans serif font, just to make it more clear. And let's try putting on a serif font. As you can see here, this serif font has lines at the end. And I think these fonts are usually used for maybe books, stories, novels, and so on and so forth. I don't think we get to see serif fonts as much in applications, especially iPhones. I think also Androids, they don't really use serif fonts much. So I would advise you to keep serif fonts to maybe the creation of your logos. You can totally use serif fonts in your logos, but make sure to not overuse it or not make it stand out too much, simply because it doesn't fit in with the visuals of iPhones and Androids and so on. But I do encourage that we get to use and explore serif fonts when it comes to maybe website making, blog making. It helps with making things stand out. Obviously, one more thing that I would like to mention is the fact that we should limit ourselves to maximum 3 fonts per application. I know that it might be difficult wanting to play around with the visuals and, seeing what you can do, what you want to do, but I do advise, just so that the application isn't too messy, we would use 2 fonts and maybe 3 if it's extremely necessary. Otherwise, I would advise you to stay within the range of 2 fonts. I think having 2 fonts will help distinguish, for example, titles from text. So maybe the titles would have this font, and then texts would have this one. It clearly distinguishes which is which, but you can also play around with how thick a font is instead, and that will also help. So I will do not italicize titles. I don't think these are good, but So here's a title, text for it, also works out greatly. In case you want to use most varieties of a font, that is very acceptable, but using different fonts can be quite unorganized. From my advice, do feel free to explore as much as you can, and if you think your style will work out for you, it is your style and your preference, so feel free to handle it however way you want. This is it for our templates and fonts usage chapter, and now we're going to move on to another one. Now we're going to move on to the next chapter, which is layout planning. First of all, layout planning varies according to what device you're going to be using. So in the example that I'm currently going to show you, we're going to be looking at an Android. We're also looking at an Android watch, just in case you're also interested in working with smartwatches. For Android phones, usually, because there's this camera spacing, we wouldn't occupy it with much. It is already occupied with the time and some information such as Wi-Fi, signal, battery percentage, and so on and so forth. The rest of the layout planning is not as free as we think it is as well, because we have to go on with a concept or an identity that Android itself has. Generally, when you go to the UI kit for Android phones, which is found in the templates that I have explained earlier, but just in case you don't know how to find it, we'll go back. And when you look through the templates here, you're going to find the Android UI template right here. All what you'll have to do is double click on it, and it's here. We have the pages with the cover, some tips to getting started, material theme, just in case you want to change up the colors. This is very useful because it shows you some colors that Android uses, just so that you don't use colors that are outside of Android's identity colors. So usually you wouldn't find much different colors in Android, just like how I discussed last class for iPhones. You can find these colors schemes, which are usually white, black, red, like maybe a maroonish red, some emerald greens here I'm seeing, and purples. These are the most commonly used, and I think they do stick to the Android identity very strongly. Now we're going to go ahead and look at the components. We have a lot of options here, and sometimes you can feel free to do something according to your own liking, but do make sure to still follow kind of a concept that Android uses. So in this case, let's look at bottom navigation. The way that the bottom navigation in Android works is that they're more spaced between each other, and their icons are very linear, like line-based or filled. In the case of my app identity, I chose linear icons, and I went on with it. We will be talking about the creation of icons and so on very soon, but for now, this is the layout that I chose. For the top part, it can be tricky sometimes because you're having this small white space that you kind of want to occupy. Instead of this, maybe we can just look at the templates that we have here. Select the one that appeals to us the most. For example, this one appeals to me. I can very easily change the page title. To access that, you can either go through the groups and open them one by one, and seeing when you hover over the mouse, you can see that there is a box behind what it wants, like what we're selecting. So when I press on icons, it has a box around icons. Even without selecting or clicking on it, we can see a faint line. So this one has a line on the page title where I can edit the page title here. And then we have the leading icon, which is usually the burger menu. This is called the burger menu. So let's say I want to change the page title. I would change it to maybe homepage, right? And I like this. I want to use this. So I would either select it as an entire group, or what you can do is just select it straight up. If you want to go deeper in, let's say like now we're looking at this page or this page, and I want to select something specific inside of this entire page. What I'm going to do is double click. Now I'm selecting this entire group. I'm going to double click again, and now I'm selecting the bell. I can move it around, maybe change its spot, maybe take it out just by pressing on delete, and so on and so forth. And you can feel free to do whatever you want with it. In my case, like I said, I only stuck with the logo because it felt more direct. Again, it depends on the application that you're using, just because when you are planning a fitness application, you really want to focus on being as accessible and direct and simple to the users as possible. This is because the users are working out, they're running, they're exhausted, they have no time to look around the application and try to find something. So you want it to be as direct as possible. Same thing with the example that we've discussed earlier. We want to make it as direct as possible because when someone is trying to track their object, their lost object, they're panicking and they want to find it as soon as possible. So you don't want them to get lost within the application. Now, for this one, I stuck with, like I mentioned earlier, linear icons with rounded ends or like edges, because I didn't want it to have a very maybe feature, just because I feel like Android generally has this rounded concept or identity that shows simplicity to it. I feel like iPhones are the ones that have more sharp-ended and cornered icons, but you can feel free to do otherwise if it still goes well with your concept and identity and so on and so forth. Now, how should I plan the placing of my objects, we may be wondering. We should obviously start with something that the user will open the application to want to see first. In the case of a health tracking application, the user wants to see how many steps they took today or how many calories they've burned. When you put the main information that the user is tracking on maybe like an hourly basis, it's better. So for example, you wouldn't put the weight progress at the top just because it's something that you would measure weekly. It is more advised to, at least, because if they measure it on the daily or if they keep seeing it every hour, they're not going to really notice any difference. So the weight can be a very secondary thing, as well as maybe sleep time or anything that satisfies you. In my case, I made the primary options that the user would want to see to be the step count and the calorie count, which is, I think, the most crucial parts of health tracking applications. Now, when you move down, you're gonna start, let's double click here and look at the content of this frame. So, looking at the group, as we scroll higher and go down, smaller details start to show. I think not much of us, at least, look initially at these smaller details, such as blood pressure, stress level, blood oxygen level, and so on and so forth. So what I do here is I put the focus on the most features that the person would be wondering about. How many hours did I sleep today? Am I being healthy today or not? Or how much did I weigh this week? Let me keep that my weight this week was, I don't know, 79. And then this will keep them motivated to keep using the application to be more active. Meanwhile, these reports are more centered on end of the day kind of things. So at the end of the day or while working out, you would want to measure your blood pressure. Probably at the end of the day or at the end of the week, you want to see how much did you stress today, as well as the blood oxygen level. So I'm gonna go back up and very quickly just continue discussing other details. For the bottom bar here, like I showed you guys, in Androids they don't really have lines or any sort of dividing buttons feature, so they're just far apart, and you have to make sure that they're far enough for the user's fingers to not interfere with other buttons. And you can do that by pressing on the prototype and trying to work on it live. So let's let it load for a second here. So the mouse is a finger. I mean, obviously it's bigger. You can try your actual fingers and you can try tapping on it. And when you tap on it, you see that you have enough space to tap on the icon itself and not tap on something that is out of range. Now, in the scenario, it said that the person wants to exercise. So what we're gonna do from this page is that we're gonna go to exercise, and then some things start changing. For example, when you're at the home page, you're looking at the logo at the top, but after entering into deeper details of the home page, you want to make sure that you're in the right place. You want to know where you are exactly. So it's very useful to write down that this is the exercise tab. And then obviously we will keep the main elements of the user's progress, and then we'll talk in deeper detail about the user's last exercise. Now for this one, we'll need to think about the hierarchy more importantly. Hierarchy is the concept of where should the eye look first, what should be more focused on, and then what is less important, and so on and so forth. In this case, the hierarchy is on what exercise did they last do. And it's very clearly shown that it was cycling, and the icon demonstrates it very beautifully. And then obviously the most important thing is, when did I last exercise? Of course, the duration, distance, calories are important, but they're only relevant in the exercise timing, or if the person wants to look back and maybe wonder how well they did. But generally, the most important feature is the exercise, when they last did it, and the rest is relevant but not as stressed on as these couple of things. So we will put the most important features maybe in one column, and then the less important features in another. Doesn't mean they're not important, they're just not as focused on. And then we can have a heart rate report where it shows the person's heart rate, how much it went, like within the minutes that they have cycled in, and all of that. It's very useful to also know how was my last exercise? What did I do? What do I need to improve? Were my heartbeats as strong as when I started, or are they calming down? Am I getting used to it? And so on and so forth. When you're creating these applications, one very important thing that you should keep in mind is the fact that you have to think like the user. You want to make sure that whatever the user is doing, they're doing it logically, and they're doing it for the purpose of improving themselves through the application. And you can only ensure that if you put yourselves in their shoes. Obviously, we are able to do that while creating our personas, but we have to keep it considered all the time. We have to sit in their place and go like, okay, what would I want to look at first? And from there, try to compare. Maybe ask someone who's closer to your persona. Let's say you're a 17-year-old and your target audience is maybe 50-year-olds. You might not, and I stress on might, you might not be able to distinguish what a 50 or a 60-year-old would want. So what you would do here is research, make sure, maybe ask someone who is closer to that age, or maybe ask someone who isn't that age, and create your persona out of that person. Maybe your persona could be your mother, maybe your persona could be your friend, maybe your persona could be anyone. Now, in the flow scenario, the person wanted to go jogging. So as soon as the person presses on jogging, they get deeper details about their last jogging exercise, which makes the most sense. So I last jogged 4 days ago. It was for 35 minutes. I burned 260 calories. I jogged for 4 minutes, and the average heart rate was 108 beats per minute. And here's the report. Oh, when did I have the highest heart rate? Probably at the end of it. Maybe I was climbing a hill at the end, and so on and so forth, right? And one thing that I think is very useful and very nice addition is having an exercise map history like this one. It shows you where you ran, and at the same time, it motivates the user to run more, to exercise more, which is why they're using the application. They want to improve their health, they want to improve their stamina, they want to improve a lot of things about themselves sports-wise. And anything that you think would encourage them to do more sports would be great. Maybe it might not work for everyone, but it would work for a lot of people. And despite that, even if you think that, for example, oh, will this map be, I don't know, effective for someone who is 60 years old who doesn't want to go in long distances? Maybe not. But you're going to look at the majority of your personas, your audience, and maybe the majority is maybe 25-year-olds. And from there you'll go like, okay, so the majority would enjoy a map. They would be motivated when they see their progress. And this is when you decide that you want to go with what the majority desires. And from there we have the blood oxygen level report, which is usually measured during exercising. And then the person finally decides to start jogging. Now watch this animation very closely. It's a countdown on both the watch and the phone, and the person is starting to jog. Now that the exercise is in progress, the person is jogging. It says how long you're jogging for, how many calories you're losing, how long did you jog for, and maybe they have an already made goal. Maybe they don't. It's completely fine to not add one. And then this is their heart rate because it can be measured through the watch. So the person is running, but suddenly they're like, oh, I want to know what my blood oxygen level is. So what they do is maybe they can go on their phone and measure the blood oxygen level, but in my scenario, they measure it on the watch. So they have the blood oxygen level title, and just to make sure that they press on the right thing, especially since the watch is small enough for you to mix up. You can look at all of these things and you can very easily press on the pause or the calculate or anything else. So what you're going to do is when they press on calculate, you want to ensure that this is what they want. So you're going to press on start measuring and it starts measuring. After it finishes measuring, it gives you the blood oxygen level and you press on done. Now you don't have to press on done twice, like you don't have to confirm it because there is no other buttons, and also because it's a very direct button with no consequences. And here the person is jogging until in the scenario they wanted to pause because they remembered that they had to make a phone call. So they pause the exercise and it has to very clearly show that the exercise is being paused, whether it's on the phone, whether it's on the watch, doesn't matter. Here it very clearly shows that it is paused in the biggest icon ever, just to alert the user that they pressed on pause. They don't have to confirm pausing like we've mentioned earlier because it's not as permanent as stopping, but we still have to make the user aware of it. It's like recording something for hours and then realizing that you didn't start recording. It's because you never realized that you didn't start or you didn't pause, and this is very useful. So what's going to happen here next is that the user is going to want to stop the exercise. So they're going to press on stop, and both the phone and the watch are asking them if they're sure they want to stop. And it's because this is a very permanent decision. When they stop, the application is going to go back to the home button. So you want to ensure that they want to stop, because then it's going to be recorded. The last time they ran was 2 minutes ago and it was only for 15 minutes, but maybe the person just wanted to pause. Maybe they wanted to resume, but they pressed on stop by accident. So the person stops and she's back to her home page. And now it says that her last jogging was 1 minute ago and it was for 32 minutes. And this is it. So layout planning really depends on how the user is, how the user behaves, and what they need to see, what they need to have access to. And it's very important to ensure that whenever the user is feeling a specific emotion, they will be supported by the application. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel the comfort or the urge to come back for it. In case of an Android, like we've mentioned, let's say, for example, you have to look at very small details like the edges of boxes. In iPhones, the boxes are usually bleeding outside of the screen, like they are cropped by the screen. But in Androids, they are more often rounded edges that you can see. Sometimes they aren't, just like in the UI template. They fill out the entire page still, but you can very clearly distinguish the difference between an iPhone layout than an Android layout. If you would like, and if you think it would make it easier for you, I suggest that you Google things that are similar to your application or website that you're planning on doing, especially when it comes to phones, applications. Websites are much easier to plan their layout, but in this case, because we're looking at an application, it can be slightly more complicated. And it's because it depends on the model, it depends on how the user is feeling, it depends on what they want to do, and so on and so forth. Even though it needs much more detail, I think that it's much more informative and it helps you connect with the user on a deeper level. Obviously, creating a website is as significant, where you connect to people who are using the web every day. But what you're more frequently seeing now in your everyday life is people holding their phones, going out with them, using them most of the time in buses and metros and all sorts of transportation. So for you to make sure that the user is getting what they need, the user is using their time efficiently, it doesn't only attract more users, but it makes them stay. It makes them want to use the application more and more. And this is something very important that you have to consider. You can create a beautiful app, visually looking amazing, but it's not functional. The user cannot do what they want to do. But in this case, you can create something beautiful, something that the user wants to feel connected to, the one that users feel ease and direct when using. And by then, you have created a successful application. Anyone can design a beautiful layout, but not everyone can make it successful enough to reach the audience as well as they want to, because sometimes and style could be very different than one another. We just have to learn to incorporate them and use them together. Now, I'm gonna go back very quickly to the design kit, and I'm gonna show you how we can insert something from the UI kit onto our application. Now let's say we want to redo the Are You Sure button. I have selected the entire group here, and I did Command C or Control C for PC users, and I went back to my design. So here I did it on my own. I didn't use anything, but for the case of showing you guys, I'm just gonna delete it. So I'm gonna paste it here, right? I used a slightly larger device size for the sake of specific measurements. So I'm sorry about that, but I'm just showing you very quickly how it would look like when you paste it. And then maybe, are you sure you want to stop your exercise? And then there is stop, and then there is resume. No, maybe cancel. In this case, I think one of the most important things that we need to learn is the fact that the more permanent options should be bolder than the less permanent ones. And it is because it grabs the user's attention more, and it makes them be sure that this is the button that they have pressed on. If I put stop in a less bold font than cancel, the person is most likely to press on cancel. And even though it is safer for them, it still makes sense, because when you press on a button and you want it to be permanently done, or you want to confirm it more better, you're gonna quickly look at the bold option, which discusses what you wrote or what you tapped on, and you're gonna directly want to go to the bold option. Usually, let's say for example, when you're using a computer and it gives you a tab like, are you sure you want to delete, are you sure you want to close this file? Usually when you want to press on you're sure, it's the one with the colored box, and then the other options, which is cancel, maybe don't apply changes, and so on and so forth, are not as bold, and it is because it is not the option that you chose. These things can be very easily understood and considered by simply, if you want, and I think this is very optional, but this is how I started, and I advise you guys to do it as well. Let's say I am working on a health tracking application on Android, so I'm gonna write health tracking application on Android, and I'm gonna look at images and I'm gonna see the visuals, and this is how I got my inspiration from. I looked through the visuals and I tried to understand, what does Android health tracking apps have in common? And I noticed the rounded shaped boxes, which I have used. Let's go to something here. And then we have the white background pages, which is most common. And then we have the titles, the most things that you would want someone to focus on. In this case, this person has a profile, which you guys can also do. But look, the first thing that the person will look at is the number of steps. They didn't even need to mention that they're the number of steps, but it shows it. Same thing here. So this could be maybe heartbeats, or it could be maybe steps, and so on and so forth. You can very easily get any sort of inspiration just by looking through. For example, this is how an iPhone health tracking app looks like. Like I mentioned, it has very cropped shapes that leave until the end of the screen, and it is very distinguishable. This is how an Android would look like, and then an iPhone would be very much more technical. Even though we can see, for example, health application, iPhone. The health application is slightly different. It has some features that come in hands with Android, but you can still tell that it's different. You can still distinguish, okay, this is in the calendar. Let's go to the application itself. So you have more color, for example, variety of color, maybe the icon usage, maybe the fact that they're using actual animations, text and icons in the same box. These are things that you wouldn't see in an Android, for example, because I think Androids are more straightforward and their concepts are very much minimalistic. In general, I think it's very easy to obtain. I do encourage you as beginners or as people who are still trying to grasp the concept of designing applications, designing websites, that you look at examples that are very close to what you want to work on. And in that case, it's going to help you a lot in having a more clear idea on what you're doing. And maybe during brainstorming, you can look at these examples, and as you're looking at them, you feel like you can brainstorm more creative ideas out of them. Let's say I'm looking at this one here, and I can see that there is a box that shows activity, a box that shows mindfulness, blah, blah, blah. And then I'm like, why don't I create a new box here for a profile? Just a very silly example, but as you're looking at examples, it helps you create new ideas of your own, maybe even add on to the ideas that you're taking a concept from. It's kind of like when someone is walking around in nature, an artist is walking around in nature, they want to draw something. They don't know what they want to draw, but they're just looking around. And then they find the perfect spot. This perfect spot is the spot that they ended up standing on, and they chose to draw it. And maybe not much people walked by and stood at this same exact spot, looked at the scenery and went like, I'm gonna draw it. It might be a silly example, but I do think that these concepts are very much similar, and I do encourage you to think outside the box and try your best to maybe add and innovate new ideas out of pre-existing ones. Now that I have given you a very general idea on how to plan layouts in different types of phones, we're gonna move on to the next chapter. We are now moving towards more and more crucial topics when it comes to Figma. These topics become more significant with time because they all make up very, very important details that makes Figma very special as an application. In this chapter, we will be discussing framing, layering, and grouping. Yes, we did discuss it very generally earlier, but for this time, we want to discuss it in deep detail and how we can use everything within it. Here's an example that I've taken off of the community page. We can look through that sometime later, but for now I'm going to show you how it looks like, and from there I'm going to show you the system of grouping and layering that this person used. So here we have the time and Wi-Fi signal battery on the top, and at the bottom we have the home button and some settings, and then we can successfully scroll. When we scroll, we can see that these two are in place while everything else is moving. We've kind of discussed this earlier, but it all has to do with the way that we clip the designs. Now, I'm gonna start very slow and very simple so that we don't lose each other. I'm gonna go ahead and create a blank frame, and we're gonna discuss every detail used here very accurately in order to reach this kind of prototype. First of all, we can retrieve the date and signal information from the UX template that I showed you guys before. I'm gonna paste it right here without anything added to it. And the same thing for the bottom part. You can very easily find these in the prototypes, templates prototypes. Now, these two, let me copy the home button so that I don't miss anything. It's at the center of the frame. Perfect. So we have these two objects here that are placed in the frame. They are the center of everything because they're the main parts of the application. We have to keep seeing them. I don't know if you guys remember, but one of the principles stated that things have to be right in front of the user. They have to use things very easily. And in order to access the features of the application, they should always be able to see where they can go, which tab they can use. So as they're scrolling down, you want them to see that they still have the profile setting to visit, they still have the, I think this looks like a scanning icon, or they can just go through the features of the application through this button. Now, moving on to the content that comes within the frame. Here we have a group that is elongated, and we're going to be discussing this group later on, but as you can see, it extends outside of the phone. The design is made in a way where the user can actually scroll through the content and see more. They can't just stay within the page, and that's what's good about prototyping and creating user interface design. It's not just one page or one picture that you can't scroll through. Otherwise, you can just design using Photoshop. But this is the real deal. This is where you're creating an application that is done as accurately as possible. And then when you give it to your front and back end developers, it helps them understand how you want the user to interact with those interfaces. I'm gonna start first by talking about grouping. As we can see here, this entire thing is made into a frame. It doesn't have to necessarily be a frame, so I'm just gonna ungroup everything here. And let's just ungroup everything here too. Right? So we have this tab, which is iPhone 11 Pro Max 2. I'm gonna write this as apply, because we're applying the explanation here, and then here we have example. So first of all, we have all of these separately. Yes, we have some of the icons grouped. Let me ungroup that as well, just to make sure that we are aware of everything being ungrouped. I want to go into detail, so I want everything to be apart. Okay, we have no groups whatsoever. Let me remove the battery. Anything else? Yes. Let's look around together, shall we? So we have this frame. I'm not going to change this because it's usually a given template. I'm not going to ungroup it. And then we have this part of the profile icon. We have the head, and then we have here the scanning icon, which has, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 parts, 6 vectors. And then we have this group of squares. We can very obviously ungroup it. I don't know if you guys remember the example of squares that I've used before, but they're grouped. And when squares are grouped, generally you can move them around as much as you'd like, which is kind of cool. But I don't want to get into it too much, so I'm gonna leave it as it is. We have 4 squares here, and then an ellipse with a stroke, a white stroke. And then we have the rectangle here that helps us maintain this bar that we need. And as you guys can see, it has an effect, has a drop shadow here. And then we have the Wi-Fi connection. We have the cellular connection. And then we have Wi-Fi, battery, and some battery details. And finally, we have the time. For the top part of the screen, it's very important, I think, to group them separately, first of all. Why is that? Because sometimes I think the home button or this bar can change, and we don't want to change locations of both the top and the bottom together. So what I would advise is for us to group the top part together and then the bottom part together. In addition, if I group both of these together, it creates a big square, which is very inconvenient because you would like to know what is free within this space, and it is hard to determine that when you have an entire square highlighted. I'm going to show you. If I have this entire thing grouped, whenever I press on here, because it is within the square of this group, then it's going to select the entire group. We don't want that. So first things first, I'm going to select all of these. How about we start by selecting in an organized way? I'm going to select the entire battery icon, and I'm going to right click and group the selection. Now obviously the shortcut is Command G or Control G if you're using PC. And as simple as that, they are now one icon. I undid my action just to show you guys how it is outside of grouping. It is separate parts that go very separately. But as long as they're grouped, make sure you're not selecting the wrong parts. If you'd like, you can select them one by one manually, or you can select the parts also manually from here. But I think what's faster is just clicking and dragging through them, as long as they're not interfering with other icons. And then, like I said, I'm gonna just press on Command G, which is Control G, and there you have it. You have the battery group. We can rename it as battery. And there we have it. I strongly advise you guys to name things what they are, just so that you can be 100% positive on what you're selecting when you're selecting it. Because if I select this and I am not sure that I selected the cellular connection, I can just look on my left and I can see that it's the cellular connection. Anyways, now that we have grouped the small parts, we want to group the entire part. So I just clicked and dragged, but like I said, you can just click on them one by one, just like that, or you can click on them manually from this bar here. Or you can straight up click from the first thing to the last thing and it groups them all together. Anyways, I'm gonna Command G or Control G or even right click and group the selection. And now we have the top bar completely grouped. So I'm gonna write top bar, and from there I have my top bar grouped. It is ready. Now let's go down to the bottom bar and see what we have. Like we've discussed, this one is separate, so we want to group it. Unfortunately, I can't click and drag to group because it is going to select this white box. What I can do is press on Shift and press on the box so that it can be unselected. Or for more accuracy, I can just, like I mentioned earlier, manually select them, or select them through the bar on the right. And what I'm going to do here is, you can also right click within the bar and group selection. And now I'm going to rename it as scanning. And there you have it, a grouped selection. We're going to do the same with the profile icon. I pressed on this and then I press on Shift on my keyboard, press on the head, right click, group selection, and then rename it as profile. And now we have a new group. Let's also group these. While we're at it, right click, group selection, and then features, for example. Now we have everything grouped here. What we want to do is put them all together. So I'm gonna just select them all. And then we're gonna just right click and group selection. Now we have two groups within the apply frame. Please make sure that your objects are inside the frame in order to make sure that they're inside the prototype when you preview it. So now that group 2 is not inside the frame, and I just moved it like that, but it's still outside, let's say, it's going to be messy. It's not going to go under whatever I want it to go under. And also, when I play the prototype, let's play it very quickly, it's not going to show, and that is because it is outside of the group. Now this is the apply page. This is the example page. Why does it not show? It's because it's not inside the apply frame. And when we put it inside the apply frame, this is when it works. Now it's still not being scrolled because we still didn't get to that part, but generally you guys get the idea. Now I'm just gonna undo by pressing on Command Z or Control Z if you're using PC. And I'm gonna very quickly look through the things that I've created. So I have this bar, which is the bottom bar. And then we have the top bar. Now we want to insert this entire group of content within our frame. First of all, like I've mentioned earlier, it's a group that you want to scroll through. It's not just one page that you want to add and you're done. So what you're gonna do here is you're gonna create a frame for this group specifically. And you're gonna do that by placing the frame within the border that you want it to be in. Now we have frame number 5, which I'm gonna name as content. This is going to have all the content that we want to scroll through. But this time, what I did was I have placed the limits that I want the content to go within. So obviously, I don't want it to touch the top bar, and I don't want it to overlap with the bottom part. All what I want it to do is reach to this area, which is shaded. And obviously, I want it to go under this circle. So I'm going to just grab this and take it under bottom bar because I don't want it to go above the bottom bar, which has this green circle. Think of it as layers like in Photoshop. Now I'm gonna drag this and take it down into the apply frame, but as you guys can notice, it is not under the content frame. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on it within this bar here and grab it until I see the line that's under content. If I drag it a bit more, it's gonna be under content and not inside content. So what I wanna do here is take it within content. So if you see what I did here, content was initially grouped with the bottom bar for some reason. So I grabbed it, and it was, because it was under bottom bar, the line, the black line here, is a bit towards the right. I moved it towards the left, and then it became independent. It's because it's kind of like a subgroup. So when I take group number 2, which has the content, and move it from the full line to the right, it is now under content. Now I'm gonna just undo very quickly because it affected the way everything looks here. And I'm gonna go ahead and place content outside. Okay, it is. And then I'm gonna just grab this group here, place it within content. So now I'm just gonna remove these. Make sure that they're not at the very bottom, just because I don't want the white background to overlap with it. Make sure you're not moving the entire frame, because when you are, it crops the content. So I'm gonna press on group and move it the way that I want it to move. Now that I have placed it in the range that I want it to work in, it is now ready to be scrolled. But when I press on play, everything's gonna look right. Let's go to, so this is the trial, and this is the apply. I'm trying to scroll, but it's not working. Why is it not working? Because this is something else. This is something else that we need to work on. So I'm gonna press on the frame here, and I'm gonna go to prototype. Prototype is where we link the pages to each other. We're going to be talking about that in more detail later on when we discuss prototyping in general. But within prototype, there is the overflow scrolling. Because the app detected that within the frame, we have something that can be scrolled, we can very easily press on no scrolling, and we have all options of scrolling here. We have horizontal scrolling, vertical scrolling, and horizontal and vertical scrolling. In this case, we want to vertically scroll. And when I press on that, we're gonna just open it very quickly. And we're gonna notice that now we can finally scroll through. It scrolls through until the end of your group. So if your group has more content, it's gonna scroll and stop until the very end of where your group ends. One more thing that I would like to mention while we're here is how you view your prototype. Because I have a frame selected, I can't see here how I want to preview my prototype. But if I'm not selecting anything, I just pressed on the outside of the frames, I can see the device that I'm previewing on. In this case, because I used the frame of an iPhone 11 Pro Max, I chose it here. And then we have the model color. This is all depending on personal preference. It doesn't really matter, and it doesn't really affect your prototype. It's just how you would like to look at it from, and I don't think it's very important. You can just go wild with that one. And then you have the background color of the phone itself. And there you have it. So now you can prototype or view your prototype with the options that you have chosen very easily. I think playing with the colors, with the color of the model, can definitely help with making your design look much better. And this is because it makes it look more realistic, and it makes it feel like it is being applied very well. Now, one last thing that I would like to mention within this lesson is horizontal scrolling. So I'm gonna show you guys how I can reach the groups within groups. What I can do first is very simply locate that it's under content, open the group, and then see that this is the menu button group. So I'm gonna open it, there is the bottom part and then the top part. I want to play around with the bottom part, right? You have the More button, the Mobile Prepare button, the Game button, so on and so forth. But I don't want to go that deep in. But just in case, here's the icon and the rectangle, and so on and so forth. I'm going to select this entire group, and I'm going to move it here. I want it to stay within the frame. Please make sure that it does. If you're moving it and it ends up going like this, then it means that it moved outside the frame and it is no longer going to be seen in the prototype. So I'm going to make sure that it's under. I'm going to make sure that it's aligned right. And then I'm going to use the keyboard and move it a bit further so that it's the same distance. And now I'm going to select the bottom part, which is supposed to be a task. But I'm just gonna put them next to each other so I don't mix up. So I'm gonna press on both of them, and what I'm gonna do is group them. Now we have a group that overflows outside of this screen. And what I would want to do is go on prototype. Obviously they need to be under a frame, so I'm gonna frame the selection, and then I'm gonna do horizontal scrolling. So now we have a frame within a frame, because this entire frame is only gonna vertically scroll, but this frame that is inside of it is gonna horizontally scroll as well. So when I play the prototype, we're gonna be able to scroll up and down. This is me scrolling up and down. Now I'm scrolling left and right, but it's not working. But when I go here and I scroll to the right, it is working. Obviously it needs some work still, but you get the point. We're gonna move it a little, and then we're gonna make sure that it is within this content. I'm gonna make sure that it is working. And now you're gonna see it scroll very easily. And now you have vertical scrolling and horizontal scrolling that are very flexible. And I think we have covered everything when it comes to layering, framing, and grouping. I'm just going to review everything very quickly. So layers all depend on each other. Whatever you put above the other is going to show in front of something. So now we have the bottom bar on top of content, which is the content frame that we're using. Because the bottom bar is on top of it, we're able to see this circle above it. If it wasn't above it, then this circle would have been cropped, and we don't want that. We want it to be shown, so we're going to take it above, and there it is. And for grouping, whatever is made to be together, for the sake of organization and for the sake of not mixing up, it is easier to group things together. And when they're grouped together, you can move them around very easily. You can make sure that they're all in the right spot, that their layering is together. Let's say I want to put, let's say this button here is in a whole different area than this entire bottom part. It's going to be messy for you to put everything on top of this. And that's why we put them all next to each other within one group. It helps with the neatness of your work as well as the practicality. When you're looking at it, when you're presenting it to someone, especially since you're passing it on to your front and back end developers, you want to ensure that your work is neatly done for them to not be looking around very confused. So this is for layering and grouping, And finally, framing helps you limit your content, especially since it overflows your model, let's say your website or your application on your phone, and so on and so forth. It helps you make the content scrollable. And when something scrolls, it feels more realistic than just having this. So let's compare. When you have the example model, which scrolls very freely, it feels more realistic than having this model where I'm trying to scroll but it isn't. It's just one still picture. Framing makes it possible for you to divide everything and make it feel as intact and organized as possible. These three features help you in so many ways, and you're going to see it even more clearly when we apply it to a real life project. But for now, I hope that you guys grasped a better idea on how to handle all of these features, and yeah, we're gonna move on now to our next chapter. Alright everyone, welcome back. Now that we have kind of grasped a general idea on how to go through and navigate our applications, I would love to get into deeper detail on the details of the application. For example, creating icons, creating these cards, and so on and so forth. So I would like to first go through the process of creating these icons. Even though you guys can be able to retrieve icons from online or Illustrator whenever, like if you have created something before and you would like to use it as an icon, that's great. You can very easily copy it from Illustrator and paste it onto Figma. But for those who have no access to Illustrator or who still did not design it, this chapter is for you. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a very small frame here. Even though we would be creating a page for the icons, I really wanna very clearly demonstrate how we can imitate any of these objects very easily, and I think the easier way to do it, especially as a beginner, is to do it next to a pre-existing icon. Let's say I'm on Google and I am inspired by an icon that I see, and I'm a beginner. As a beginner, I think you should not feel ashamed and that you should feel free to get the picture of the icon, put it next to you, and copy it, imitate it, and make it into a real life icon. We're going to start by trying to recreate a very simple icon here, which is more. It is one icon square with 4 circles inside of it. I'm going to go ahead and get the square button, the shapes button, which has rectangles, lines, and so on and so forth. We have explained it earlier. I'm going to press on Shift and I'm going to create a square. Now, the size of the square doesn't really matter, but for the sake of accuracy, I just made sure that they are both the same size. As you can see here, the edges of the square are not sharp, they are very rounded, and I might have missed this while talking about the tools option, but when you have design and you have something with sharp edges, you can very easily find these circles here, which helps you unsharpen them, or alternatively you'll find it here. And what you're going to do is click and drag, or you can very easily determine how much curve you want. So say I want 5. I went to 5. I'm going to try my best to imitate the curviness of the icon on the other side. I think this is it. Maybe we can double check by clicking on it. It's at a 10. This is at an 11. Very slightly off, but we got it. And now I want to create the same color. We can go into Fill, press on the drop paint I'm not sure what it's called. Maybe you guys can help me with its name below, but I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna just press on the color that I want, and there you have it. Now we have the circles left, which is very easy. I'm gonna go ahead and get the ellipse tool by pressing on O on the keyboard. I will press on Shift so that it's a perfect circle, and I'm gonna click and drag. Now I have a circle. I'm gonna compare sizes. It's a bit smaller, so I'm gonna press on Shift again and drag it a little bigger, and they seem to be about the same size. Let me just, I think it was, yeah, it's 10 by 10. So I'm gonna just drag it. There we go. Now I want this purple, so I'm gonna just take this dropper tool and press on it here. There you go. I'm gonna press on the circle now. We don't have to create the same circle again and again from scratch. We can either copy paste it, which is Command C, Command V, or Control C, Control V, or like I mentioned in a class before, I can press on Option and click and drag, let go, and then let go of Option. And then we have two circles. And then we can do the same with the two circles. I will press on Option, and I will drag, and then I will let go of Option. Obviously, if you want the spacing to be the same, this is also your preferences. What we can do here is we're gonna group them. First of all, I want to make sure that the spacings between each other are equal. So I'm gonna just maybe take these a bit further. Okay, I'll take them a bit closer. There we go. And then we're gonna press on them. We're gonna group the selection. And then what I want to do is I'm gonna press on the selection, and I'm gonna press on the square, and I'm gonna center them to go right in the middle of the square. You might be wondering, why did I choose to group them first? I'm gonna undo very quickly to show you why. Now there are 4 separate circles. When I select them as separate circles and the box, and I choose for them to be centered in the box, they're reduced to 2 because they all went to the center. And then when I go to the very center of the box, they're now 1. But it's 4 1 circles that are placed in the very center. Meanwhile, if I go for the 4 of them to be counted as one grouped object, they will behave like one object rather than 4 separate objects trying to be placed in the middle. I hope that this is very clear. We can redo it again later on. Now let's go for something a bit more complex, like this mobile prepaid icon. I'm gonna just keep double clicking until I get to it. And then I Command C, Command V. Obviously the spacing between these two circles are not the same, but it's up to you guys to make it the exact same or have your own alteration. An easy way to keep creating icons is I pressed on Option again and dragged, and then just went on the fill, pressed on this pin drop button, and now we have the base ready. Now this one is slightly more complex, but not very complex at all. What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create my rectangle, and you can create it by doing it on top of the currently existing one. And I'm gonna take it out. And now I have this rectangle, right? I'm gonna color it red, the same red color. And I'm gonna make sure that the edges are rounded. Now here I don't have the rounded feature unless I zoom in very much or go towards the edge. But I'm just gonna do it through this option here, and now it's rounded. So the next step is the screen. It's gonna be a rectangle within a rectangle. So I'm just gonna grab this. I'm gonna place it on top. If it's not going on top, what you're gonna do is right click and then bring to front. Or you can press on its keyboard shortcut, which is this open column thing. And I'm gonna place it at the center of the screen. Now, as you can see here, the top has a little more space, has a little less space than the bottom. So that's what we're gonna do. And I'm gonna round this edge very slightly. There we go. And then I'm gonna fill it with the background color. We're almost there. Let's curve it a little more. There we have it. And then we're gonna create this tiny circle. First of all, the height changed a little because of the roundness. So I'm gonna very quickly extend it. And then I'm gonna bring it to the front again. Ah, my bad. It's under this. There we go. And now we're gonna create the circle. We're gonna go to the ellipse tool, which is O. I'm gonna press on Shift and I'm gonna just click and drag. This looks good enough. And I'm gonna try centering it, which I think might be quite difficult. Let's make it a bit smaller. That'll help me center. Yes. One last thing is I'm gonna use the fill tool, place it here, and there we have it. Another icon, obviously with my own alterations, but the visual language all comes to you. If you would like to stick with the same visual language as the person, you can go right ahead and go for it. But for mine, it might be slightly different, but it still shows the message. Let's do one more. Maybe we can do the wallet. So Command C, Command V. Oh, it didn't copy the entire thing. The person might have grouped this in a different way, but that's fine. We got it back. Now the wallet icon has the same icon as the phone, so I'm just going to go right ahead and duplicate it very quickly. And now we're going to start by creating the wallet. So as you can see, we need to split them into separate shapes. We can see here that there is this rectangle as a base, and then we have this kind of like ellipse plus rectangle, and then we have this half ellipse, half rectangle, and we have a circle. So we're gonna start with the biggest shape, or the base shape, which is the big rectangle that is filled in. I'm gonna bring in the ellipse tool, press on the mouse and drag it. Go with whatever size I think is best. I'm gonna fill it first very quickly, and then I'm gonna round the edges. We're getting there. Still first step, but you're seeing it happen. Now I'm gonna try to recreate this part. Now it might be slightly tricky, but it's not impossible. I'm gonna go ahead and create the second ellipse here. I mean triangle. I'm sorry, rectangle. I'm mixing up with shapes now. But anyways, and I'm gonna round the edges. Now here, because it's just a stroke, I'm gonna just minus the fill. It's still there, and I'm gonna add a stroke. I'm gonna make this stroke to be red, and then I'm gonna make it thicker in a way where it would match this stroke. As we can see here, this part is not as circular as this part. So what I would do in this case is either use the pen tool and kind of add your own curve to it. I'm gonna move it in a second. Done. Make sure that it aligns well. Oh, we need to expand it. This is personally my ideal solution for it because it helps very effectively. But I'm going to show you an alternative in a second. Let's just keep moving it around. There we go. And then I'm going to just fill it in. And then we have this kind of ellipse shape happening. Or you can very easily just make the square shorter in a way where it gets to it and then create a line here. So I'm gonna do this. Let me delete this. Take this up and then get myself a line with the pen tool and fill it in. That easy. But we do want the insides to be filled more. So I'm just gonna go back to the option that I did here. And I'm gonna do the same for this edge. So I'm gonna get the pen because the final edge here is sharp. Just gonna go for this edge and make it a bit circular. Press on done. Maybe expand it because it might not be accessible. You see, you're gonna have to play around a bit until you figure out the way that looks best for your shape. There we go. I'm gonna make this a bit smaller. All right, we're getting somewhere. All right, so I played around with it a little, made sure that my objects don't snap to pixel because when snapping to pixel it might be a little more obsessive with the movement of my objects. But after changing that, I was able to make it look more smooth. Maybe this still looks a little edged, so I'm trying to play around with the circularity, maybe make it, I think this looks the best. Make sure that this is not separate. There we go. So now And in case you guys still don't remember how to snap to pixel, we're going to go to the drop down option here and then preferences, and I unselected this. Anyways, now things can move more smoothly for me, especially when it's up close. It doesn't have to snap to the box, it can go to the middle of the box. Moving on, now I'm gonna make this part, which I'm gonna choose to make with a pen tool. And just to show you guys how to very quickly trace objects, what you're gonna do is you're gonna click here, just in a way that aligns it very clearly. I'm gonna split these into two to make it look more neat. And then, you know what, I'm gonna move this around in a second. And then finally to the last part of it. Then press on done. I'm gonna undo very quickly just to fix this part. There we go. Press on done, and you're gonna have your vector. I'm gonna take it outside very quickly, and I'm gonna take it to our wallet here. I'm gonna bring it to the front, and I'm gonna give it a fill, which is in this case the background. And I'm gonna make it thicker because as we can see here, it is thicker. Be careful with the thickness. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna use the small edge, circular edged button to make these edges look more circular. So I'm gonna be making the edge a bit circular, just like the one here, and take it a bit more to the inside. Maybe mine is a little too stretched, and there you have it. Finally, we're just going to be adding the circle, which is O. I press on O for the circle, and creating a very quick circle here, using the fill button, and I'm going to move it around a little. And yeah, we have almost the same purse. Let me just make this circle a bit bigger, I guess. There you have it. So now I'm going to take this and put it in its icon. Just going to make sure that It is selected entirely. Put it in icon. Now, one very crucial thing that I did here that I did not do here and here is grouping. And again, grouping is very essential. So I'm going to select everything and unselect the box because I don't want to group this. I want to group the icon first. Right click, group selection, and I finally have my group. Thankfully, I will not forget that. And then here I will be doing the same. Unselect the box, right click, group selection. And now our selection is grouped. This is a very simple yet extremely effective way for us to produce icons and applications, especially since we want to maintain a specific identity or a specific image or concept for our application. When researching for icons, you should be most likely to choose the icons that look the most similar in features. For example, these ones are very simplistic. They have rounded edges. None of them have any sharp edges, and this is very important. So you wouldn't, when you're researching for more icons for this application, for example, you shouldn't find something that has a sharp edge. Otherwise, it will not blend in well with the other icons. Maybe sharp edges like these can work because it's essential and it's hard to avoid, but otherwise, like here they're using lines, and the lines even have circular edges because they're going with the identity language, even the edges of the torn up bills. This is a way that we need to make sure that we're maintaining a specific image for the company, a way where we can understand that these icons belong to this specific company. And like I mentioned before, in this sample, in this example, only two fonts are being used, which is this one here and the thinner one. Obviously, they're using the different line weights, but here these two are completely different fonts. And we can tell that they are from the way that the E is shaped, for example. This E is very circular, while this one is more stretched. We can tell that these two are different fonts, but they're not very drastic, and they go well, very well actually, with each other. We can obviously use font variations of the same font, like the person used here. He used the same font as these two, but thinner. And at the same time, you can also use smaller fonts of different fonts, as long as there are only two fonts within the prototype, and as long as it looks smooth and it mixes well, and so on and so forth. And this is a very simple yet very, very effective way for you guys to create a consistent visual identity, all while creating something that looks very professional, very clean, and very easy to use. Now we're going to move on to our next chapter. Alright, moving on to images and masking. Now, the usage of images in our applications is crucial. It is one of the main aspects that can attract a customer, as well as it can make him feel more related to the application. They feel like it is more realistic, it is more applicable, and so on and so forth. So I'm gonna give you some basic ideas about how you can play around with images and how you can insert them and where you can place them exactly. Let's say you want to imitate this concept, maybe that concept, maybe any concept here, or we can create our own new concepts. I'm gonna go ahead and create a new iPhone 11 Pro Max frame just so I can show you guys the images on it, and I'm gonna write images. It's gonna be for our images section, I guess, and we'll be placing more things with time. So I'm gonna double click on the header and the footer because I want them to be here. But now what we're doing different is the information within. We're gonna start by inserting a photo, and you can do that with the shape tool. There is place image, which is the usual way to do it. And from here, we have the image minimized onto our mouse. What we can do is click and drag, or just simply click. When we click, the original image size is placed within the frame, obviously because I've clicked inside the frame. If I ended up clicking outside the frame, it won't be placed inside of it. In this case, I'm just gonna show you another example of clicking and dragging, where I click and drag however way I want. And the good thing is that it doesn't stretch the picture, it just crops it in a way where it suits the size that you've placed, which I think is pretty good. Let's say this is the layout that we're going for, and we're gonna have a button here maybe. Let's just have something very quickly done, just so that the layout looks similar. One very nice thing also about Figma is the fact that when you start to use specific colors, when you go into fill, you'll find these colors within the document colors option. So you can very quickly go to the green that you want to choose, that you've chosen before, and so on and so forth. So you have the colors already there waiting for you, and all what you're gonna do is just add them on. Now, there are a lot of different ways where you can also add images. Let's say, for example, I am creating a layout with for my wireframe where I have, okay, let's delete and try again. I'm gonna add a square right here, and then maybe another one right here. Obviously I want them to be same line, and I'm gonna take them to the bottom. There we go. So I want to place images in these two squares. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press on the box, I'm gonna go on to fill, and then I'm gonna place an image within the box. And there you have it. But let's say that I don't want to put my image, crop it in this way exactly. I want to crop it in a different way. What you're gonna do here is either double click on the image, or you can very simply press on image here. And what you're gonna do is you're gonna crop it in a way that suits you best by moving it around. Maybe I want to make it bigger. I want to make it more, I don't know, let's do a background since I don't want it to be too repeated. And then I'm gonna just press on enter and it's cropped. And then I'll go for the second photo and do the same. I can either double click, I can place the image within the box, double click, crop, and then move it around in a way that suits me best or suits what I want best. Just like that. Press on enter and it's cropped. Now, let's say that we have a box that we want the colors to go with. Let's say, for example, this photo is above the rectangle and I want it to blend. If you guys remember, we have the masking options where we're gonna just go to image. Where is it? So we're gonna play around with the, oh my god, so we're gonna go to the layer option here and we're gonna play around with its options, the layer options, until I'm at a state where I like the way it looks. Obviously, it doesn't have to be done by you guys, but it is shown for the purpose of anyone who is interested in maybe merging things with each other. What I can do here to make it look better is have maybe like a smooth edge like the square does. And from here, I am able to blend the photo with the box. Some people find that to be satisfying. There's a style that is called urban style where people actually tend to use such features in order to make their design stand out. And I do think that it's a smart concept for a specific audience. It all comes to who you are targeting into such style. Moving on, one of the things that you can also do while working on an image is edit it. So you can play around with the exposure. I'm gonna expose it a little. Maybe I want less contrast. I feel like it's very contrasting. Higher the saturation because the application is very colorful, and so on and so forth. You can play around with these and explore. Other things that you can do here is make the image fit onto the shape that you've created, crop we have just seen, or make the image tile throughout the shapes that we've created for the image. We can also flip the image, which is pretty cool, and that's it for image inserting. But there are more diverse features than you guys think. So I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this. This time I'm gonna just use one photo. I'll use this one. And I'm gonna use the same square here. What's really cool about resizing pictures and all of that on Figma is that they're very unlikely to stretch unless they're shapes. And it makes it maintain the size of the picture. Unless you choose to unlink the dimensions of the photo, then you might face some difficulties when it comes to stretching, but it all comes to your desires and how you would like a picture to look like. Moving on, let's say I want to draw an ellipse here, and I want this image to be a circle rather than a square or a rectangle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the ellipse and I'm gonna put it right under the image that I want. Now, I think this is one of my favorite features in Figma, and you're gonna understand why very soon. We have the option here to clip it, and this is exactly what I did, but you have to make sure that it isn't linked to anything because these two are with each other. So I'm gonna just move this far away from them for now. I'm gonna make it its separate object. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make the ellipse a clipping mask. And from here, the cool thing is you can move the ellipse anywhere and it's gonna still be a clipping mask for the image because it points onto the image. So what we're gonna do is maybe resize it in a way that satisfies us, but I like the ellipses or the circles to be perfect circles, so maybe I would play around with this. Or alternatively, you can play around with the image itself, which is great. I think in applications such as Illustrator or Photoshop or any of those similar applications, you would have to align the image to the shape first and then make it into a clipping mask, which can be a hassle because you don't know whether you're doing it right or not. So I'm going to select both of them here, and I'm going to just simply take this on top. How about I just group these? And now I can very easily take this on top without it being affected. You see, this is the power of grouping. So I'm gonna write circle photo, and it limits it to what things you would like for them to do, and then you would get the other stuff that, for example, you want it to go through or above, and you get to fix it however way you want without it interfering with other actions that you've created for other shapes. This is it for image inserting. Any other option that comes in mind or that comes in the way of us creating an image will be discussed in case it wasn't. Just to very generally go through the features again, we've already discussed several things about them. For example, layering and how, for example, these layers are prone to be under rather than above. Because we need this layer to show, and if it's above the bottom bar, then it's gonna crop a very important button here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna drag it down, and there are the typical features that we've discussed. For example, how far you want it in the x-axis or the y-axis. And then you have the width of an image, the height of an image, the angle in case you want to tilt it, which you can also do very quickly by pressing here, and as well as rounding the edges of the image in case you don't want it to be sharp. Maybe you want it to be a button, where we create a button with this saying, I don't know, contact us. Maybe. Let's give it a try. So I'm gonna copy this box, gonna paste it. Very quickly take it here. Contact us. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna delete this box. We only want one. I'm gonna make this text bigger, maybe like 30, and I'm gonna make it white. You know, I mean, it doesn't work best with this image, but I'm just giving a very random example on why we would round edges, especially for iPhones. You don't do it unless it's a button. And then what I would do is maybe add a stroke of green, maybe make it 0.5. And then I would add a drop shadow, not black, maybe, let's look at the colors that we've used, maybe a yellow or an orange. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make it 0 blur. Maybe I want it to go a bit on the x-axis, maybe a little less on the y-axis, and so on and so forth. And now we have created this. I'm gonna delete this big box so that it's just like one, because as you see, I have kept this big box that kept getting selected whenever I would select the text. but the text is here, and this bell is a random object, so I'm just gonna delete it. And then we have the text box here. So what we're gonna do now is create a box out of it. Maybe make it smaller, a little wider. Feel free to play around with all of this. This is not the most ideal example, but it is a very good one, I would say, that would help us with creating something for our applications in the future, in case you guys wanted a better idea on how to use these things and how to merge them with images. I think generally merging images with text might be a bit challenging, so I would advise you to go with putting the images in one side and then the text in another. What was done here is that they created a shape just like the circle, but this time it was a rounded square, right? Let's do it very quickly here together. I'm sorry, this is the ellipse. We're gonna go for the rectangle tool right here. I'm gonna move it to be here just to show you guys how these things are done. I'm gonna resize it to go according to the one under it so that it's the same size. So here's the square after I rounded up its edges. And then what they did here is they've created a fill. They've created a fill, but this time they went for a linear gradient kind of. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna take the gradient concept that they have here. Now I'm selecting the first color that I would like to have. In this case it is green, and then the last color that they have, solid, and it was blue, but the blue doesn't show here, so I'm just gonna select it from here. Here we have a gradient looking nice. And then what they did was they've added another box here. So I'm gonna Command C, Command V it, and then I'm gonna move it to the bottom, and I'm gonna make the fill solid to white, make it less edged, and then what I'm gonna do here is we will add text. This is all like an image that is placed from other photos that the person might have designed. Maybe like the person created something for this, or they got a ready-made image and then added text to it. Feel free to get creative with it. And this is a very close, accurate example of how these buttons are done. For these ones, it is usually also a big square, and this is a ready-made cropped image. So say that you insert a PNG on here, like an image with a transparent background. The transparent background will remain transparent, and it will be providing you with the transparency that you desire. If you'd like the transparent part to be filled, then you can go back to the image and fill that part, or you can very easily just, let me get this transparent image here. You can very easily, let me say that I want this to be actually a square instead of a transparent background. So I'm gonna just bring it to the front here. And I'm gonna create for it a filled background without having to move to another app, just by creating a square for it. You can have it be any color mode you like. Here's a solid white background in case you wanted to use that, and so on and so forth. Some other filling options that we didn't go through that I would like to go through when it comes to color is, let's say for example, radical. So radical filling is usually like a circle that is expanding. And in addition, you can very easily add more colors just by hovering around the line and pressing. And now you've added another color, which is very quick, very straightforward. I copy pasted so I can show you the other examples. We have the angular, which is literally just an angle. You can expand it, you can make it smaller. And same thing, you can play around with the colors, you can add more colors. This applies to any kind of fill that you want to add. And then I'm gonna paste another one here. Another option is, oh, we've already discussed angular. Diamond. Diamond is very close to radical. It just has a diamond-shaped design. Do not let the shape of the box limit you. If you think it's not enough, you can keep in mind that this is a shape. It can be stretched. And then I'm gonna go back to the fill and fix it around. Here we have a bigger diamond. And finally, we have the image, which is a very normal image. It is used as a fill because it is technically filling an object. It could be a frame, it could be a shape, it could be anything. And plus, any image that you've inserted, you can very easily replace by pressing on the image, maybe double clicking or going onto image and choosing a new image that you would like to change it to. One last thing that I would like to mention before finishing up this chapter is obviously the opacity of the image. It can be very easily changed. It can be done for any kind of purposes. Maybe for this one, for example, we would use a 40 opacity so that the text can be more dominant, and then the text would be darker. Maybe I'll make it black. And now it stands out more than the image. This is a smart idea to make things stand out more than the other. Plus, like I said, an image is counted or considered to be as a fill. So if you want to just get rid of an image and maintain the shape that you've created, you can very simply remove it. And now you just have this blank shape. If you would like to remove the entire image and shape, you can very simply just press on backspace and the entire shape is gone. And that's about it. If there are any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, we will move on to our next chapter. As there are so many different features that contribute to the strength of a design, we can't help but repeat some of our content in order to have consistency in the language of your application. So for example, it doesn't only apply to the consistency of your language in the application. It also applies to other things, such as maintaining a time clock at the top of your screen or the home bar, and so on and so forth. In order to maintain this, we will create things that are called components. The creation of components, in my opinion at least, is very, very strong and crucial in order for us to create anything really that is very consistent and not surprising. We don't want to confuse our customers or users with very different visual languages, very different buttons that look confusing. They're not used to seeing a yellow button in this application because most of the buttons are green orange, and red and purple. So in order to maintain this consistency, we are able to create a concept called components. With the usage of components, I'm gonna start by maybe creating a component out of this time frame here at the top of the phone. Now, it is something that is gonna be very repeated throughout the application, and it's because our model or our template, when we are mocking it up, we can't really see. It doesn't really show the time automatically. It is something that we have to fill manually in order to fulfill the actual iPhone look. And this is something that we're gonna have to keep because it is part of the iPhone. And generally speaking, users are not very comfortable with using an application that does not really show the time, because they're most likely going to keep swiping up to check the time, and you don't want them to exit the app. This is something that's going to discourage them from using it, and it's going to make them want to leave the application. So what we are going to do here is create a component in order for us to be able to very easily repeat this feature or object throughout the entire application. Now that the entire time top bar is grouped, we can very easily press on the group that we want, and from there we're going to create component. After creating a component, we're going to see that they turned into a purple color. A purple color generally shows that it is now a component. And you can very easily find it within assets, local components, and then we have this local component here. So what a local component does is we can very easily just drag it and place it within the application. Let me just very quickly remove the ones I've copy pasted because it is fine to do, but it's not ideal, and I'm gonna show you why in a second. But I'm gonna very quickly insert them here by just clicking and dragging, and then I'm just gonna center it as it is supposed to be. And then the last one, there you have it. So why is a component so special? Why is it something that is important for us to do? Well, let's say, for example, this might not sound as strong as other examples, but one thing that is good about these things is the fact that if I double click and I want to change the timing of this from 9:41, oh, I'm sorry, I'm just going to choose anything, Arial. Let me just fix this very quickly because, okay, so as you can see here, all of them are bold italic, but I want to change it to bold. They all change together according to the main component that I have created here. Same thing goes to this one. But this time, this is not the main component because I have created the main component here. So when I change the side components, the ones that I've copied from the component itself, they aren't as dependent as the main one. So let's say each one has a different timing. Let's say we're going to do 3:30 and so on and so forth. We'll do 7:18. But we want the placement of the components to be different. I want it to be at the center. Maybe it's not an iPhone 11, maybe it's an iPhone 8. All of them end up moving with the main component. Same thing with the placement, for example, of the signals. I want to move it a bit further, I want the Wi-Fi a bit further. I want the icons to be further. Obviously, this is not under our control. It is not something that we get to choose just because it is a default placement by iPhone. But I just wanted to give you a very general example on how to use a component because it is very important. Another thing that you can use as a component other than the top and the bottom of the screen is also buttons. So let's say that the contact us button here is, I don't know, maybe login here. So log in. So now that we've created the login tab to be this button, it is natural to think that I'm gonna do all my buttons or most of my important buttons to look the same. Because again, we don't want the user to be lost. We don't want the user to not understand what is happening. So I'm gonna go ahead and take this button here and I'm gonna create it into a component. Now we have a new component, which is the login button. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna click and drag and I'm just gonna maybe, no, let's not resize it. I'm gonna add sign up. Sign up. Now that I have the sign up done, let's move contact us to be a bit lower. And I'll take the sign up component to go up. There we go. Let's say I did not like the color of the login. I don't want it to be black, I want it to be white. The other one changes with it, which is pretty cool, as well as maybe the main shape itself. So let's say I don't want it to be green anymore, I actually want it to be orange. Let's go for something that won't blind you guys. Obviously, this orange does not match with the iPhone colors, but I am doing this for the sake of showing you guys an example. Please make sure when you're changing colors or adding colors to objects that they align with the colors of the device that you're using. Otherwise, it won't feel as authentic. So I chose for the login to be this color and I want the sign up to be slightly different just so that we can distinguish them from one another. So what I'm gonna do here is change it, and because it is not the main component, I'm not gonna be changing anything about the main one. Just so that whenever I want the main component to be used again, also the main component gets edited as we edit the main one. So I want to use the login again, which is a more important button here, and maybe write subscribe. Sorry, subscribe. We have the identical button, even though we've edited sign up. We have aligned it in a way where we have the most important button to be saved and not messed around with. This concept is slightly similar to the concept of pages and how we create icons, but for the creation of icons, what makes more sense is to create a page for it, only because icons are not things that you will keep saved in one picture. So let's say I'm gonna create a page here and call it icons. And I'm gonna place all of my icons here. It only makes sense to put them here and copy paste them because it's not gonna be existent within the components the entire time. It is not something that you're gonna be repeating a lot unless it's within the option, and it isn't something that you need to refer to as often unless you are using the option for the icon. So my advice personally is to keep the icons in a separate page because you're not going to be using it everywhere in the prototype except for where it is supposed to be, as well as it is not something that you want to keep on the side like this. It is something that you want to take. I'm going to cut this and I'm gonna go to the icons page and paste it. It only makes sense to keep it here because if I want to use an icon, I am, like I said earlier, I am prone to changing it accidentally. Let's say I spun this one a bit and I lost it after working a lot. It only makes sense to go to the icons page and retrieve it and take it back, or just copy paste it from there. As for components, like I said, there are things that are repeated a lot, things that get edited with time, and you would want a lot of the edits to be moved together. Let's say I make an icon a component and I decide to move it. When I decide to move it, a lot of the other icons that are components like it are going to move with it because they imitate the mother component steps. So like I said, I would be moving this and every other one would be moving with it. But we don't want that for icons, for example, because icons stay in different spots. They don't all stand at the top of the screen or at the bottom of the screen and so on. So it might make it a bit messy, and in my advice, it is best to keep it in a separate page to copy and paste, just to maintain the freshness and the right look that you have created for it. We have now completed the components chapter. I hope that it is very clear, and in case you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the next lesson. All right, moving on to constraints and versioning. These two features are one of the most crucial, I think, and I know I keep saying that every time I explain something, but again, keep in mind that everything that I'm explaining and mentioning is very, very crucial to the process of designing such programs, such applications, and so on. So I'm gonna be as vivid as possible about constraints and versioning because they need a bit of detail-oriented thoughts, just because sometimes you can mix up and kind of have a difficulty of understanding what to place where exactly. I'm gonna start with constraints, and this is something that we have seen from the settings on the right side of the bar, where it shows details that we can manipulate shapes and text in. And I think constraints can help us, especially when we're producing applications that are of different sizes. So maybe we want to test it on an iPhone 8 and then an iPhone 11 Pro Max. I think the option of constraints can definitely help us with achieving the best format for all devices. So I'm gonna start by very briefly showing you what constraints are. So constraints kind of have a fixed position for the items, just so that you don't have to move them all the time as you're moving other things. So in this case, for example, as I'm moving the composition, some things are moving and some aren't. And the ones that are moving because they're constrained to be in a specific position. So here we can see that as I am scaling this bigger, I have some things that are moving with it. For example, this bar over here. And this is happening because the settings, the things on the top have constraints of scale. In this case, the rectangle is scale, and then these are constrained to be right center, right center, right center, and then this is on the left center. This means that as I am resizing my phone, these are gonna stay on the right at the center of this rectangular shape where the frame is. And this one will be on the left at the center of the frame that it is placed on. So as I am resizing the entire frame, they will always be on the right corner and the left corner of the center of this rectangle. And the rectangle in this case is dependent on scale. So as I am scaling the rectangle to be bigger, scaling the frame to be bigger, the rectangle is also growing with it. So let's say this is an iPhone 8, even though it isn't, I'm just giving an example. And this is the iPhone 11 Pro Max. As you can see, everything moved with it. This shows that we are able to experience different sizes, different types of phones, and it's even applicable for PCs. Maybe you have a PC screen that is a bit wider than the other. Maybe we are focused on PC here, and then some gaming screen here, and so on and so forth. This is all correlated not only for phones. Everything that I'm explaining, just wanted to point out that it isn't only applicable for applications, it's going to be applicable for websites. And this is something that I'm going to be showing you guys and explaining in better detail later on. I will be showing you guys how things are applied onto websites and not only included for applications, because I'm sure that a lot of you are here to look into also building websites and seeing how these things work. But generally speaking, anything that I'm explaining is very easily applicable for laptops and PCs, just as strongly as they are applicable for tablets, for anything. So I'm gonna start by maybe fixing the constraint of this picture. This picture is kind of at the left top of the screen, but I want it to be fixed with the scale. So for example, as I increase the size of the screen, the scale of the picture will increase with it. And now I'm increasing it equally so that the photo is not stretched, and I'm doing that by pressing on the resize arrow and pressing on Shift key at the same time. As you can see, it's giving me a fixed scale, but if I don't press on Shift, I'm not pressing on Shift now, and I'm moving it, it's gonna stretch out, and we don't want that, unless of course the measurement is a little stretched. Now, the best thing to do is to make sure that all constraints work with the way that you want to produce. In the case of the top bar and the low bar, it is best to have its constraint not be scale based, but more like position based. So we want this entire thing to be scale based, right? So the square would increase with scale. But when it comes to the size, to the placement of this, I would always want it to be at the left bottom corner. So now they have measured this amount of spacing, and as I'm gonna resize it, I will show you now, it's gonna be in the same placing. Here is the same. I'm gonna do center, bottom, because this one's in the center, and then, right, bottom. And now as I'm gonna resize, let's look at the bottom bar. It is resizing according to the way it's supposed to go. Now, I'm not really liking the circle, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna base it on scale. Scale bottom. Let's see how that works. Maybe you should keep both scale, just in order to avoid it stretching, which makes more sense to me. Yes. So now, for example, when I move this, all the icons are gonna move according to how I placed them. So I've placed that I want this to always be at the right bottom, and I always want this to be at the middle bottom. If I'm more interested in that, then I should worry about this stretching. So what I'm gonna do in this case is also keep this on the left bottom, And now when I scale it, it stays in the same position that it is supposed to. I think this feature is very cool, and I think it's very, very helpful. We can create any kind of constraints with it, and it will remain, like I mentioned, with any sizing that we're interested in working with. The process of constraints can also be saved under the components option. So I can very easily add the constraints that I want, fix them the way that I want, and then later on I could create this as a component. I would turn it into a component, and then every single component would have the same constraints. Like components, this is very useful to do before turning the top bar and the bottom bar into components. And this is because it is in a fixed position, like we've mentioned before, and it is very unlikely for them to move unless the screen size is bigger or the screen size is smaller. And in this case, it's gonna help the most. Let's see what happened here. So we want this to be according to scale. Oh, sorry, I'm pressing on the entire frame. So I want the triangle to be based on scale, and then I want this to be on the left center, and these are on the right center. All right, so now when I resize the frame, they're fixed. When it's smaller, when it's bigger, and so on and so forth. Constraints are very easy, and if you found yourself lost during it, please don't hesitate to ask any questions. Now, let's move on to the versioning example. And I think versioning is a really, really cool example, and you can very clearly also see it in Photoshop, as well as Illustrator, and I'm sure that there are so many other different programs that offer it. And this one goes to the people who have a lot of drafts, who get a lot of work done, and especially since there are a lot of us who move our items very precisely to the point where I would be moving it too much. So I would bring this circle and move it here, then 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 here, and so on and so forth. And I will have to keep undoing, 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 undoing. And we get impatient, you know, it gets difficult. So in this case, Figma created a very, very beautiful feature called versioning, and I'm going to show it to you in a second. I'm just trying to move it around. Let's say I'm thinking of moving it here, but then I wanted to move it here, thinking it might look better with contact us. I tried moving it a bit to the right, thinking like, how will it look like if it bled out? Actually, not that good. And then finally I choose to put it, I don't know, this is not something that I advise you guys to do, but I'm just playing around to show you an example. Right. So I'm gonna just, I forgot that the main component is here. All right, I'll just do this. And I'm like, okay, perfect. And then I'm like, actually, I like the first version better. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna click on the project name, which we forgot to do. So I'm gonna very quickly write example project. Sorry, example project. So I'm gonna press on the drop down here, and I'm gonna look at the version history. And what's cool about this is that it shows all the autosave versions that we had so far. Usually the autosave versions happen when we decide to close the program and so on and so forth. And what is good about it is that I can go back. I'm like, okay, I actually didn't like how this looks like, and I kind of want to go back to the other version that I did. What we're gonna do is we're gonna click, just once, and it shows us the old version. And in this case, we're able to compare, like, which version do I like better? Should I keep it bleeding out, or should I keep it in the center? And in this case, I can name this version here and write, I don't know, centered, sorry, this lagged. Centered photo. Save. So now this version is saved as centered photo in case I want to go back to it and show whoever my customer is that I'm torn between these two options. And then we have this one, which I will rename as, let's wait for it. I'm trying to right click, but it's not working. Yeah. I double click on it and I will write bleed out photo. Now I have two versions, and let's say later on I chose that the centered photo looks much better. I like the centered photo, and the version with the bleed photo is not very strong. I don't like it. There's too much negative space. So then I can either right click and restore this version, but when I do that, I will be immediately getting rid of anything that I did in the version after. So any progress that I did here will be completely lost. Or what I can do is duplicate, which creates a new project with this version, and then we have another project which is the not duplicated one, this one, to be this version. And this is very useful, especially if I have more than one version of the way that I want to lay my options out. And I think it's very helpful because let's say I like this version and I also like this version and I want my customer to choose, but I also want to finish the project. So I create two versions and I go to the customer and go like, hey, this is the first version. This is how it looks like. You start here, go here, and then this is the next page, and then this is the login and sign up. And then I can go like, also there's this option where it is the exact same, but I chose to let the picture bleed outside of the frame. What do you think? So when you have two projects to compare, it feels better for the person to see. This is also helpful for group projects. Let's say you are working with someone who is working in a different timing than you, and you cannot see what they're doing. What you can do is you're going to go to the autosave versions and you're going to see, oh, what did they do here? Let me go and check. I don't know, they did something here. Let me go check what they did before that. Oh, that was before they changed colors. Or maybe I did that and then I would press on the next version and I would see that my teammate actually changed colors, created new buttons, and so on and so forth. So you can track the progress and see what different things you have done or the other person has done. And it helps a lot, especially with collaborations. You want to keep in track what you fixed and what the other person fixed. In that case, you and your partner can understand your workflow, what you guys want to fix, what you guys created in order to give each other notes and to feel free to show each other what you are willing to fix. This is about it for constraints and versioning. Just very quickly, I'm gonna go through it very generally again to make sure that you have grasped it well. Constraints help you with maintaining a photo or content, maybe the time and all of those at the same location. And this helps with when you're dealing with different sized screens. It also helps when you realize you want to create the same sample but for a whole different phone. Maybe you want to go from Android to iPhone and you want to change it. You want everything to stay the same size, but you just have to change the time, for example. So this feature is very helpful in a way where you're very flexible with what kind of platform you're trying to use, and you want to make sure that it fits any kind of screen. Maybe later on I want to duplicate this. I'm gonna very quickly duplicate it and go like, I want to create a tablet version of this. What I can do is I could resize it to go well with a tablet size. Let's say, for example, this is the one. And we can see here that the time, these two are the ones that I've applied constraints to. And as we can see, let's fix this. These objects are meant to be at the center bottom of the composition. All what I'll have to do is fix the scaling, which is very easy and simple. If I want to focus on scaling rather than position, then like I've mentioned, we would go with scale, scale, and then as I am increasing the size, the icons are also increasing. But in our case, I think what's best to prioritize is the placement of the objects. Obviously, you can feel free to focus on what you would like to prioritize, but again, so this is how maybe a tablet would look like. And personally, I wouldn't focus on scale because it would make it so much bigger. So what I'm gonna do is increase the size to a tablet size. This is not accurate, but I'm just showing you an example. And let's go ahead and fix this with scale. Yes, it is fixed. So I'm gonna keep these at the center left. And then, as you can see, obviously I didn't do this, but if I did, they would all be resized together. And then you can add your small touch-ups here and there, make it bigger, and then apply anything you want to apply onto a tablet on it. Because obviously, when it comes to an iPhone screen compared to a tablet screen, an iPhone screen will show much less details as a tablet screen. And of course, when we work on a PC or a computer, a laptop, any bigger screen, it's gonna show much more content in one page or like in the face of the page compared to an iPhone or any kind of phone really. So let's say I'm gonna duplicate this again and create kind of a laptop screen. As you can see here, obviously it's not very applicable because laptops don't have this or that. But as you can see, the screen is much bigger, much wider, which leads to us needing to add more things. So yes, the scale will be accurate and it will be correct, but that doesn't mean that we have everything we need to have within the page. Of course, as we change the format of the object that we're creating on, we're gonna have to add more things. And I'm gonna be showing you guys a better understanding and more details about this as we are working on our example project. As for versioning, like I said, we can work on it very easily and very flexibly, especially when it's with a team. When it's done with a group of people and all of that, I can very easily see that someone has created a tablet version or someone has created a desktop version. Even though I have finished, it also obviously says the name of who did what. So let's say I have worked on these 4 frames, and then my teammate comes in later on throughout the day and creates these 2 frames. I can be aware of who did it and what they did and how they did it and so on and so forth, which makes it more flexible for teams to work on. And as soon as we're done looking at versions, we just press on done and we are back to our original one in case we don't end up duplicating or restoring an old version. Now that we are done with constraints and versioning, we are almost approaching the couple of last chapters within Figma, and afterwards we will start by working on an example project together just to show you guys in deeper detail how every tool that we have talked about is being used. I'll see you next lesson. All right, my dear students, we are now moving on to one of the most crucial parts. I think personally this is the main role of Figma. This is the part that brings all of our work together and turns it into reality. It is the main reason why we're working on Figma. We could be working on Photoshop, on Illustrator. You know, I can just create artboards and apply everything that I have written or made, designed, and all just into artboards on Illustrator. But what's different about Figma, what makes Figma very special is the fact that we get to make our prototype and apply it to become as realistic as possible. We are making it functional, and it is not only a great deal for us designers to see how functional it is and how strong it is. No, it is also very useful when we pass it on to the developers that we are working with, them being our front or back end developers. This feature is prototyping. Prototyping, in my opinion, is one of the greatest features to exist. And it's because, yes, I am creating this kind of pattern on how the user will use their application, but I don't think I will be able to feel it as naturally and realistically as trying it out. When I don't have my prototype put together and connected and worked on, I am given this canvas that is not functional, it's not realistic, it's just there to show me how I placed my objects and whether it is looking good or not. Yes, it's helping me look at the elements realistically and all, but generally speaking, it isn't really fulfilling what I want. It isn't really doing what I want it to do. It's just there for show. And prototyping is what changes this feature. Prototyping is what makes things feel like it is real. It makes the application feel realistic, applicable, and it excites me because now we are adding life onto our application. And I think this is one of the best things you can see after working on something for so long. So here you can see that in our old scenario that I have read for you guys before, the person is gonna be preparing to go on a jog, right? So we have everything ready here. So there's the sports page, the home page, I'm sorry, and then there's the exercise page, and then there's the jogging page, and then the countdown, the exercise in progress, and then blood oxygen level measuring, and so on and so forth. These are all there, but they're still not connected. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna start connecting them to make them be more applicable. So we were starting with the design area, and now we're gonna very happily move to prototyping. Now, prototyping is a very, very simple process. I think it is kind of like adding some touch-ups to your project as you're finishing it, and it makes the project feel a little more exciting, especially since, like I said, it makes it feel like you're actually making an application. You're actually now having a functional working application. So the person's gonna start by pressing on exercise, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna get the exercise icon. I grouped it with the word exercise so that the person can press on either the icon or the text. And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna see this big dot, and when I hover over it, there's a plus sign. These are for resizing, so let's be careful on not to mix them up. But this is the prototype dot. And what I'm gonna do is I want to connect it to the exercise page. so that when I press on it, it goes to the exercise tab. Immediately after I press on it, I get this box, which shows how does the person interact with this button and what happens when you press on it. So in this case, obviously, I want the person to click on the button, which also means tapping when you're on phone. There's on drag by clicking and dragging. While hovering, so just hover over the object and then it would press or it would work. While pressing, like only while I'm pressing on it. Key gamepad, like when I press, for example, the letter M, it's gonna work, it's gonna move. Mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse up, mouse down. So when the mouse enters it, when the mouse leaves it, when the mouse goes up, or when the mouse goes down. Very easy and simple. In this case, it's going to be on click because they're going to be tapping on it. And then it navigates to background. Navigate to means open this. Like it goes right to it. There's no animation, nothing. It just, I press on it and it goes straight to this one. There are other options like open overlay where it opens on top of this, but in this case we don't want any effects. And then we have scroll to, so it's like it's being scrolled and then to the next page. It's kind of like this, scroll to. And then we have swap overlay, which will have this come on top of this. And then we have back, where it is like pressing on the back button. You're gonna see a page going back. Close overlay, which is like closing something and it's like closing down like a window. And then open link, it's like the opposite of close overlay, where something is opening up. And then we're gonna have here an animation of how it navigates to the other frame. In this case, I chose instant, where there is no animation, it just goes straight away. There is dissolve, smart animate, which moves things in an estimated way, where they think things would replace each other in a specific way. This might be useful sometimes. And then there's move in, move out, push, slide in, and slide out. Usually I use instant animation because I noticed that most of the time phones don't really have animations unless you're pressing on back, where when you go back it just moves like that and it has the old screen coming on again. But otherwise I don't really think it actually has much animation. And I'm talking about phone applications. For websites, maybe sometimes, but usually what I think is the most professional and the most common is just going with instant, because you don't want cheesy animations to move through the pages unless this is your own preference or the company that you're working for's preference, then go ahead and go for it. So like I said, I press on exercise and it takes me to the exercise tab. Next up, I would want to go from cycling page to jogging because the person wanted to jog. So I'm gonna press on the jogging button and I'm gonna drag it onto the jogging page that I want. Same thing, I want it to be on click and I want it to be instant. And then from jogging, the person is gonna be scrolling down. Now this one's already ready-made, but sorry about that. Where is it? I'm gonna scroll up here. What the hell? Gonna scroll up. So I'm gonna scroll up here and we're gonna see that it goes from start jogging to the countdown, and then I'm gonna make sure that the frame is taken down again because I don't want the person to open it to the wrong side, because if I left it like that, then when the person presses on jogging and goes here, this is what they're gonna first see, and that's not what I want. I want them to see the entire frame from the beginning, and then afterwards the countdown is gonna start. Now this one's kind of tricky because here we don't really have any button. We are depending on the countdown ending, and then from there it goes to the next page. In this case, I'm gonna click on the entire frame and I'm gonna link it to the next page. And this time, I'm gonna go with after delay for the interaction details. After delay is when a person does not choose to press on anything and they're just observing. They're not pressing on any button or anything. That's why it applies to the entire frame, not when I'm pressing on a box, because when I'm pressing on a box, let's say I'm pressing on this one and I want it to go there. I can't really press on after delay, and it's because it applies to the entire frame, not just one object. So I'm going for after delay, and then I'm gonna write here how many milliseconds do I want it to wait. In this case, let's say 1200 milliseconds, and then it navigates to the next screen, and I want it to be instant. I'm gonna show you how this works very soon. And then from there, we're gonna move on very normally. So here the person now wants to calculate their blood oxygen level. So I'm gonna get this box here and I'm gonna connect it. On click, instant, correct. And then the person's gonna start measuring, and I'm gonna drag it over here. On click, instant, correct. And then here is the same as the countdown. We're waiting for measuring to finish. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the entire frame and then have it go on after delay, maybe 800 milliseconds, and then it goes to this page. After it's finished measuring, the person's gonna click on done. So on click instant, and then we have the pause exercise, because later on the person realizes, oh, I need to pause and make a phone call. So on click instant, and then the person will decide to stop the exercise. Again, on click instant, and then the person wants to confirm. What you can do in this case, very smart move, is to have both options be able to be pressed. So the person can stop from the watch and goes to the stopped page on click instant, and they can also press on the stop in this question bar here, which will also take them here. So now we have two buttons that the person can press to stop. The same thing goes, for example, for exercise. Exercise shouldn't only be available for the first page. When you're creating an expert kind of prototype, you want everything to be linked to each other. So I got this exercise and I realized I should link it to this exercise, and maybe make sure that all exercise buttons lead to the same page. So I'm gonna double click on this exercise and I'm gonna drag it onto exercise, and then this exercise, and I'm gonna drag it to exercise. So now we have so many that lead to exercise, and it's because we're making sure that every exercise button actually goes back to exercise. This makes the application even more realistic. You can use it as normally as a proper user. Obviously, it's not very interactive, but it does the job that it is supposed to do. And then maybe I'm gonna put this to go to the website, just so I can show you guys a website version of the work that we're gonna be doing. And now we're gonna start viewing the prototype. This is the part where we are previewing and trying out to see whether we have any errors and see how interactive our application is. So here's the home button. I'm gonna decide to press on exercise, and I really want to jog, so I'm gonna press on jogging. And then as I'm looking at jogging, I want to start jogging, but wait, I want to make sure that I'm not missing other exercises. So I'm going to go back to exercise. Yeah, I want to do jogging. And then from jogging, we're going to start the jog. And here's the delay. I made it a bit too quickly, so I can fix that by increasing the milliseconds here. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to press on this. I want the delay to be much later. So maybe I would say 2800 ms. So let's go back, and then we're gonna press on start jogging. There we go. A little later maybe. So 3500 maybe. I'm gonna go back to test it. Start jogging. Oh, still a little late. You get the drill though. You're gonna keep fixing it until it works out. I'm gonna go for 4000 and see. My last try, and then if it doesn't work out, then we have to move on. Okay, good enough. There was a go at the end, but this is good enough to demonstrate. And then I'm gonna just very quickly start measuring my blood oxygen level. And I'm gonna press on start measuring. It's measuring, it's finished, done. And then I wanna pause my exercise. It is pause. And now I wanna stop. And here, look, I can press on stop on either and it will take me to the stopped screen. Again, I think this is great. I think, like you guys just saw, it made the app 10 times more realistic. It made it feel like I'm actually applying something that is working and that it is very functional and it's doing its job. And it's very exciting, not just for the user, but for anyone else to try it out and see, does this application have any problems? Are the visuals working? When I'm looking at this part, is it indicating that it's a button or not? Like, you can show it to your possible audiences and tell them, what do you think of the application so far? Is it working? What doesn't look real? What is working for you? What feels confusing for you? A person can go like, hey, I think this button is I think this button is confusing. It's not very clear that I want to calculate. And through showing them a real prototype, you're able to understand and have your application be more accurate towards your audience, which is an amazing feature. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna now look very quickly at the website version, just because I want to show you guys how a screen would look like. Obviously, we will be working on a much better version of the website. This was made very quickly, but as you can see, this is the website version of the application, and from there the person is able to see what they're looking for here. And obviously we are able to also connect things and turn them into prototypes in websites. And I think after having to understand the way that this works, the prototyping process, it's like adding the gloss to your artwork. It's like adding the finishing parts. And I think it's very impressive. It's very exciting. It feels like your project is becoming real, like you're seeing an actual version that functions of it. And it makes me very excited personally because it feels like I am producing something. And then later on, after finishing the prototype and after finalizing it and making sure that everything is working well, what you're gonna do next is send it to your front and back end developers. And this is where their job comes in together. And we're gonna talk more about this later. But they're gonna look through the function, they're gonna open the prototype preview, and they're gonna go through it, and then they're gonna go like, oh, this makes sense, this is gonna work this way, this is gonna work that way. And then they start programming it, they start developing it, they start doing what they can to make it look as accurate as possible. But this time, instead of it being a mock-up that is very simple to use, they're gonna make it interactive and real. They're gonna make it be able to be connected to the watch through Bluetooth and how they will work together. So this is where your role is gonna be very crucial, and it's gonna help them move throughout the application very smoothly. Just because we're designers doesn't mean that we stop at a specific point and we just give it to the developers and then they do the rest. I personally think that we are helping the developers hand by hand to connect every element to each other and create something that is smooth for the viewer to use. We are the ones studying and understanding what is best for them to do, where should they click, how should the phone animation be, and so on and so forth. And in this way, we're helping the developers create a much better, smoother, and more exciting experience for the users. And this is one of the most important and big parts of the concept of user interface design and user experience. And that's about it for this chapter. If you guys have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Otherwise, let's move on together. All right, everyone. This one is for the team players. Now, we have been through so many different steps that Figma functions in. For example, we looked through the tools, we looked through the FigJam files, and we have been through almost all of the basics of this application. Now we're going to be moving into a new feature that includes you working with other people. Now, this feature is very useful for when you are working with a company, when you're working for one. Maybe you have a customer that you'd like to have keep up with your work and so on and so forth. I obviously very briefly discussed some of the features that you can have when you're in a team project, and it's because it's very common to have, and the options that you see throughout the application provides you great accessibility to have team projects, teamwork, and involve each other as much as you can. I think it's great, and I think it's very, very useful, especially for the people who are really looking into having teamwork and maybe having people understand their project. Maybe they want people to preview their project. Obviously, when you are creating something such as an application, you need to work with a lot of different people. You are only the designer, but you're also planning. You're helping others around you, the parts of the teams that are going to be building this application or website or blog, to build something together, and you're the base of it. But after building the base, people are going to need to build up on it, and you can't do that alone unless obviously you learn how to do the other parts on your own, which is also great. But this feature is dedicated especially to the ones who can work with teams, not only with editing, but with finalizing the project and turning it into a reality. So without further ado, let's get started. Let's get to creating a new team. And we're going to do that by looking at the tab on our left here. Now we can very easily just click on New Team, and there you have it. So we're gonna name our team. We can name it anything, such as editing blog website, or it could be the name of the company, maybe Figma, for example. And here I am creating a team, and then we get to add our collaborators. Our collaborators are gonna be people who can edit, who can view, who can be as big as the owner itself. We're gonna get into that very soon, but I'm gonna start by adding my other email just to show you guys how this goes like, and then we're gonna continue. Now we're given this screen where we have our team plans laid out for us. We have the starter plan, which I usually go for. It's nothing too extra, and also it is exactly what I need. Especially for this course, I think starter works perfectly fine. It is for free, and it gives you unlimited files in your drafts. It gives you 3 Figma design files in your team. It gives you free unlimited FigJam files in the teams during the 2021 beta, and 1 team project. Now, generally in all plans, FigJam has been very generous. They've been giving unlimited files, and it is because, especially nowadays, the planning of the applications, the planning of anything that you want to create is very online based, and Figma wanted to make sure that they're able to provide that to the people, to the companies especially, that are working on creating teams, on creating platforms. And it is a great feature, honestly. It is literally free in all 3 actually teams, and you're gonna be probably just paying for Figma in the professional and organization versions. Now, how are they different from one another? The professional version provides you with everything in the starter, plus unlimited Figma design files in your team. So you're not limited to 3 Figma design files. You have unlimited design files. You have unlimited FigJam files, which is also in the starter currently for now. And then we have unlimited projects. We have shareable team libraries. And then we have custom file and user permissions. We're going to get into that in a second. And then we have unlimited version history. This one, I think it has the limited version history of 30 days only. And then we have audio conversations and files. So they can give comments with audio, which makes things a bit easier, but you still can make conversations and files here, just not in audio. You can text your comments. As for organization, it offers everything in the professional, which also offers everything in starter, plus centralized teams. So you're able to split teams into different parts, which is pretty cool. Organized wide team libraries, design system analytics, private plugins, shared fonts, SSO, and advanced security. Rest assured, all of them have security. Even if you end up sharing the link in your starter, you have the option to have only the people with the link can view, and then you can split the permissions into other people. But just in case, this one has some advanced security. For now, I advise you guys, as people who are just freshly getting into Figma, to go for a starter. But in the future, when you're working with an organization, with a firm, and so on and so forth, you can move on to professional or organization. I think it's more crucial when you're working with others who are going to be using Figma. But if you're going to be the only one using Figma with maybe 2, 3, maybe 5 other people, I think the starter will just do. For now, I'm going to just choose starter. This is what I have been working on as far as I remember. And now we are currently in the team file. So we have our Figma team right here, and we have the dashboard for it. And on the right, we have some basic information. So here we have the file name. You can also feel free to edit the photo by getting a photo here, but we're not going to do that. You can add a description maybe for the newcomers. For example, team created to work together on the Figma website. Something like that. Anything really that would come to mind when you want to write a description for your team. And it says the plan here, which is the starter plan, which is completely fine, like I said. And then here you have the members. They're going to be listed out. Here is me, and then I'm going to invite members. Now, this is pretty cool. You can either invite someone with the link, and you have the option of anyone with the link can edit, or anyone with the link can just view. This is a very useful thing because I can just copy the link and send it to anyone who already has Figma, and then they can just edit straight away. And as you can see, the links change so that you can have someone, you can send this link to someone who you want to edit, and then you can send this link to someone who you want to see. And when you press on copy, it just copies it to your clipboard. And you can paste it anywhere else by Control-C, Command-V. And you can send it to anyone by pressing on Command-V or Control-V on your email, text, or anything, or just right-click and paste. As for invite by email, I think this feature is really, really cool, and it's because it gets you to invite anyone, even if they don't have Figma. They're going to get an invitation through email, and from there they are able to sign up, and automatically they're going to be in the team. So what I'm going to do here is, again, I'm just going to type my email very quickly. And here I can see that I have three options. Now this person can be an admin, or this person can just edit, or this person can just view. This is how team projects work in general. You can have someone who just wants to look at things and give their own comments, or you can have someone who can edit your work with you as you are editing, maybe another designer or someone who is gonna be pretty involved with the work, or an admin, someone as responsible as you for the team. They can add more people, invite more people. They can even try to work on deleting the group, but we're gonna get to that in a second. And then you just send the invite. So I'm gonna make myself, actually let's make myself the editor and send the invite. Now for the last few parts here, it shows what the overview is, meaning what features we have. So we have unlimited FigJam files. We have 1 out of 3 Figma design files used, which is going to be the team project this. And then we have 1 out of 1 project used, meaning this is one project kind of thing. We're going to get into that in a bit. And then I'm gonna just show you guys here. Here are the members laid out. Obviously, I only sent myself an invitation, and I will need to approve it. I will show you guys how to approve invitations in a minute, but I'm showing you generally. And then we have the settings. So through the settings, you can change the team name, you can change the team icon, you can set a profile handle, and then you can delete the team. This is an admin feature. And then you have team libraries, which we will get into in a bit. And then we have plan and billing if we want to upgrade our plan from starter to professional or organization. You can very easily do it from here. Now I'm going to go to my email, and I'm going to see here that I have been invited to 2 files, and it's because I sent it to myself twice. First is when I wanted to start the team, and the second one is when I made myself an editor. So I'm gonna click on any of them. So I'm gonna click on this accept invite button, and automatically it opened to this tab. It's gonna open any second. There you go. So now here is me and here's the other person who is myself. And I'm given the same exact dashboard as the other person. And it's because we're almost in the same status, except I made myself an editor in the other tab. So I'm only able to see members. I'm not able to see settings because I'm not an admin. So we're gonna go back and give it a second. Maybe I should go back to home and then look at the team here. And I can see that it's no longer pending, the other team member. And then it should appear here, maybe after restarting the program. Now, here I can edit how I would want the person to work with me. And after they accept my invitation, they can also be an owner or they can just be an admin. Now, what if I want to terminate the group without actually deleting it? What if we just want to remove it? And this is just in case, I don't know, the admin or the owner is gone and no one else can do it. All what you can do is just leave the team altogether. So I'm going to leave the team here. And you're going to do that by going over the team name, right-clicking, and pressing on Leave Team. And obviously you're going to leave. It's going to tell you will permanently lose all access to the files, very obviously because you're leaving. And you just left, it's no longer here. And then, let's go back here. I'm now the only member. And as the only member, if I also leave, I mean in this case, because I'm the owner, I just get to delete the team. But if I'm not, I will have a leave team option. And when I do leave it, they're gonna ask me to confirm by typing the file name, which is Figma. And then I get to delete the team. Very easy, very straightforward. This is a process of creating the teams and very minimal information, but very effective. And this is all what you're going to need to know about creation of teams. And it's very flexible according to how involved you want someone to be. So for example, you have a front and back end developer and you only want them to view something very minimally. You don't want them to edit. Maybe they're gonna accidentally press on something or move something and you don't want that. So you have them as only viewers. And through that, let me show you. So I'm gonna very quickly open this project here, the health tracking application that I have been using as an example earlier. And in the middle of the project, I realized that, okay, let me turn this into a team project. So what I'm gonna do is, let me just duplicate it because it's not my original. It's my other account's original. Okay, so here's our duplicate. And in this one, I want it to be a team project. I want to share it with my team. I want to give it to my front or back end developer. And from here, I'm just gonna press on share. And it shows that I'm the owner. Now, I'm gonna write my other email again. And I'm gonna say that this person can view. And I'm gonna send myself an invitation. And then I'm gonna go to my email. Let me remove this very quickly. And here I can see that I have invited myself to view the file. So when I open it in Figma, I am now the front or back end developer. And you can see right now how secure the process is and how easy it is. I am opening the file right now. I'm looking at it, but I can only view. I can't edit. I can't move anything. All what I can do is look at the elements, make sure that everything is looking neat. I will zoom in, and this is me selecting. I'm trying to move. I pressed on something. I want to move it. It's not letting me. I'm only viewing. And then I get to inspect it as the front or back end developer. I look through the code and I give myself the details and so on and so forth. I get the Android version, I get the iOS version, and these are all details that are given for someone who is going to be the developer. So I press on an object, this part of the screen, and then I look at the CSS code, for example, and it shows this. It helps me while I'm coding. How is it supposed to look like? How am I going to edit this? And then this one shows the font information, so on and so forth. So it is very cool and very, very useful for developers. They won't need to be an editor, they will be only a viewer, and through inspect, they're gonna look through what they want to know. I want to know how am I gonna program this icon. Let's see, position absolute, left, right, bottom, background, and it's a vector. And this helps them understand the way of functioning through an application. Obviously, we don't need to get into these details much unless you're interested into developing it. And in that case, you would move on to a CSS or any of these kinds of coding. But for now, this is where we stop. And this is how it would look like for a viewer. They're not allowed to move around or anything. But as soon as I click on edit, now that I have duplicated it, it's asking me to move it to a team project first. And it is because if I want someone to work on a project with me, I will have to move the entire project to a team project, just to ensure that it is a team project. So I'm going to create a new team again, and I'm going to write Figma, for example. We're creating the new team again. I pressed on enter after writing the name of the group, the team, and then I'm pressing on team project, and then I am moving and allowing edits. Now again, it's going to appear in my email, but I'm just going to go ahead and open it again. And now you will see all the windows looking different for me. I'm not gonna open it right into inspect. I'm actually gonna be able to edit and move things around as an editor. But that doesn't make me an owner, and an owner has a different kind of role, which I will talk about in a minute. But as you can see now, I have design, prototype, and inspect. So as a designer, as an editor, I'm able to just press on anything I want and move it around very easily because I am now an editor. Now, as an owner, my privilege is, first of all, here I can see myself in the other tab working. Second of all, as the owner, also just to let you guys know, anyone is able to see who is working. It's not just an owner's feature. So don't worry about it. You don't need to be an owner to see who's working with you. Let's go back here. Maybe I'll be able to see myself. No, I'm not able to catch myself, but it's okay. Moving on. The owner gets to maybe delete and terminate the entire project. Meanwhile, an editor can just edit the project. They can't delete it, they can't remove it. But now that I'm the owner here, I can very simply just right-click and delete the entire team. Again, and I will write Figma to confirm, and it is deleted for everyone. But an editor obviously cannot do that. So this is it for how teams work. And now we're going to get into deeper details like team libraries and so on and so forth. And then we will be finishing up with viewing, and we will get started into having a demo on how to work on our own project. All right, now we're going to be looking more into the process of what happens after we're done editing, what happens while in the middle of teamwork, what happens in so many different scenarios, and I'm trying my best to cover as many of them as possible. So first of all, let's say I am done with this application. I want to view it, I want to preview. How will it look like on an actual phone? Like we've mentioned before in so many different prototypes, we're able to view it very simply and very directly by pressing on the play button that is on the top right here. Sometimes the pop-up windows would be blocked, so it would require you to press twice. I will show you another way in a second, but here we can see it on an actual phone and how it functions. If the pop-up window does not come up, it's going to give something like a show pop-up blocked window here, and you're just going to press on it and it's going to appear and open up. In case you want to actually view it on a cell phone device, all what you'll have to do is download an application called Figma Mirroring on your phone. This application is available on iPhone and Android, and it is very easy to use. What you're going to do is you're going to log in, and now I'm going to show you the screen of my phone after I've logged in. So as you can see, after I ended up logging in, it tells me on my phone to select a frame or component that's directly on the canvas. It also is showing me the option of logging out, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to go on my computer screen here, and I'm going to press on the frame that I want to view. Now it is going to load and very directly show the application on my phone. Now, because this is an Android and it is also a double prototype in one picture, it's gonna be sized very small on my phone. But in a case where I am viewing a full application, it's gonna be different. Let's try looking at something here. Let's go to our drafts and let's go to, for example, wireframing in Figma. I'm just tapping a random option so that it could help me. And then I'm going to press on this. So now it's loading on my phone and I'm able to view it on proper phone size. All of these frames are shaped to be for different devices, but our phone will adjust to whichever way will look best on our phone. Keep in mind that it does not shape in a specific way. It all depends on the size that you have put and how the phone can adapt to it. So now I can look through my prototype on my phone. As you guys can see, I'm looking at it. It's a bit small, and like I mentioned, it's because these two prototypes are next to each other, so it makes it harder for me to view it properly on my phone as a cell phone device. But if my frame were to be like an iPhone 7 frame, let's do that very quickly. Or let's say iPhone 8. I've created this frame here. I will press on it and it is viewed on my phone. Let me add something to it to show you guys how it would look like. And it is mirroring exactly what you see on the computer. So on my screen it shows this kind of square, and on my phone it is done very accurately in the same size. This is it for mirroring. Now I'm going to end the recording on my phone. And we're going to move on to deeper details of team viewing and teamwork in general. Now, there are so many different factors to it. Like we've mentioned earlier, we are able to see here, now I'm back to the Figma team, and I'm going to go ahead and use both tabs just to demonstrate very small details on how to use team projects. So I have my first user here and my second user here, and they're both me. But just for the sake of making this look like. Let's go to the team project. I'm making sure that I'm on the team project in both, just so I can make sure that things are working out. So I'm gonna start by fixing both tabs to be in the same project, just to demonstrate to you guys how things work in team projects. And it is very simple, direct, and straightforward. It is done to be easy for both team members for the sake of working in a collaborative way very effectively. So as you can see here, I'm using my mouse on the right, and you can see it on the left, and you can see my other mouse now. They're both kind of connecting with each other, but as you can see, let's make the tab a bit smaller. It's okay. And as you can see, both people, even though this person is only an editor, I mean this person that I'm moving, whose mouse I'm moving right now, is the owner, and they're looking at the editor. And this one, whose mouse I'm moving right now, is the editor, and they only can see the owner. And it's because this is a group project. We're both looking at what we're doing. We're both trying to understand what is happening. Say that I'm looking through the project right now as the editor, and I look at this and I'm like, oh, this needs to be changed. As you can see here, I can see it. I am watching it, and I'm getting myself to move things, and I'm able to see it happen right in front of me live. So I'm gonna undo very quickly. And one other feature that is very nice, very cool, and very effective is the fact that I'm gonna look at which color I am, just so that I don't confuse. Okay, it doesn't tell me. Oh, okay, so I'm the yellow in this case. I'm gonna click once on this icon here, and this is the other person who's working with me. Obviously my color here is yellow, and my other tab is green. So I'm pressing on green right now, and I'm observing what the other person is doing. So let's say this person decided to move around and view other things. They are viewing what they're exactly doing. So now I'm watching myself in even deeper detail. I think this feature helps, especially since a team would be directly contacting each other, trying to change something together. And in this case, it helps the other person see what they exactly. It helps the other person see what they exactly want the other one to do. Now, say for example, I'm on a phone call with the other person and we're talking, and I'm just spectating what the person is doing, and I am guiding them through what to do. So I'm like, hey, can you zoom in on the jogging? I think the lines need some movement here because it's a bit too low. So now I'm looking at the person work on it, and they're zooming in, they're helping, they're trying to edit, they look into the group. They're like, yeah, you're right, it's a little low, blah, blah, blah. They move it around, they fix it, and then they start zooming out. They're like, what do you think? Does it look better? And so on and so forth. This is one of the nicest ways of spectating and knowing what the person is directly doing. And you can stop doing that by pressing on the name again. This is you spectating, and this is you out of it, moving as freely as you want to. Now, another feature that is really good, and we have mentioned it very briefly before, is the commenting feature. And the commenting feature makes it possible for us to connect much more directly and clearly with the other side. So let's say the other person's not here and we're not communicating directly, and I'm looking around, I'm like, okay, I don't like this button. Let's just close this so that we avoid distraction. I'm like, I don't like this button, so I'm gonna go ahead and comment on it. And while commenting, you're able to give proper feedback, you're able to play around with the settings and all of that according to what suits you best. And then let's say I'm gonna press on here and I'm gonna type saying change shape of button. And I'm gonna post it. And because this is a group project now, I'm gonna go and open the other tab, and I'm coming in after not being available. I was away and I came back. I can see that there's a notification of comments. That means that I have a comment that I want to look at, and I'm gonna see that this person is saying change the shape of the button. If I maybe want to discuss the comment, maybe agree, disagree, suggest something, I can reply here. I can say, for example, no way. Or maybe we can try a circular button. And then I'm going to reply. So now it's kind of a thread of comments, and it's kind of like a conversation. And same thing here, it shows that I have a comment. I'm going to the thread and it says here, maybe we can try a circular button. I can reply and say, maybe sounds good. And I'm gonna, so this is me in the comments mode. And then as soon as I'm done, I can go back and continue normally. As soon as the comments are done, I'm looking at them, I'm happy with the comments and so on and so forth. I fixed the problem. All what I can do is just resolve, and the comment is gone. We no longer have anything to fix, and we both agreed to the layout that we want to fix. This makes it much more flexible, makes it easier for both viewers to be able to understand what they want from each other's kind of work, and it makes it very direct. So sometimes you would find people commenting on the side without pinning it to anything, and sometimes that would make you get lost. So for example, the measuring button is not too accurate. You're gonna go around and go like, which measuring button? I have this one, I have this one, I have that one. But in this case, for example, you're like, you go zoom in, look around, and then go like, for example, I'm gonna press on it here to add a comment. Where aren't you adding comment? And say, change this icon. This can also come from a person who is from a higher authority, a person who is a customer to a freelance employee, and so on and so forth. And it helps the designer, the freelancer, which is you, to understand what your customer exactly wants. What details do they not like? So they can zoom in, see what they don't like, maybe put some arrows on it. Maybe this is not accurate. Post. And then we find another one where we're like, we add one here. I don't like this line. And we just move around however much we want. This is me talking as the customer right now. And then the employer comes around and they're like, oh, okay, my customer gave me some comments. Let's see. So he thinks that this icon is not accurate. Okay, I'm gonna change that. I change it, I'm done, I resolve it, and then I go and see that he doesn't like this line. I change it and it's done. It makes the communication much more clear, much more simple and direct, and it makes it very flexible for the user. So if you don't agree with a comment, you can just go back to them and write to them, reply to them, hey, I think this concept is more successful because I think this emphasizes on the square better. And then the customer would understand and maybe discuss and go like, okay, how about we change the color? So it can be kind of a thread of discussions without having to argue, without having to be indirect. You can very much just look into the details, comment on it, and send it to the designer who will help with improving the design. This is what makes Figma, again, very distinguished and very different, and it's the fact that you can work with a team very easily, very flexibly, and this makes the entire process feel very smooth. It makes it seem like you're all working together, whether it's at the same time, whether it's in different times, you still get what you're looking for, and it isn't a hassle. You don't have to go and call them and tell them hello, or text them, email them, tell them this is not working. You can very directly send your comments, as well as not only as a customer but as a team. You're working together, and when you're working together as a team, you might disagree with each other at specific things. So as you're working together at the same time and you're seeing what each person does, you're able to help each other maybe reach the middle ground, maybe understand what is better visually. And this is all done with one simple feature, which is commenting, which is being able to see their live action as a team project. And this is all what joins together and makes Figma such a unique and very interesting application to use. Now that we have looked through teamwork and library build-ups, as well as previewing and so on and so forth, we're going to finish up by looking at exporting settings, and from there we're going to start by creating our own application together. After the creation of the application, we're going to move forward, and we're going to also very quickly design a website so that I can include people who are aspiring to be web designers as well as people who are aspiring to be app designers. So let's go on to the next video and finish up our main tutorial. Okay, now I'm picturing you all in this scenario where you are all finalizing a project. Obviously, we still didn't start, but let's just imagine with me. We're all sitting, we're finalizing our projects, and we're like, okay, wow, I am done. And I only need to do one last thing, which is exporting. The process of exporting, in my opinion at least, is one of the most satisfying parts ever. This is when I am like, okay, we're finishing up. Now we just need to maybe send it over for a final review of how we want everything to be visualized as. And to me, this step is when you know you're almost done. Maybe you'll have some comments, yes, but overall, you know, you're at the end of the line. And that's where we are at. We are almost done with discussing very detailed features, and we will be getting on to deeper details in a bit. But let's first focus on exporting. Exporting can be done in very different ways. I'm going to be discussing the most important or the main two ways to do it. One of the ways is to go under design here, and you'll see the export bar. You're going to press on the plus button, and here you're going to see the options. So times 1 is pretty much 100%, which is the size of the frames. And then obviously you can have them smaller or bigger depending on your preference. And the suffix, which is how you want it to be at the end, maybe .jpeg or something like that. It depends on what suffix you guys would prefer. But here it shows that you can save it as PNG, JPEG, PDF, or SVG. You choose whatever preference you'd like. And here you have very smaller details, such as ignore overlapping layers. So any layer that is above one another you should ignore, but to me I wouldn't select that. And then we would have a preview which shows the file that and how it will look like when you export it. In this case, because we're not selecting any specific frame, it's exporting it all as one photo, which is not what we want, unless you want to throw everything at the person's face and go like, look at this, bam. But it's too much to look at. So what you're gonna do is maybe select all of the frames, or the frames that you actually want to export and show. So I'm gonna go ahead and I pressed on the beginning or the end one, and I pressed on shift, and I pressed on the one on the other side, which selected everything. And now I can press on export, and you're gonna see something slightly different. So we still see the size, we still see the suffix, PNG, and so on, but here it says export 13 layers. And in this case, they export as separate pages, which is exactly what we want. Sometimes if you scroll lower, you're gonna be able to see a preview option, but I don't have that currently. But anyways, there will be 13 different layers. So you can go page by page. Maybe we can do it very quickly just to show you guys and give you an idea on how 13 layers would look like, rather than exporting without selecting. So I'm going to save it to my downloads. I'm going to go to my downloads, and instantly I am seeing all of the layers here. Let me select them very quickly and open them. And as seen, they're all exported one by one, which is, in my opinion, the ideal way to do it. And then I'm going to show you guys how exporting it would look like without the one by one. Now, just like how this preview shows here, it could be all of them, but when I press on export, export the file name, I am able to do both. So generally, I would end up just having this very big version of everything. But this time, things are changing, and now I am seeing each layer. Let's say, for example, I don't want to include the website, and also I'm not really going to use the big one. So I'm going to be exporting 12 out of 14 frames, and then I'm going to press on export, and the same thing will happen. Another way of exporting is to go through the settings, the main file button, and from there you're gonna find file and then export, or you can do export frames to PDF, which will export all of the frames into one PDF. I'm gonna press on export, and it's gonna open the same tab which shows which lets me select what I want to export and what not, and from there I'm able to export and see. This feature can help you with sending, like I mentioned earlier, very rough drafts of your frames and what you're doing to your customer, to your employer, and so on and so forth. And from there, maybe they can print it, look at it physically, and so on. Obviously, they can also do it digitally, but sometimes because they wouldn't be very knowledgeable regarding Figma, they would want to avoid using it. It all depends on preference, and according to that, we would be following what they would want. And from there, you're pretty much done. You listen to their notes, to their comments after you've exported it. So this wraps it up. Obviously, you can create as many export versions as you'd like. Otherwise, you can feel free to stick to Figma. If the other person or the other site that you want to show these versions to is open to looking at Figma. And that pretty much wraps it up. Now that we have gone through all of the functions that Figma can perform, let's try applying them and put your new perspective up to the test. I will be posting a link to a user flow diagram sample that I have found and edited. I'm gonna show it to you guys in a second. Let's let it load. So we have 3 user scenarios here. It's very similar to the scenario that we have very generally created in the beginning of the course, where the user is not logged in, user does not have an account, they register using their email. Second scenario is the user already has 3 keychains and an account. The user buys a new cell phone and installs the application on her cell phone. The user is not logged in, user signs in, they have 3 keychains installed, which are car, home, wallet. User wants to add another keychain, which is a motorcycle, and then the user adds the keychain. As for the third one, the user is not logged in. The user is logged in. The user has 3 keychains installed, which are the car, home, and purse. User is in her car and cannot find her purse and cannot find her home keys. So the user finds that her home keys are in range, the purse is not in range. The user runs the beeper on home keys and finds them in her pocket. The user checks the last seen location of her purse and finds out that it was connected 45 minutes ago in the supermarket she was in. The user goes to the supermarket and the purse is still not in range, so she checks the location of her purse through the user's devices and she finds out that her purse is in the current local police station. So you get to choose one of the 3 scenarios here, depending on how much you'd like to challenge yourself. And then from here, you're going to follow each scenario. So each scenario has a color. So we have pink, green, and blue. And then we're going to go here, say I want to start with the pink scenario. So it's going to be first time user, false, because she's already logged in. She checks login, true, because she's logged in. And then she's going to check the keys, the keychains. She's going to see all of these settings. So add new key, this is a button. Account settings, this is another button. And then you have for each keychain there is an icon, a given name to the key, the last connected time to the key, and the last connection method to the key. And then there's an edit button to each one of them, and so on and so forth. If you're having any trouble with reading anything within the diagram, please feel free to ask in the comments. Either me or any of your peers will be able to answer it as soon as possible. So we have this very smooth and detailed flow diagram. And so, like I've mentioned earlier, you can feel free to choose any scenario that you're comfortable with and start designing its prototype. You can be as creative as you want, but do not forget to use the user interface principles that we have discussed in order for your design to be more and more successful. And when you're done, or if you'd like to show us your progress and so on and so forth, please feel free to post your Figma link. You can post it as a link like I've mentioned before. So it's as easy as pressing on share, and then you can say that anyone with the link can view. Please don't let us edit because we don't want anyone to mess around with your design. And then you can copy the link and paste it under the comments and the discussion. And we are going to view it and give you any of our comments. It could be you showing us your progress or showing off kind of your final prototype so that we can tell you what we think of it and so on and so forth. So if you're comfortable, please feel free to post the Figma link. Our team, as well as your fellow students, will be able to give you notes and feedback in order to help you improve faster. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys have learned with us, and I'm gonna also be working with you guys and starting to apply this project. So the next couple of videos are gonna be my version of making the scenarios. I'm gonna be working on the 3 scenarios and showing you guys how each one would go like, as well as I'm gonna be designing a website version of it. If you'd like to design a website version of it, obviously you can extend to adding more content within the keys and so on. It could be kind of a way of connecting these scenarios to a website. Again, And I emphasize, please feel free to be as creative as you want. So starting from the next video, we are all going to be designing together. You can follow my steps or you can start on your own and watch me do it, whatever makes you comfortable. And that's about it. Let's get designing. Good luck, everyone. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are finally in the most exciting phase of this course. We are about to apply everything that we've learned and we'll see our progress. So currently I'm just gonna look through the flow scenarios. This video is gonna be dedicated to the first one, but as I've mentioned in the video before, we have three. If you'd like to use all three, go for it. If you'd like to do one, also go for it. So I was trying to brainstorm an idea, like for a logo or something, and I have stumbled upon that owl that I liked. So I went to Figma and I have created a new design file and I was ready to get to work. All what I was gonna do is I'm gonna create a new page here, and in this new page I am going to be creating the icons where I will be having the logos, any other details, and so on and so forth. So as you can see here, I'm just very quickly renaming the frame just to keep everything neat. And then I got my reference here and I put it on the side just to make sure that I can see very clearly what I am referencing. And then I get right into work. So as you can see here, I have split the screens into two different halves just so that I can uh, be able to see what I'm trying to imitate. Like I've mentioned earlier, guys, I extremely encourage you all to have any sort of inspiration or something that will have you as a reference to work as neatly as possible. As beginners and as professionals, sometimes we can't really think of a creative idea, and such concepts where we look around for inspiration and see what works best for us could do a lot. It's great, and I extremely encourage it no matter what level you're in. I'm pretty experienced in this field and I still use references to this day just because I think they can be extremely, extremely beneficial and inspirational. It causes me to have better, greater ideas. Like I've mentioned before, it can help me with things like improving other ideas. So I would be looking at an idea that already exists, and from there, I would be just adding on to it. It's pretty nice and it's pretty inspirational. So initially, I was starting with an owl idea, and this is me trying to work in detail to create an owl shape out of the one that I saw, but I wanted to create my own version. So here I'm playing around with the shapes just to see how I can figure it out, make it look like an owl, but in my own creative way. Please try not to forge logos exactly the way they are, because then you might get into trouble for plagiarism and you don't want that. So try creating your own logo, like I said, out of something that exists. Maybe you can add on to it, maybe you can shape it in a more special way. Go wild. So as you can see, I'm using different shapes such as ellipses and the pen tool to create more shapes in order to create this owl. And it's pretty easy, it's nothing too much. I tried to stick with very simplistic shapes, and sometimes I would have to create curves like the one I'm creating now, which made the process a bit more difficult. But this is the room for experience. As you are the designer, you can't always have the perfect idea come to you instantly, even though sometimes we can get lucky and things can go our way. Personally, I was taking time in creating a perfectly, not perfectly, but an accurately shaped um, logo just because I wanted to show you guys the variety of things that these tools can make. Yes, these tools might be very simple objects that you can't really do much with, but that's all you limiting yourself because, as you can see, you can create so many different shapes and so many different icons with just two or three tools. So I'm using the ellipse, I'm using the pen tool, and here I am creating different shapes and different ideas. So don't think that just because you have like a set of maybe two or three shapes, it means that you don't really have the freedom to work however way you want. No, actually, I think it gives you the complete freedom that you need. And, just go with it. Sometimes, whenever I am shaping the line tool, especially, and I find myself clicking and dragging, you might find yourself being stuck with a curvy line, and you can remove that by pressing on the dot with the last vector line that you've created. You can also fix lines and their curviness like you're seeing on the screen by just moving around the lines of the curves themselves. You can move them around the dots of the vectors, the points of the vectors, and you can very easily just manipulate it. Just because you've created a vector doesn't mean it's permanent. You can even go back to it later and fix it. This is me trying to make the lines as clean as possible, just to show you guys a technique on how you can use vectors as shapes for your logos, maybe even shapes within your application or website or blog, and so on and so forth. I think one mistake that I have done while creating this version of the project is to have one point for a big curve. When you're creating curves for circles, for example, it is ideal to create at least two um, points per quarter of a circle because I think it helps with the accuracy of curving the circle. So here I am redoing the line just to make sure that I am able to create something that is very clean. At the end of the day, we're creating an application and we would like to make it look as clean and appropriate and legit as possible because we're helping with the identity of the company. Maybe sometimes you'd find yourself creating a project for a pre-existing kind of company, which is also great. But I wanted to go into detail in step-by-step processes just to make sure that you guys understand the process of creating shapes and logos from scratch. Another technique that I thought of while working here is to make lines merge together but create negative spacing with strokes. And you're going to see that very soon. What I'm doing is I'm going to fill it like it's a complete shape, but in reality, it isn't. And you're going to see why very soon. I'm trying to measure the center of the logo. I'm trying to make it look accurate and well. I've realized that the center of the owl's nose does not align with the shape that I've created, so I'm redoing it one more time. And this time I'm redoing it while being aware of the edges, because the edges are what I want to create negative spacing in. As you can see, I want to curve the edge of my shape. So what I do is I stop at almost the end of the center, and then I create a curve with the other ends, and then I go on with my sharp ends. This is one of the best ways you can create curves, or you can go to the design feature and you can start creating curves with the upper right curve icon that we have learned before. This is me now trying to create um, kind of an outline with negative space. Make sure to maybe increase the stroke if you'd like to add on to the negative space more. I was planning on creating more negative space by moving it downwards, but I realized I wasn't aware of the edges, so I just kept undoing until I went back to the shape, and I wanted to have a linear concept, so I'm just undoing now to make it very space aware. So now what I did is I lined them up according to the edges rather than only lining them up according to the edges that I wanted on the outside, so that when I want to move the shape downwards, I'm able to do that very easily. So now I'm trying to create a space for myself to add on. And now I'm going to create the final actual version of my shape of the lower part of the logo. So don't worry about having clean lines and curves as soon as you're creating them. You're very much going to be able to edit them very soon, so don't let it consume your time. I am currently finishing up the editing, and then I started working on the edges. As you can see, the spacing wasn't equal, and I was able to move around the points of the vectors very, very easily. Now, all what I did was move around the extra space that I've planned, and then I found myself capable of having this extra negative space. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to send all of the shapes backwards except for the ellipses, and then I'm going to create strokes for them. And the strokes are going to be the same color as the background color because I wanted to add to the negative space. So that's what I'm doing. And I guess I was starting to notice a simple owl shape that I was getting inspired by, but it wasn't the most accurate. And you'll see what happens to the template later on. Now I go to the UX template for iPhones. As I've discussed earlier, I'm going to be using an iPhone for this example. You can go ahead and use an Android if you're comfortable with it, but I went for the UX template and I went to look at the colors that iPhones use. And I chose this specific orange slash light color. And I chose this to be for my identity color for the logos and any kind of identity. I'm mainly going for red and white. So what I did was I tried to paste the RGB, but I wasn't aware that I was selecting the hex. So what I did was I went to the RGB version and then I went to check the RGB numbers, and then I inserted the RGB variables in their right place. And here I have the red that is used in iPhones. You have to make sure to use the UX template to make it as accurate as possible to the iPhone identity. And now that I have kind of solidified a concept for my logo, I started playing around to finalize, and I realized that um, it wasn't very owl-like. So I was thinking about it, and eventually I settled for maybe a robotic look because it does look like a robot. And I tried a lot to play around with the sizing before, but it didn't really work out for me. If you guys think that there is an error from my behalf, let's see your talents and let's have you comment on why it didn't turn out to look like an owl. Maybe for fun, maybe you guys are able to settle on an owl logo your own, but do feel free to be creative and change the concept of your logos. For me, I thought that an owl could represent a location icon. So I thought that it would be nice. As you can see in the reference photo that I'm using, it is very close to the shape of a location icon. That's why I was very intrigued by it. But then I was happy to come out with a robot kind of look because sometimes you can find the robot concept, especially in Bluetooth, or things that find themselves or things that work manually, but not in a way that you would do it, in a way that technology would do it. So I'm not complaining about my concept at all and how it turned out. You guys should also be open to the idea that what you go in with, like the idea that you have in your head, that would probably be your version of the final version of your project, might not always be accurate. And sometimes it is possible for us to come out with completely different concepts. But that's what makes this entire process very cool. It's the fact that we are able to come out with things that we didn't think we would come out with. And at this point, I was very surprised, but I liked it. I didn't get the logo that I wanted, but I got something else out of it. And I think it's nice. I think it looks interesting and it can be worked with very nicely. So you have to be flexible sometimes with your work and you have to be open about what you want. I tried to add a smiley face to the robot, but I realized it might not work out. So I just took back that idea like in a minute after thinking about it. But again, feel free to be as creative as you want to be, especially when it comes to design. The world is your limit, really, and I really advise you to try and test and see what would happen if you did this, if you did that, and maybe you'd come out with a completely different idea. Anyways, now I am writing down the name of the application. I was still thinking about it, brainstorming, The pressure of creating an application in front of your students might sometimes get to you. But I was looking for a font that I really enjoy, and I thought it looked fun with my fun robot. So I did that. I changed the sizing, I changed the spacing, I changed the color, and I'm playing around with it, trying to think of something else. Location bot might be too basic. Um, so I'm trying to think of something that is more fun, maybe. Maybe something that rhymes with bot. Spot bot sounds nice, so I like that. I'm gonna go with it. And now I'm making sure that everything is centered, that the logo is aligned with the text and the title of the um, application. And then I made sure that I have grouped the logo in order for me not to mess around and lose my progress. I was playing around with the font so that it doesn't dominate the logo too much. And I'm just fixing things around, small details that you would like to see. But obviously, these are for your own satisfaction. And I'm just playing around, making sure everything looks good so that I can move on. Obviously, you can feel free to try different formats of your logo. Maybe like the text could be above each other, but I thought it crams up the logo too much and I didn't like that. I would very much prefer it be more spacious, so I took that idea back. And now that we have created a logo or a concept, I am now moving on to creating the actual scenario. So in this scenario, like we've mentioned, the user is not logged in. So I'm gonna go ahead and get myself started with that. I'm gonna create a frame. For this one, I'm using an iPhone 8. And what I'm gonna do is, obviously, in order to be as neat as possible, please make sure to name all of your frames according to what they are, just so that you don't get lost with time. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this logo for the splash screen and I'm gonna paste it. And for this one, obviously I'm just gonna need very minimal things such as the time and then the loading bar. And this is one trick that I think is very creative and exciting to know about. And it's the fact that you can use GIFs to actually work on your website. So I found a transparent loading GIF and I downloaded it on my desktop. And then what I did was I went back to Figma and I created a square shape. And from there, I went to my desktop and I clicked on my GIF and I dragged it onto the shape as a fill. And now I have successfully created a GIF within my application, which is pretty cool. It is also applicable on websites if you're interested in building a website of your own. It's very interesting and I think it's a very good feature. Here I am trying to fix placement. Please make sure that everything is placed in a way where it is smooth for the eye to look at. Now I'm gonna be testing whether the GIF works or not just to make sure. And as you can see, it is working, it is moving. And I really like this feature. I think it makes the application feel even more lively, which is very cool. So now I'm gonna go back to the UI UX template and I'm gonna look for the time bar. And as you can see, I just kept double clicking until I was able to select the time bar, and I copied it. And then I went back and pasted it. So Command C, Command V, or Control C, Control V for PC users. And then I moved it around to place it. And this was the appropriate placing for it, in my opinion. And then I've turned it into a component where it is something that I would be using very often, and I thought that making it into a component is a good idea. Whether I end up moving something slightly or changing a detail, I can very easily do that just by editing the first one in the splash screen. Now I'm just doing a couple of touch-ups and then I would be done with the splash screen. So now I'm creating a new frame in order to move on with my scenario. So I am dragging the component into my next frame. I'm trying to make both align. So I use the ruler and I moved them around to be on the same line, because if they're slightly above or below, when you're playing the application, you will notice them moving, and you want them to stay in the same place throughout the application so it doesn't distract you, because this is a very not crucial element in the project, so you don't really want its movement to distract your view of how the application works. Now we're moving on to deeper details. Here I wanted to get some navigation bar in order to help me with maybe like this is login, this is sign up, etc., etc. And this one came with time, so I realized that I can just remove this component for now. And I will use this one to show time. And then I realized that the aligning of this component doesn't really work. So I chose to align the splash screen component to the first one, just to make things accurate, like I've mentioned. And then I got to work. So here I wanted to change around the fonts and the typing things, but I realized that I do not own the font of Apple. So like I've mentioned in the course before, I'm just opening the link and downloading the font. I press on the link to confirm that I am trying to get into the link. And here are the lists of fonts. I just wanted to download one to show you guys how to do it. And now that the font is downloaded, I'm opening it. And because it's more professional here from the Apple website, it's a bit different. So I just ended up double clicking on the box here. Might be a bit different for PC, but I just kept continuing and going on with it. Then I ended up installing it and it loaded and finished. And now I am free to use the font. So I go back to Figma and I go ahead and start using the font in my application. So as you guys are gonna see, in this drop down list, I can see that there are missing fonts. In the beginning, I accidentally closed it, but you're gonna see that. Let's just wait for me to finish editing this. As I'm trying to edit the title, I keep getting the I am missing the fonts kind of notification. So here I write down the missing font's name and its new name on my laptop now, which is SF. And then I choose to replace whether I want to replace it with bold or regular, depending on what weight was it on originally. And now I get to mess around with the updated font. So here I'm writing that this is a login page. And then maybe this could be next, as in after logging in, you just click on next and you're logged in. And now we're gonna fill the page up with what we usually know would be in a login page. Sometimes you're given these options on what will be in the login page by your corporate, your customer, and so on and so forth. Because this project isn't as strict, I just went with whatever I thought works best in a login page. Here I'm looking around for fields to fill in order to write down the information. So like the boxes where you would be writing down your username or email and then password. I'm trying to look for it. And then I found these text field bars, which worked pretty well for me. So I ended up choosing the first placeholder, the first option with the placeholder. I copied this and I have pasted it into the frame. Obviously, make sure that you're working inside the frame because sometimes you could find yourself putting the items within the frame, but actually they're not in the frame, which is quite frustrating. And as you can see, when I try to insert my uh, objects into the frame, they disappeared. So one effective hack that I usually use is I copy it and then I select the frame and then I paste it because as you can see, I'm moving it inside, it's not going in. So I just press on this. This is me still trying to show you guys. And then I copy it. I'm trying to move it, it's not working. I copy it, Command C, and then I press on the frame and paste Command V. And now it's inside the frame. Sometimes things that are restricted to the frame size might not work very accurately, and sometimes it's difficult to put them into the frame. So what you can easily do is copy everything you did and then paste them in the frame, and they will be automatically inside the frame. Now I copied the placeholder again and pasted it, and now I'm trying to move around its placement, trying to see what works best. I decided to change the background color to something a bit darker so that you can see the difference between each placeholder. And usually it is done like that. We're not given very confusing spaces where we don't know where to tap, where we don't know where is the text bar and where is the screen. So to make it as clear as possible, you should work with that as clearly as you can. And now I'm trying to plan where to write, for example, email, password, and I've decided to give this option a title. So login information would work. Make it smaller because it's in all caps. We don't want it to dominate this composition. And here I'm writing email in very light color. And when the person fills in the information, they are going to be filling it in with a darker text. So usually you would have the user insert their email and password, and then you would add the external options. Here I'm going back to our wireframes that we have created earlier by going to drafts. I remembered that we kind of planned a general layout of how we would want our application to be, and I wanted to put it to the test and apply and see how it would look like. So I've finished the splash screen and now I'm looking at the login screen. And here I have the login information, and then I planned on adding more. But before that, I forgot to rename my project, so I went and did that immediately. It is good to stay as organized as possible, guys. I'm telling you, it is a very, very important thing to do, and I strongly advise you to keep it maintained in order to not be confused about the way that you're working, in order to make sure that everything is the way it is supposed to be. I was trying to look for anything extra, but I couldn't find it, so I went ahead and created my own. If you can't find something in the UX template, don't give up on it. Please try your best to create another versions of it and try to increase your usage of items as much as you can. Now, just because you can't find an item doesn't mean that you cancel it from your project. No, you have to keep working towards it and try creating it on your own. The UX template is only made to make things easier and faster for you because they're all repeated things. But that doesn't mean that anything that isn't available in it is not something that you should do. And I also encourage you guys to maybe try playing around and use something that isn't the UX template when you're settled in Figma. So maybe instead of relying on the UX template, you can create your own design, like a completely different design. We don't want the boring, usual, normal iPhone setup. Maybe you want to make it look more artistic. And I very, very much encourage that because I feel like this is what makes an application special. What I'm doing in this project is that I'm applying everything that I taught you guys in front of you, which is the main focus. But when the main focus is design, then everything else changes immediately because this is not design based, this is more practicality based. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you the way to go, the way to apply what we've learned and move around objects and so on and so forth in order to create something successful. Yes, this is a successful interface, but that doesn't mean that you can't get more creative and play around with colors. I'm currently moving around the placement of boxes next to text. Usually what's ideal is to keep it the same size as the text and align it very well in order to make sure that everything is working together very clearly. You want to be as clear to your customer as possible, especially since my target person was a mother who is busy. She needs clarity in her life. She does not need her life to be harder. Um, like I've mentioned in personas, what's important is while we're creating it, we want to realize what does this person prioritize? Do they care about design more or do they create about the functionality more? And in my case, my persona cares about functionality much more than the aesthetic of it. And that's what makes this design very applicable to her. She knows how to use an iPhone, she knows the iPhone settings that she has. So this to her is very, very, very direct. Now, obviously, in login user interfaces, you can see that you can have the very different scenarios, such as, oh, I forgot my password. Oh, I don't want to log in every time I enter the application. And it is nice to consider these things because it makes the user interface design very, very accurate, and it makes it feel like it is much more successful and applicable. So I am moving things around, trying to see what is most important. So, like we've mentioned earlier, when a user forgets their password, they're so frustrated and stressed, and you would want to make it as bold as possible just so that they don't stress around and try to find the forgot password button. And then I tried to create the register now button, and usually this button is at the very bottom because when you're a new user, you're not going to use your keyboard. I have mentioned that in a class before. You're not going to be using your keyboard. You're going to go straight to creating a new account. So it can be within the keyboard range very easily. It doesn't have to interfere with it. If you want, you can move it a bit upwards. But this is me still experimenting and moving things around and placing. And again, a person who doesn't have an account wants emphasis as well. And in this case, I chose to create a line to empathize, to emphasize on the create new account feature for any new users. I'm working on the placement here. I'm zooming in to make it as accurate as possible. I don't want it to be too high or too low. I realized that I wanted to take it a bit upwards, so I'm doing that. I'm trying to make the spacing not look too awkward. And I'm trying to apply that by moving things around. I'm trying to also make the spacing between each element make sense. And I'm looking back at my wireframe to make sure that this is the concept that I was trying to plan. And from here, things are gonna get very easy because now you have almost everything in your frames, what you will exactly need in order to create your wireframes. So I'm going ahead and making sure that everything is within my frame. Again, when you're neat, you're able to understand that, oh, this is supposed to be in this frame and this is supposed to be in that frame. Or like, oh no, this didn't end up being inside the frame. I should move it inside before it's too late, and so on and so forth. And now, in this scenario, the person is signing up instead of logging in. So they end up pressing on create a new account, which takes them to the sign up screen. So I'm changing it from login information to sign up information. And now I'm going back to the wireframe, the user journey, just to show you how it goes like. I'm reading through. This is the blue scenario. So I'm going with the blue map. And obviously you have the splash screen with the login, the sign up, and all of that. And I'm reading through, trying to understand where I would want the person to go. They have the login option, but they're obviously not going to log in. So they're going to insert things such as email. and then I decide to add on from what I think is more ideal. Because again, this is not a very strict user flow. Feel free to add any element that you think is more important. But for future references, when a company gives you a specific user flow, you should be following it very accurately because they don't want you to add any extra buttons. So let's say here in this user flow, it says um, first name, last name, email, password, and then you decide to add birthday. When you add something extra, you're adding on to the functionality of the company. You're adding on to the developer to, for example, add the date icons or the drop down buttons and so on and so forth. And this is extra work for everyone. So you should very much stick to what you're given in a user flow diagram when you're given one. In this case, I'm allowing you guys to be as creative as you can and explore as much as you can by trying different values in texts and boxes. But just for future reference, please make sure to go with what you're given and what you're asked for. Now, usually in emails, it says that we will have a verification link or something sent to us, and I wanted to make it look as realistic as possible. So I did that. I wrote down, oh, like you should write a valid email because you will be asked to verify. Because a lot of people, most of the time, are very lazy to write down their own entire email, so they end up writing something random, and it is difficult for the companies to track who their users are when they can't even get their real emails. And then I duplicated, and for password, there are usually two boxes that are also stuck to each other. Obviously, sometimes companies ask for specific criteria when it comes to passwords. Maybe, oh, it should be 8 characters maximum, minimum. You should have a capital letter. You should have a variable like an at or an exclamation mark, or so on and so forth. And you would want to add that in the password, under the password boxes, obviously. Some interfaces are unsuccessful with this, and it's because they don't tell us the criteria until we fill in the password. So sometimes I would write down 8 letters, knowing that usually passwords are 8 letters long. And after I'm done, they would ask me, oh no, it's supposed to have at least one capital letter and maybe one number and one like variable. And I'm like, okay, I wasn't told that. And I think it's very important to keep these things very clear just so that the user is not delayed. You want to make everything very straightforward for them, and you don't want to confuse them. So from there, I'm pretty much done with what I need for my user to sign up. So what I'm gonna do now is make sure that everything is in place first of all. And then I'm gonna start planning how the person is gonna fill in the information in our scenario. So I'm gonna copy this exact page, and then I'm gonna add a keyboard onto it. So I'm planning that I'm gonna have the keyboard on it. So I'm gonna write sign up with keyboard. Again, neatness, everyone. Now here I'm trying to find a keyboard that matches my phone type. None of these keyboards apply to iPhone 8, unfortunately. I did try to use one of them and just replace it and went like, it's okay, maybe it'll work. But I've realized that it's missing the emoji feature and I can't crop that outside of the frame. It doesn't seem to be the right thing to do. First I'm trying to place it within the frame just to fix it in, but I realized that it's not accurate and it doesn't work. So I thought what is best to do is to just try to get one online. I'm trying to fix it right now to see whether it might work or not, but unfortunately it didn't. One of the things about this keyboard, in case you end up wanting to use such keyboard, is the fact that a grid is used, which is why you see the keyboard with red letters. In the beginning, I didn't really pay attention to it, and I thought that the keys were colored in red, but I realized that they're in white, and then I realized that it was the grid that is colored red. Um, so it had me lost a little. So just in case, the red that you see is the grid, and it is not the keyboard being colored in red. Anyways, I am now looking for an iPhone 8 keyboard, and I find it very easily, thankfully. And what I'm gonna do now is very quickly copy it. You're able to do that, or you can end up saving it. You will see me copying an image later on just to show you how it's done when you copy it directly from online. But I like to keep my documents saved in my laptop in case I end up losing the project or anything. I'm going to desktop and I'm inserting it as an image, and then I'm resizing it to coordinate with the iPhone size. Making sure that the edges align equally, because sometimes from afar it could look accurate, but it actually is not, which is quite unfortunate sometimes. And now we move on to the next page. So the next page, since the person got out their keyboard, they're typing in their first and last name, and I'm just renaming it very quickly. So first of all, she fills in her first and last name. Our persona's name was Claire Rosewood, so I am filling in her name. And I'm changing its color so that we can differentiate whether something is already filled in or not. And this is very important because you don't want the user to be confused about whether they put down their information or whether they're asked to do it. So here you can see the difference between the filled in variable and then the other requested variables. And here I'm just double checking. I am going back to find the typing indicator, which you will see in a second. I'm just trying to find it through the template. After finding it, we have this bar here that shows that I'm about to type. And again, I'm trying to make the application as accurate as possible. So I'm just selecting it and pasting it within the frame to make sure that this is what the person is selecting to fill in first. There you have it. I'm just trying to align it accurately. And then I'm gonna go ahead and copy this into filling in other information. So I'm gonna name it as Stu, and fill in the email. I made up any email for our dear persona. Again, I am changing the color so that it shows that this is a variable that has been filled in. And then I'm going to go ahead and write down a password. And in the password field, there are usually circles for iPhone. And in this case, I went right ahead and first of all, I wanted to fix the placement of the frames. I like them being next to each other so that I can be able to see them compared to each other. I don't like zooming out and having to see them all in one very small version. So I duplicated this and now I'm supposed to fill in the password. And like I mentioned, passwords are usually circles. And what I would do for a password is that I would create black ellipses, very, very small ones. I tried to compare its size to the O and password, maybe a bit slightly bigger. And then I deleted the word password because it doesn't show. And now I'm just placing the circles and spacing them properly. As you can see here, a very cool feature is as you're moving things, it shows you how to equally space them between each other, which I think is very, very, very helpful and effective. I really enjoy it. I zoomed out and I realized that the password circles are too far apart. So I went right in and selected them all and tried to move them a bit closer. And this is the first password variable. Very easy so far. I tried to play around with the sizing a little because I felt like they might look a little too big compared to the text. At the end of the day, these are filled in shapes, and sometimes filled in shapes might appear to be slightly bigger than normal shapes. So I went ahead and resized them slightly. And then I moved on by copying one more after renaming it, obviously. And after that, I just copied the same exact circles just to make the process very quicker. The person is repeating her password, so it's nothing too much at this point. We're just finishing up. And now she has completed her sign up. So what she's gonna be doing is we're gonna take this final screen here and we're gonna copy it very quickly. And then from there, the keyboard is gone because I pressed on next. I pressed outside the keyboard. And let's go back. Now I'm gonna try to find a message indicator that says something like, hey, you have signed up. I found this one, so I decided to copy it. And as you can notice after pasting it, I'm bound to find out that it mixes very much with the background and I really didn't like that, so I went ahead and copied the one with the background blur. You're gonna see it in a second. Here it is. So I opened that, copied it, and pasted it. And as you can see here, it automatically like blurs the background and stuff. Very cool. And as you resize it, it stays centered, which is a great feature. And then I'm gonna go ahead and write the title after I fix the fonts. Here I'm gonna write something like success, and then I'm gonna talk about how the person has successfully signed up for the account or something like that. And then here the person can go to the home page maybe. And then afterwards, after the person presses on this, obviously, they will get to their key page. Obviously, it's going to be empty, but this is their home page now that they've signed up. And I wanted to add something a bit extra just to show you guys how accurate we're trying to make this application be. So I'm removing everything. I'm trying to make a page for the keys. You can write something like your keys, my keys, keys, anything like that. And then here I'm going to add the plus button for when the person wants to add keys. Usually adding things are on the top right buttons of settings. I'm going to go ahead and make it bold, big. And what you can do in the middle, where I left the forgot password, is maybe write no keys installed yet or something like that. Maybe, yeah, create your first key now, something to encourage the customer to actually start using the application. But as soon as they open the page, I wanted it to delay a little. And then after the person looks at the screen, they get another alert saying, hey, please verify your email, because we did mention earlier that the person will need to verify their email, and I think this adds on to the reality of a project. So I'm gonna go ahead and write something like verify your email, and then like add some details to it, like hey, we sent you an email to your account or something, and from there they can maybe go to email. So I'm writing this up very quickly, trying to draft something that makes sense but isn't too long. Please try to avoid very long texts because it is going to have the user be bored and avoid reading it entirely. So I just wrote up anything very quickly, and then from here I wrote open email or mail, and this is it for the first draft. It is very direct, very easy. We might have struggled a bit in the beginning, but eventually we had to only copy paste. It didn't really take much of our time or effort. It is a great way to start using the program and applying it very accurately. For any of you who are looking for something that is very simple and easy, this is it. If you'd like to apply it, go ahead. And now we will move on to our second scenario. So let's go to the next video. All right, everyone, we're moving on to our second scenario. For the second scenario, we're going to be using very different concepts. It's not going to be too different, but we will be adding on to the pages, and there will be more icon design here. So if you are looking into improving your icon slash shape, anything design wise when it comes to putting shapes together and forming tools that can add onto the identity, then this is the scenario for you. So here we have the scenario where the person already has an account, but they are already they're already not signed in. So what they're gonna do is they're gonna start by logging into the account. What you're gonna do is you're gonna create the login screen, and then from there you're not gonna have the sign up focus. You're gonna just add a keyboard, and then the person is gonna start by signing up. Logging in. So I'm just aligning the frames very quickly. The person's gonna write their email. In this case, it's Claire's email again, Claire Rosewood. And we're just filling it in as if she just wrote it down. We just had our keyboard open in the third frame. And then we're gonna create another frame for the password. Just trying to fix everything. Now what I'm trying to do is change the color. I found myself accidentally deleting the password, so I undid and then went back to adding the email. And then from here, I'm just gonna create the last frame for her to put in her password. I copied the circles or ellipses from the other scenario, but obviously, like you've seen in the older one, if you're only creating this one, feel free to create circles just for this password. Here I am just placing them in a accurate position. And then I'm gonna delete the word password. And now Claire is gonna be able to log in. I'm just moving things around, finalizing. And then she's gonna be clicking on next, which is gonna open the keys for her. First of all, I'm putting this typing tool thing here just to make it a little more accurate and precise. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this and get into the keys home page, and from there obviously because she has 3 keys in the settings, we're gonna go ahead and try finding her something in the user flow. So she has a car, a home, and a wallet. Before continuing with that, I wanted to create the icons for the 3 of these items. So I went right ahead and I started with creating the home because it's the easiest. So the way that we would be creating a house is very, very simple. You just have to imagine the shapes in your head. We have a square, a triangle, and maybe a couple more squares for a window or a door, and so on and so forth. Because my app identity doesn't have sharp lines, like the logo doesn't have any sharp lines, I'm gonna make my content, my icons, and all of those to be round edged because I want it to be consistent. And you also should consider in mind the consistency of the shapes of your objects and icons, because it makes it look very neat. It makes it look like you're using the same application. For example, when you're on Facebook, you don't find something that isn't blue unless it's a very different distinguishable icon. And when you want something to stand out, this is when you would change colors, but otherwise you don't really do it. So for example, I'm using LinkedIn, and LinkedIn is mainly white, blue, and gray. And then I see something that is red. It immediately stands out for me because it's so different. And we don't want that in this case. Yes, standing out is good, but also identity is more important. So what I did was I created a door out of a square, and I was thinking of adding maybe a chimney. So I did that just to show you guys a more detailed um, part that you can do. You can obviously keep it simple and stick with the shape that I did before adding a chimney, but I also wanted to show people what they can do in case they want it to be a little extra. So I've created a chimney, but I think they're too interfering. So I'm gonna create a line, and I'm gonna go ahead and add some negative space. I decided to add this because in my logo, the robot, the eyes have negative space, and for me to add this white space between something adds into the concept of my logo. And as you can see, I just added a line to make it look like it's interfering, and then I went in to move around the lines very accurately just to make sure that it looks neat and clean. And then I'm gonna go right ahead, select it, and go with the identity color that I use. And that's it for the house. We are done with our first icon, which is pretty cool and pretty simple. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and name it after grouping it. And I'm gonna go on with my second icon, which is a car. Now, a car is a bit more complicated, but not too complicated. Don't worry about it, no sweat. So I'm gonna start with a rectangle, give it sharp, curved ends, because again, my identity does not have any sharp ends. And I'm gonna go ahead and create the tires. If you guys would rather do this, you can start with the easy parts and then slowly build up to the harder parts like I'm doing. I'm imagining a car, and I'm imagining that its base is obviously a rectangle, and then it has circular wheels, and then the top part is where it gets a little complicated. So I'm gonna leave that until later, but for now I'm gonna work on the easy parts. So here I'm working on the stroke for the negative space, and I've added the tires. I'm moving them around a little, trying to test out what works. I've realized that it's too big. One important thing is you want all icons to have the same, if not the same, then similar spacings, because when you apply them realistically, it starts to be difficult if you made the house bigger than the car and you're resizing them to be the same size. It's not gonna look very accurate. Now I'm gonna build the top part of the car, and I'm doing that by moving around some edges. This is another technique that you can use. You can have sharp edges, and then when connecting, you can create the shape after you're done fixing, and so on and so forth. This is me just adjusting small details. What you can do now, after moving things around and making sure that everything is aligning well, is that you can first of all fill in, and then you can round the edges of the car. So now I'm just gonna be adjusting different aspects of the car, making it a little smaller, making it look like a more balanced car, because I don't want it to look too symmetrical. I want the front of it to be distinguished slightly from the back of it. And you can do that by making the front of it very slightly longer than the back of it. And now I'm creating windows for the car. And again, you can create the windows with sharp ends and then use the same exact technique that I have used, which is rounding up the edges. I'm going ahead and filling it in with white. I realized that the layer is under the actual vector, the big one. So I'm taking it upwards so that it can show, making the round edges a little smaller, and then turning it white. And then I'm gonna copy and paste it to make a mirrored version of the window, just to keep it as accurate as possible. So I'm just gonna drag it while pressing on Shift, and now it is mirrored. And then I'm just gonna move it to the right, just doing some final touch-ups. And there you have it. Now I'm grouping the selection and renaming it as car. Very simple, very easy. Now we're gonna move on to wallet. I'm gonna change that into purse, because I don't want to get too complicated just yet. Here I am trying to just fix the problem with the bullet point. So a purse is easy. It's pretty much a bag. You can interpret it in any way possible. First of all, I'm resizing the card to be accurate to the house so that the sizes are not drastic, like I've mentioned earlier. And now I'm gonna go ahead and create the purse. I kind of noticed that the line spacing is not similar to the logo, so I decided to make the line thicker, just for the sake of making it look very realistic and accurate to how the logo is made. And also I noticed the small line not being right, so I went ahead and tweaked it a little bit, and there we have it. It's now closer to how the logo looks. So now I'm gonna go ahead and create the purse. The purse is the easiest. This is a very quick exercise, final exercise on creating an icon. I went ahead and created a square that isn't very equal in lines, so like the lines are a bit slanted here. And then I'm gonna fill it in. Obviously I'm gonna round the ends of it. And I'm gonna add in a strap just to show that it's a bag, it's a purse, anything. So what I'm gonna do here is, first of all, I did notice some circular deficiency in the car, so I wanted to make it look more highlighted, because I felt like it looked sharp from afar. I kind of get distracted, but also as you're creating other objects, you're able to see these little details and fix them, because you want them to look similar to each other. So I'm back to the purse. I'm creating the circles, just like that. And then I'm going to create a strap, which is very easy. Just coloring the circles to be white. I wanted to make them adaptable to the background color, so any color that the background is going to be instead of the white color. I try to elongate the strap just so that I'm not missing too much space. And then I am adjusting the strap to be balanced and equal, making the stroke thicker, and then adding the white color. And this is pretty much it for the purse. I mean, doesn't really need much. Again, this was a very quick exercise for us to kind of wrap up how to create these icons. Please do not hesitate to use references. Using references is very encouraged. There is nothing wrong with it. You can go ahead and Google purse icon, car icon, home icon, and kind of copy the concept and then maybe add your twist to it. For example, it could be a car with sharp edges and you start around the edges. Try to challenge yourself with these things because this is what helps you with your creativity later on, and it's gonna be very, very helpful for your exploration within design. Now we're going to home page, and the keys are usually laid out next to each other. So what I'm gonna do is I have my icons here that I'm gonna copy and paste. I'm gonna paste them within the frame. Make sure you're doing that. And now anything that's white, I'm gonna change to the color of the background in order for it to adapt to the background. And now it looks like it has negative lines. And I'm gonna go ahead and find something here in the template that could help me with having boxes for each of them. It could be the variable boxes that we used for text, but I wanted to explore a little within the template because I'm very excited about it and I think it's a very, very cool feature. I extremely encourage you guys to use it because doesn't only make your life easier, but it makes you feel like you're doing something professional and clean, despite of how detailed you want it to be. So I went around to try to find something, but I couldn't except for these menu items. And I thought maybe I could use these instead. We have a spacer and we have a menu item. I went ahead and pasted one. I realized that the color is very close to the background, so I tweaked the color a bit to match what I want to go for. Then I resized it, tried to play around with measurements a little just to make it all work out. I also realized that this item is not in the frame. This is a very common mistake. When something is not in the frame, you can't bring anything above it because anything that's outside of the frame is very likely to be on the very top. And because it isn't associated with the frame, you can't really put things on top of it unless it is under the frame, which is also very messy. One other thing that might be a bit challenging is the fact that vectors get resized while you're resizing an item. So do keep in mind that sometimes you need to be careful with that. You can just resize your item and then from there you can fix the vectors a bit. Maybe like lower their curve level or make the line strokes to be smaller. It's nothing too difficult and it's nothing that is gonna have you struggle, so don't worry about it at all. Now I'm trying to like plan a layout for the menu item. So usually on the left you have some sort of editing option or like moving it to where you want it to be placed and so on and so forth. Like sometimes you would want to place your keys in different areas. Maybe I want my home button to be first, and then my car, and then my purse. Or maybe I want my purse first, and then my home, and then my car. So I will be adding that in a bit, but I'm talking generally. I'm trying to plan a layout for the entire option and button. So here I am trying to move things around. So I have written down the title of this icon, and now what I'm gonna do is maybe put in when was the last time this was tracked, or whether it's live or not, and so on and so forth. Very simple details that appear in the back of my head. I'm just planning very generally the layout. You see, this is all a process of trial and exploration, and that's what's really nice about it. In wireframes, we plan the layout of the placement of objects, but the details all come to the part of actually applying everything and adding onto what we planned in the wireframes. For example, the wireframe had a really big square of all the keys, but now I'm faced to look into the deeper detail of how am I gonna lay out these keys and what am I supposed to put inside these boxes. And this is what makes it much more interesting, and it takes time. I mean, please don't be intimidated by the speed of work that is happening right now. This is coming from someone who is exploring through the application for a really long time. You know, you have to take your time to understand how to place objects, how are they usually located, where are they usually located. And with time, you will find yourself doing it very quickly because you got used to the concept of the location. And now I'm adding the kind of bar that helps you move around the objects. And I did that very easily by making 3 lines and then putting them really close to each other. You could do it by making 3 lines manually, but I did it with my keyboard. But feel free to do it whichever way you want. Again, one really cool thing about design, in my opinion, is that you get to explore your own technique of work. This makes it very flexible for all of us because some people can take much longer timing than other people, or some people might find other techniques to be extremely easier than other people. Maybe for you guys, for example, being neat is not um, as time saving as it is for me. It might be very time consuming because uh, putting things in the same area with each other might be difficult for you to plan. It all depends obviously on your preferences, but at the end of the day, I'm giving you my own tips as a person who has been using this application for a long time. And I think despite your way of using the application, you can definitely learn a lot from just observing someone working on it and someone who's talking you through their thought process as they're working on it. For me, these things, these concepts that I am working on instantly, always appear in a way where I'm thinking with myself out loud. I'm telling myself, this is gonna work, this is not gonna work, and so on and so forth. And I explain to myself out loud, I'm like, yes, the user is gonna be very confused at this stage. How can I help him? I can only help him by doing this and that and that. So, discussing and explaining your project and its concept out loud is actually very, very, very helpful. So that's why I usually encourage you guys to share your work with us, because I feel like while you're sharing it and telling us what you're trying to do, not only are we able to help you clarify your approach, but you're also listening to yourself talking. And if it doesn't make sense while you're saying it, then you're gonna go like, okay, this doesn't actually make sense. Let me fix it. Let me make it more clear, because I feel like when I'm explaining it to my peers or the course tutor, it's not really very clear. So I should change something about it. All of these approaches are very, very effective, and I definitely advise you to go for it if you're comfortable. I now added buttons, and for the buttons here, look, I'm trying to play around with them a little, because in the keychain application, what we're doing is either you try to buzz the object, the keychain, you try to ask it to make sound for you to find it, or if you can't hear it, you press on location. And when you press on location, you can't really buzz it, because it's not in range anymore. It just shows you the last location that you found the key in. And this is where using this feature is crucial. So whenever something is live and it's not lost, the person can buzz it because it's in range. So I'm leaving the buzz button to be clickable, but I don't want the location button to look like it can be clicked on, because I didn't think that it would make sense to make it clicked on if you can't do it. Now I'm copying the spacer and pasting it onto the frame to continue and build the other items. I'm extending the spacer to be as big as the box. And then we're going to take it a bit higher just to make the spacing not be too drastic. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy this box. Command C, Command V, or Control C, Control V. And then I'm going to move it downwards. Guys, don't forget, if you want to move them down, you can use the down button. If you want to move them down faster, you can press on Shift and then the down button. Very easy and effective. Now I'm trying to make the size of the car be very close to the size of the house. And then I moved it to the front. Obviously, I need to fix it a little, because now it is too rounded and the borders are too thick. So I'm doing that now. And I pretty much am done with the car icon. Now I have to update the information from home to car. And then what I'm going to do is create one final bar for the purse. Again, I'm going to bring it to the front and then resize it in a way where it aligns. And as you guys can notice, this is not within frame. So what I'm going to do is try to select it and put it inside the frame. And this time it was successful. I didn't have to delete and copy paste, which was good. I find purse and I bring it to front. And then fix the lines a little. Obviously, the thickness compared to the other two is too thick. So I'm gonna go ahead and select the strap and decrease the stroke. And there you have it. Now I'm updating the information, obviously. And here I'm just trying to test whether the spacing is accurate or not. So I'm trying to see if I have lost something and it says it's been tracked 3 minutes ago. You can obviously see that it's gonna interfere with the buttons. So here's where I make the font smaller just to make sure that it works for the keys that don't that aren't tracked. So I'm doing that. I'm fixing it up. And now it is suitable to try out when something is lost. I'm just trying things out to see how it would look like and how it would work. And I think it looks very smooth. So I'm gonna go ahead and confirm, and now I'm just gonna put it back into its normal live mode, because in this scenario the 3 of the keys are available and the user just wants to add another one. So now that the user wants to add another one, I just wanted to go ahead and create a couple of new keys because new icons, because the person wants to add another keychain, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and add some small details first, which is I want icons that indicate that their item is connected and that it is in range. So I'm gonna go ahead and use this Bluetooth icon here that shows that, oh, your item is in range. I like it being a PNG because it is transparent usually with a transparent background. So it is very flexible for me to use. I'm gonna go ahead and make the icon be of equal size of the other items. And I'm gonna move these a little bit upwards because I don't want them to interfere too much with each other. I'm gonna copy paste it onto the other parts of the square, other keys obviously. And then I'm gonna go for another icon that shows that it is connected. And I feel like the Wi-Fi connection really shows and emphasizes on connection. Like, yes, your device is connected to the Bluetooth. So I'm gonna go ahead and save it. And then I'm gonna be placing it within the groups and resizing it as well. I'm now copying it all on the same boxes so that it can be consistent, and there I have it. Now, like I was mentioning earlier, I'm gonna move on by starting the creation of new icons, because now the person wants to add icons, and in order to add the icon, one of the settings said that they have options, and their option was to create a new icon for something. Before that, I am organizing again just to make sure that everything is going well. So now I'm just renaming the tab to be um, the option where you add the keychain, right? So we have a new keychain kind of bar now, and I'm trying to fix the positioning of this box to be more flexible, because it is very limited, and usually iPhones don't really have this two-lined tabs when it comes to titles. So what I did here is I have created a new text box, which isn't something you'd usually do. You'd usually just simply press on the double arrows, which you will see in another scenario. But I just wanted to show this to anyone who was interested in going into deeper detail on recreating such option. So I went right ahead and centered it, made sure that everything is in the middle so that it's all working out. And from there, I am just fixing up a total layout of the object. And from here, I'm gonna start adding the options of fixing the keys and their names and so on and so forth. So first of all, you would insert a name for the key. So it could be like anyone naming their keys, for example, their dog's name, or their house keys, or their car keys, and so on and so forth. And then we're gonna create a box with the icons that are available to use for their icon choice. I'm here experimenting with boxes to see which one works best to put the icons in for the person to choose. And I realized that the one that I was currently working on wasn't very applicable for a box to put icons in. It felt like what you would put when you select an icon, which you will also see very soon. But for now, I just decided to resize the box and insert the icons within this box. Here I was trying on different options of laying out the icons, but it didn't work out, so I just left it as plain. Now I'm going back and I am working on creating new icons. I'm trying to brainstorm any easy icons for us to use, and thinking about it, maybe a motorcycle or a motorbike wasn't very effective. So I was considering a technique or a different item that I could suggest for us to work on. And eventually I will be changing it. Currently, I'm just trying to mess around and try to create more items. An example of another icon could be sunglasses. So I'm working on making a pair right now. These parts out with the noise because it won't work. You can very obviously be very flexible with the way that you create your icons, and like I said, you can definitely use references when it comes to these things. Now I'm just fixing up the sunglasses. And then I'm selecting and grouping them. And obviously I'm going to be renaming them. Now I am making a key icon, so I'm going to go ahead and create it very easily and minimally. You don't have to go into deep detail, and you'll see me experimenting with it just in a second. As you can see, and as I've mentioned earlier, the creation of these items are very simple and easy. Everything just consists of shapes, and it's very easy to maintain no matter what level you are at in design. So I'm now trying to work on the edge of the key. And then you'll find me trying to explore some small details I could add. Using the pencil tool, I tried to do the sharp ends of the key, but it didn't really work out, and you will see that in a second, but I chose to let go of that idea right after. As you can see, I had a problem with the fill, and the stroke was too thick. So what I was trying to do is figure out the stroke, and then turns out it didn't work, so I just ended up deleting it. So now what I'm gonna do is fix things up a little with the sizing and the spacing and finish it up. Now, as usual, I am grouping it and then renaming it. And now we get to do maybe one last icon right after I fixed the sunglasses up. It felt like the stroke was a little too thin, so I wanted to fix that because compared to everything else, they were the thinnest lines. And now I'm moving on by adding all of these icons as options for the person to choose from. And I decided to change from motorbike to keys or key just before, just because we're still in the beginning, and I think creating a motorcycle might consume a little too much of our time because it is a little too detailed. So I did fix up that detail, don't worry about it, it's just a key. And as you can see here, I'm just placing the icons now for the person to choose from. And I realized that I should maybe probably add one more icon, which I will in a second. And it's because I'm trying to put two per column. And recently, I mean, so far I only have 5. And so far I only have 5. So I'm resizing everything here to align together, and now I'm going to create my 5th icon. I went for anything that comes to mind, so I decided to create a pipe. I wanted to use the line tool more frequently, so this is why I chose a pipe, and you will see me use it in a second. I have now colored it, and I will start by lining it up. Now this is a very rough estimation on how it would look like. The cleanups or the references, like I always mention guys, use references. It is completely fine. This is me trying to brainstorm how it's gonna look like from my head. It might not be the strongest, but again, I'm just demonstrating how you could use the pen tool and how you can actually create very effective shapes through it. So I have had a rough shape, and now I'm going in with my mouse tool and moving around the lines so that they could be smooth. Please make sure that your edges aren't sharp, especially when the lines are not at the end of your object. And this is as smooth as it can get, so I'm gonna stop here and fill it in. And here I am creating an ellipse for the inside of the pipe. And that's about it for this icon. I'm grouping it and renaming it and adding it onto the template. And now we kind of have a full set. Obviously we can create more if you want, and you can make it horizontally scroll if you'd like. But this is what I'm doing for now, and we're gonna go ahead and continue with our prototype. So here I am renaming this frame, and then I'm gonna duplicate it and make the person want to type in the name of the key in the beginning. So I'm gonna go ahead and add the keyboard. And then I'm gonna copy the frame again, and it's gonna be after the person wrote down the name of the keychain. Obviously gonna copy the type indicator, and I'm gonna go back and paste it. And then I'm gonna write down what she probably wrote down. And then make her choose the icon. And this is where I used the square that I was talking about earlier. You're gonna see it in a second. I'm gonna remove the text. And because this box is see-through, makes it even better. It makes it blend with the background better. And I'm gonna go ahead and send it to the back, but not too to the back because then it'll be covered by the square. So I'm just gonna send it backwards until it is behind the key. I'm just using the shortcut now. And as you can see, the inside of the key is adapted to the background. So I'm just gonna change it really quickly to the square at the front. And there we have it. Now the girl is gonna be clicking on next, which I have mistaken here. For a plus, it has to be next and not a plus because this is where she will move on after creating her key. So I'm fixing that very quickly. And now that everything is fixed, we can move on to the tab after the next button. I've duplicated it to add a success message. And then I'm going to go ahead and write something like you have successfully created a key or something like that, just to confirm that they have created a key. And then obviously they can go back to home page or so on and so forth. And then when she goes to home page, I'm just gonna very quickly send it back to our prototype. Now I'm gonna very quickly just duplicate this and add the final key, the new one obviously that we have added. I'm gonna copy the icon very quickly and paste it. One, two. We're now renaming it. And there you have it. Now we're gonna move on to our third and final scenario. Let's go. This was easy. Let's go to something even more detailed now. All right, everyone, we are moving on to our final scenario for the application design. This is for the ones who want to go into more practical work of the application. This is not very design based, but it's more like functions and tools that are used in order to incorporate everything with each other. As you can see here in this scenario, the user is already logged in, so there will be no logging in this one. The user has 3 keychains installed, which was the car, the purse, and key. I'm gonna change the home to key very quickly, just to make it look more realistic. I mean, I don't think you can lose a home very easily. Anyways, so in this scenario, the user can't find their house keys and they can't find their purse. So what they're going to be doing is they're going to be buzzing their key, but they're not going to be able to buzz their purse because the purse is not in range. So what I'm first going to do is I'm going to change the buttons because we can't buzz the key anymore. The buzz option will be unclickable, and instead the location option is going to be the one that we can click. So I just changed it very quickly and I'm moving them around to organize them very easily. And now we're in the middle of the scenario of the person losing their purse and their keys. First of all, as a person who has lost both items, their eyes are going to be drawn to the things that stand out the most. That's why location is now red and the buzz button is now gray, because they can't buzz the purse anyways. They can't buzz the Bluetooth keychain because it's not in range. So we don't want them to panic and start pressing on buzz thinking that it's working, and they're panicking, they're scared, they're like, oh my god, I lost my purse, it has my money, it has my stuff, and so on and so forth. So what we're gonna do here is change the colors to make it as direct and clear as possible. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna kind of duplicate, but I'm not gonna be using much of anything that's in here. I'm gonna be deleting the keys, and now I'm gonna be creating the page that buzzes the keys, that buzzes the keychain, the Bluetooth keychain. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna name the page, which is buzzing. This is when you're in the process of trying to find your key. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste it and place it in the middle of the screen. Now we want to create a sort of behavior or action that indicates that you are currently buzzing your keychain. It is actually currently making sound, it's vibrating. And thinking about it, what's best to do is have some sort of tower signal that indicates that it is buzzing. But at the same time, you don't want to use the 3 lines that look like a Wi-Fi line because that looks like a Bluetooth connection and we don't want that. Obviously, first of all, as the person is panicking, they are losing track. They aren't looking at anything clearly. Imagine, oh my God, I forgot my house keys. I don't have anyone at home. I don't know what to do. So what you're doing is you're making this process as clear as possible to your concerned customer. So we're gonna go ahead and show them that they are buzzing home. In this case, it's keys, but I must have mixed up. My apologies. And then from there, after obviously fixing everything up, we're gonna be creating the signal or the buzzing indicators. I personally chose circles and I chose like outlined circles because I feel like it shows the most accurate representation of something being looked for. And you're gonna see that in a second once we apply the prototype onto our applications. So what I'm currently doing is I'm centering them with each other to make sure that they're aligned well, and now I'm moving it around the frame just to make sure that it is also centered in the frame. And then I'm gonna go ahead and first of all color the black line, and I'm gonna duplicate it, but first I'm gonna duplicate it in a different frame. First of all, obviously you have to look at the thickness of the line and make it accurate to your identity of the application that you've created. And then I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate the frame. I've realized that what would work best is for the first icon to be empty without the circle, and then it moves on onto a growing circle. Now the first buzzing is going to be empty, and then the second buzzing is going to have 1 circle. Let me rename this really quickly. And then the third one second. And then the third one would have more circles. So it's like gradually growing. So I'm just going to copy, paste. Here we have our second circle. Make sure that it is all centered. And then I'm gonna go ahead and create the last one, which is gonna be a third circle. I feel like if you overdo it and create too many circles, it's gonna be too much. You have to create a balance. You don't want too little amount of circles, but you also don't want a big amount of circles where it keeps growing and growing and growing. I feel like this indicates that, oh, I'm looking for it in range because it's inside a circle. It kind of indicates the range that the key is in and that you're able to reach it within the range. So what I'm doing now is I am applying a button onto it as well. In this one, I wanted to apply a button of like stopping as soon as you find your object. So I'm gonna paste it in every single page. And this is gonna be for when the person finds it. They can find it when they're in this frame, they can find it when they're in another frame. It could be found in any frame. They shouldn't wait until the waves are gone. They can just press that they're done with it anytime. So as you can see here, I'm just moving it around in a way that is best suitable for the layout currently. I'm gonna change up the format a little. And then I'm gonna go ahead and paste it in all of the other boxes. I've also realized now, one very smart tip is that when you paste something and it pastes in the middle of a frame, even though you copied it from, for example, the edge of the frame, this means that it is not in the frame. Because when you copy something that is from a frame, it pastes in its exact position in the other frame. So this is when I was alerted that the shape that I was using was not inside my frame. And this is where organized frames comes in use, and it is where I would find my frame and very easily drag it to it. But this time it disappeared, so I just copied it and pasted it into the frame. I moved it again into the position that I thought works best, and then I copied it and then went to the other frame, and this time when I pasted it, it was pasted in the same exact location. This is a very smart technique that I like. It keeps me cautious and reminds me that I should check whether my items are inside the frames or not, just in case I end up losing any of my progress and being confused and not being able to understand the issue and so on and so forth. It is best to work through it this way. So now the person in the scenario has found their key and they're pressing on stop and they're going back onto their keys. And this time they're trying to find their purse. Again, I still can't find my purse. I don't know what to do, so on and so forth. So what the person is gonna do now is they're gonna locate their purse. They're gonna press on locate within the purse. Obviously, it's going to be a different option. I'm going to show you my interpretation of it. If you'd like to do it any differently, please feel free to do so. This is not strict whatsoever. This is a technique that I'm trying out and I was experimenting as well. I went ahead and looked up any random map location just to use in the template. And here is where I'm going to show you how I can easily save, or I can copy the image and paste it onto the frame. Obviously here it's not still pasted in the frame, which is also another false move. I wasn't aware of it until later. When something doesn't enter the frame, it means it's not pasted inside of it. But look, the frame here cropped the image very well, which is my ideal concept. And here, now that you're locating the purse, you're trying to find where it is. And this is the map where it was last seen. So what you're gonna do is, let's go up, move it a little because it's not, or we are in location right now. So maybe we can update the location as soon as we find it. Here I'm writing that the purse was last seen, I don't know, like 30 minutes ago in any random street. Here I was trying to find some sort of name, and then I just ended up writing downtown. And then from there, we're just looking at the location. I'm also updating it here. And the user is now looking at the location, and as soon as they arrived there, they couldn't find it, so they realized, oh, the location is wrong. Let me update it. And when they update it, they will find it in their new area after making sure that it isn't in the area that they're in. So we're gonna move it. I'm trying to find another place in the map, but it was very difficult for me to do so. Here I am desperately trying to find anything I can get my hands on, and then I find this one, so I save it. I ended up copy pasting it, and then here's where I wanted to show you guys and remind you of the cropping tool. As you can see here, we have extra space all around, and I wanted to crop it in order to make sure that these things aren't shown. They aren't things that I want in my application. I just want the map. So I'm going ahead and cropping any extra parts, any excess that I don't need. I still have the excess shade up there, so I'm gonna crop it some more. I'm making sure that both of them are lined in the same area because we don't want one to be slightly smaller. Now I'm cropping the shade out of it. And now I'm resizing it to match with the other map. And this is the new updated location of the map. And this is where you get to go back home now that you have found where it is placed. Or I decided here to place the buzz button because now that you're closer to your item, you can buzz it and find it very easily, and then you can go back home from the tab above. Obviously here I have made the mistake of not being aware of where these buttons are. I didn't really pay much attention to them, so I'm fixing that very quickly, and I'm pretty much done with this scenario. As you can see, after she's done buzzing, she can go back in, and it's very easy. Now I'm adding very small details to finish up the project. I didn't want to have too much space, so I decided to add this icon here. And there you have it. This is pretty much it for this scenario. Like I said, this scenario is more functional. You're looking through the function of the tools and stuff. I also wanted to update the purse because now that it's out of range, it is not something that you can buzz, so it is not connected with Bluetooth. So what you would do is you would very simply place the no Bluetooth bar. To indicate obviously to the user that it is not connected and it is not in range. I'm moving it to align with the other icons. And this is pretty much it. I'm just updating it in other areas too. I'm pasting it here. And that's it. Now that we are done with the creation generally of the applications and so on and so forth, let me just put the updated version that it is now connected after the person has found their object. We are gonna move on to the very practical and exciting part, which is prototyping. We have everything laid out very neatly, and this is one of the reasons why being neat is the most exciting factor ever, because now everything is very accessible to you very easily. I went right ahead and created some sort of guide for you to choose between which scenario you want to go through. And it'll also be free for you guys to view. I will be posting the link of this after finishing it. You guys will be seeing it done, and you can click through it and experience the same scenarios that I am laying out right now. So the first screen that I wanted the page to start with is a choose your own scenario kind of page. We have scenario 1, which the person wants to sign up their account to. Scenario 2, in which the person wants to register a new key. And then we have scenario 3, in which the person has actually lost something and is trying to find it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the prototyping version of it. As soon as I am fixing these small details, I am a perfectionist, I admit. So I am just very quickly editing this in a way that would match the viewer's perspective and make it very easy to navigate through. I'm making sure that all boxes are distributed the same. I can only make sure of that by seeing the box colors, really. This makes most sense. And now what we're going to do is we're going to connect everything to each other. I am very excited for this step. It is my favorite, and it is very, very simple. Now that we have laid everything out, I'm going to start by first linking the scenarios to their boxes. So I'm going to firstly just put everything inside. I'm going to tuck all frames so that it is as neat as possible. I want everything to be seen by me and laid out very easily. I'm making sure to rename these as well to make sure that I'm not mixing up, that I can see everything. And then I will start with a prototyping. So we're gonna go ahead to our prototype option. I'm gonna link scenario 1 to the first splash screen. And obviously on tap, it will go straight to the splash screen instantly. And then I want scenario 2 to be linked to the splash screen as well. I want it to be instant, but I've accidentally clicked on scenario 1, so I undid it, and then I went to scenario 2, on tap, instant, and then for scenario 3, the same thing, on tap, instant. Now we're gonna start with the process of how a splash screen works. I'm just double checking whether it's working or not, whether it is being pressed on it, and it is. So I'm just gonna go back and start working on it. So now I'm looking at the loading bar here, and because the splash screen is loading, I'm gonna just make the frame change after delay, and I'm gonna make the delay last for around, I don't know, 1500 milliseconds, and afterwards it would go straight to login. So it's kind of like, oh, the app is loading, I'm waiting for it. And then I'm gonna press on create new account. So from there I will drag it into instant frame change, and because it has an underline, I decided to group create new account and the underline in case the person presses on the line. And then obviously when they tap on it, they instantly navigate to the sign up. All good. And then I'm gonna move on. From the sign up, the person is gonna press on name, surname or last name, and I'm gonna drag it onto the next frame. On tap, instant. I don't want any animation. This is still an application where I'm just adding stuff. I'm just opening the keyboard. You don't need much animation. Unless you want to animate the keyboard coming up, go for it. But now we're going very basic prototyping. If you'd like, you can play around with it and explore. And then we have, after pressing on the keyboard, she enters her name, she enters her email, she enters her password. This is all on tap and instant. And then after pressing on her keyboard again, she enters the password one last time. And then she will click on next, which will take her to the screen with the message. And it's gonna say, hey, success, you've created an account. And then you're gonna press on go to home page. This is the only thing that the person can do after signing up. So she's gonna go ahead and go to the home page. And after that, I'm gonna create a slight delay. The person just opened their home page and now they are about to use the application, they're about to work on it, and so on and so forth. But this time, before she has the chance to do anything, I'm gonna leave a very small delay amount, maybe around, I don't know, 1,000 milliseconds or something, 1,200, anything can do. And then from there, it's gonna tell her, hey, you need to verify your email. But this is where our scenario stops. So we're gonna go back to the scenarios bar at the top in case you want to try scenario 2 and 3. Now for scenario 2, same thing. There should be a delay between the loading and the first screen. You know, it's still loading, and I went back to check how long did I put the first delay so that I can make them all the same amount of time. I put it at 1,500 delay, and then it goes instantly to the sign in. And then I change it here too, just to not forget and not to waste any time. 1,500. And I'm gonna go back to continue working on scenario 2. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have the person click on their email and start typing it. So after typing her email, she's gonna start typing her password. And then she's gonna press on next and she is signed in. Obviously, if you guys want to go into deeper detail, like much deeper, please go for it. This is again just giving you an idea on how to work through the application in a much more advanced way. So now the person wants to add a key. So what she's going to do is she's going to press on the plus, which is going to take her to the new keychain window. After that, she's going to type in the keychain name. She's going to type it with the keyboard. And then afterwards, she's going to tap on the key icon. And then she's going to click on next. Afterwards, she's going to get her success message and she can go to the home page and find her new key over there. Very easy, very quick. Let's do it one last time for this one, but let me show you how to animate what we did. So the girl is trying to buzz her key, and at this point, we have to show the buzz animation, like the movement. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make them all after delay on a loop. So I'm gonna do after delay, and I'm not gonna do it for too long, maybe around 500 milliseconds. And then I'm gonna make the one after it also go to after delay 500 milliseconds. And then for the third one, well, the fourth one, I'm gonna do the same exact thing. And then since we have the last one and we want it to loop, I'm gonna go ahead and link it to the first one. In that case, they're gonna be looping around each other non-stop until you press on the stop button, which we will change now. but let's just change this to 500 ms. And now I'm gonna link the stop button, all of them, to the home page, the key page. So as soon as the person presses on stop, on tap, it instantly goes to the keys page again. I'm gonna apply it to all buttons here. And then it's gonna be going on a loop. We're gonna see it in a second, but we're gonna move on. So the girl now wants to locate her purse. What she's gonna do is she's gonna press on location, which is gonna lead her to the map page, and she's gonna start panicking and she wants to update the location. Once she finds it, she's just gonna go back to her home because she found her wallet, and now it is updated to the connected version. And now let us all view together how this map of a prototype looks like in reality. Let's look at it. I'm very excited to show it to you guys because this is the best part of it all. So we're gonna go ahead and look at scenario 1. I'm gonna first be double checking scenario 3 to show you the buzz. It's a little slow, but as you can see, it's on a loop. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna fix the loop very quickly because it felt too slow. I'm gonna close the wireframes because we're done with it. If you wanna edit it, you just press on the prototype line and you can type in whichever number of time you want. Do it again in all of them. And now we can finally look at the scenarios. Let's jump into it and look at it together. Again, if you'd like to see it on your own, feel free to do so. The link to this entire project will be posted. So this is scenario 1, where the user is interested in signing up. They are now entering their first and last name, and then email, and then password. They're typing in their password again, and then they're going to click on next. And after reading the message, they're going to go to their home page and, oh, I need to verify my email. Now for scenario 2. I have realized that I didn't put anything that goes back to scenario 2, so I'm going to connect it to the scenarios button for us to go back to it after delay. Maybe we can go back to the scenarios options. So now same thing for the third one, just in case. After delay 2000 milliseconds. And now we're gonna check out scenario 2, loading, and then we're gonna sign in. Very exciting. Username, password, and then next. I want to add a new keychain. As you can see, these are my current ones. I'm gonna rename my keychain, and then I'm gonna press on this key. And one cool thing is, if you guys can see this circle here, it actually shows the finger, and it's actually the size of the finger, which is really cool. It shows you that your spacing is done very well. We're buzzing. The speed is much better. And as soon as I found the key, I just press on stop. I found it, thank God. And then I'm gonna click on location, and then I'm gonna update the location, and I'm done. I'll go back home. This is it for the scenarios, you guys. If you've made it this far, great job. We're now gonna move on to the creation of a website because Figma is just not limited. It has so many different capabilities, and I really wanted to include the people who are interested in website making. And at this point, we have very successfully went through the properties of creating an application as well as a website. We are going to be applying the same exact principles that we have talked about, just on a bigger screen and with more information. So I'm going to take you all with me again one last time on a quick journey of creating a website. If you guys would prefer to create the website rather than the application, feel free to do so. You're free to try and create your own any sort of platform. And I'm excited to see the work that we are able to create together. And I hope that the course is going great for you. If you guys have any questions or if anything is not clear at all, this is the time for you to ask questions in order to be able to apply your projects very well and very accurately. So now we're going to move on very quickly and start making our own website. Let's go. Okay, everyone, we are finally moving on to the website design part of this course. I think maybe a lot of you have been very curious about what we can do when it comes to websites, and I'm very excited to get into it. I'm first of all gonna choose a desktop out of the frames options that I've had. And I'm gonna go ahead and get started by having maybe a rough measurement of the frames from both sides so that it could help me with designing bigger frames later on. You're gonna understand that later, but for now, we're gonna start by designing headers. Now, websites are definitely very different than phone applications when it comes to things like designing headers, designing more detailed content, and it's because the screen is bigger and the mouse is smaller. We don't use our fingers, so we don't need more spacing. We need things to look more united with each other. And in this case, the scale might be a bit too big on my laptop because it's a MacBook and I am designing for a desktop. The measurements are not the same. So if the scale is too big when we're looking at the prototype, please know that it's because my screen is smaller in size than a normal desktop PC. Moving on, now I'm trying to create the header, and usually the headers have things like about us, things we do, our products, and I'm currently creating a website for our keychain, Bluetooth keychain application. And I'm creating the website in a way where this is where you will go and shop for the keychains. I made a very quick scenario in my head. Someone entered the website and is looking into purchasing a Bluetooth keychain. Very easy, very quick. If you guys would like to make up a scenario for that, feel free to do so and then apply for it. But for now, we're gonna look into this version here. So as you can see, I have created a bar, and on top of it, I'm gonna be very quickly creating something very simple like a strip. I'm copying the RGB numbers, I'm memorizing them so that I can put them down over here and work on it as well because I'm still committing to the identity that I've used before. But for future references, when it comes to website colors, you don't have any limits because websites do not belong to a specific company. I'm also going to be providing you guys with these pictures and contents. I found this company that actually does Bluetooth keychains, and I used their photos in order to use them as sample, but we are still going to be using our website. This is just for a future notice. But for now, let's start working on our headers first because this is something that is going to be fixed throughout the entire website. Initially, I started by saying I would place the logo here, and I didn't realize that I already had the logo from the application, so that's my bad. Usually you don't really see icons when it comes to logos on websites. Yes, we can see some icons sometimes, but I think the logos are very text-based when it comes to websites. But regardless, feel free to do, again, what you think works best for you. This design features that I keep discussing are all preferences that are done very constantly, and you can very much stand out and try your own style of creation. Obviously, you have to abide by some rules sometimes, but overall, you should feel free to explore and find what suits you best, what style you think works best for you. So I have placed the name of the website here, and I'm gonna start by finding any font that would work to use as a side kind of font. So in this website, I'm gonna be using two fonts, our logos font and then another font that could work for writing down any sort of content. So here I am looking through fonts. I'm avoiding the usage of any sans serif fonts because I think serif fonts, because serif fonts are not very suitable for websites. And now I'm trying to find a font with different weights. So it would have something like bold, thin, medium, just so that I can have flexibility while creating the product with the font sizes. Now that I've found this one, I have decided to stick with it, and this is where I started getting into work. So I started by writing down our products, and then I'm gonna copy this and paste it to add another button. It could be anything. For this one, I chose for it to be something like, how does the Bluetooth keychain work? And then I'm gonna add a third one just for the sake of it and have something like our partners. Obviously, you have to keep zooming out to make sure that the scale looks good. Here you can see that there is a lot of space, way too much space. So I'm just putting them close to each other. And I am starting to approach other parts of the website. So in the header, you also have, because this is a shopping website, you can add things like a cart, like a store, and so on and so forth. So I'm gonna do that. So we have login, because there is a store, you get to log into your account. Maybe you want to track your order, maybe you want to have a discount code, so on and so forth. And then here, because you want the person to shop, you want one thing to stand out amongst the entire header. And in this case, it's gonna be the button that encourages them to start shopping. So I'm gonna go ahead and take it up, change its color so that I can see it on above. So this is the shopping button, and this stands out because it makes it look very visible, and there are no other buttons in the header that are in this shape. So it immediately stands out as soon as you look at the website, which is very smart. Now I'm gonna create a cart icon. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a desktop frame. And I'm gonna go ahead and try getting myself to draw a cart icon. I'm gonna open the browser for inspiration, and I'm gonna write anything such as shopping cart icon, something like that. And I'm gonna look through, and whichever one looks the most appealing to me that I like, I will choose. So now I'm gonna put it on the side. This is my reference. I'm showing you guys that you can use a reference to draw. Maybe you can add your own touches to it, and so on and so forth. So I'm zooming in here and I'm starting to create the icon very quickly with the pen tool, curving the edges. We don't have any sharp edges in our design, as you remember. Don't worry too much about the lines not lining up properly. You can fix that as soon as you're done with creating the vectors first. So now I'm fixing it up very quickly. And then I'm gonna go on with creating the other parts. Obviously, the lines are thick. Now I'm creating the inside of the cart. And then we're gonna create the two wheels. Obviously, after I play around a little with it and make it align with the style that I want. You see, it's very similar creating an icon for a website as an application, and it's because they all just have shapes in common, and it's very easy to access, to use, to play around with, and to explore. And I think it's very nice. It's very good for the creative mind to develop through the creation of these things. I think I used to seek options such as copying icons and pasting them, but I feel like this feature where I can create my own icons and all are given to me for a specific reason. If I can create my own shapes, this means that this application is trying to provide us with features where we can create our own icons instead of copying and pasting them. And maybe later on, for example, this cart is not good enough. I can very easily directly edit it and change it the way that I want. And this is why such applications make everything so accessible and flexible, which is really good. Now I have the icon here. This is my cart, obviously. It's different than shop because this shows what you have placed in your cart. And I would personally keep a tiny bit of spacing between both edges in the header because the header wants some proper space. You don't want it to be too tense for the eye to try to avoid. And then I'm gonna very quickly take this and write something on the small tile above, maybe something like, hey, you get free shipping for orders that are above this number of dollars. And usually this also helps so much with marketing. I know this is no marketing class right now, but generally you have to keep those tips in mind because as a designer, you're also trying to approach these things in a way where you're marketing your product very effectively and making it look very appealing. So here I'm trying to word it properly. And then I'm going to go ahead and center it. I also made it bold so that it can stand out. And there you have it. We have now created a header. And I'm going to go ahead and make it into a component, just in case we end up changing something about the header or anything similar to that. We can do it very quickly and effectively. And I'm going to go ahead now and move the screen on the side. Now I want to start designing the inside of the website, and I'm going to do that very flexibly outside of the frame first, because I'm going to make it into a scrollable website, and I don't want the frame to limit anything that I'm doing here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it outside the frame, and then slowly I'm going to put it all inside. You guys are going to see how I'll be doing that in a second. But for now, I'm just trying to test out different features. So I'm taking the text up. I'm trying to involve text with photos. So it could be something like, I'm introducing this product to you. This is a new product. So it could be something like introducing new designs, introducing a keychain, Bluetooth keychains now. Whatever it is, it's gonna work. And again, you're doing some sort of design, you're doing some sort of marketing, and it's very cool because you're working in different aspects at once, and it's very interesting. And again, like I always say, it's very, very, very effective. So it could be something like, hey, we're introducing a new design, a new concept, and I'm doing this in all caps so that it could catch the eye. And then I can talk about it in deeper detail, maybe in lowercase. Our new keychains, our keychain keychains are now offered in different sizes, in different colors, in different designs, in different so on and so forth. So I'm playing around with the spacing between the text just to make sure that everything is aligned very well. So now I'm just really exploring the placement of the text according to the photo, and you can feel free to do that however way you'd like. Like I always say, the sky's the limit, and you really shouldn't stop yourself from designing or depend on a whole different software for designing when you're given so many different features that are so similar to other design platforms. Like I can very easily find the stroke, the effects, like anything that I can do to type in Photoshop, I can find it in Illustrator. And again, it's a very special thing that Figma's trying to kind of provide for its users. So I'm just playing around with the placement, like I've mentioned. I'm trying to add more text. I'm trying to make it look very interesting, intriguing. I want to look at it. I want to open it. Every time you try to create something in your content, you want the user to be so interested and intrigued that they want to press on the button and see what is happening. What is that? So here you can persuade the customer by writing down like a general price, a very general price. Hey, our products start from $10, which is the cheapest product that you have. And from there, it also intrigues the customer into opening and seeing, oh, what is there for $10? That's nothing. I expected the products to be for like $50. This is a steal. Let me look more into the details and see what can I buy for $10. And so after placing something such as the price, it would be most convenient to place a button right under it, because this is when the person is mostly convinced. They're like, oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna try that. So we have the Shop Now button, resized and ready to be pressed on. Obviously, we're gonna put it in bold so that the person can find it straight away. And we're gonna move on to something else. Maybe it could be something like, something that our customer said about our product. We're all talking about the homepage now, and the homepage is very crucial when you're editing a website. Even when you're creating a persona, no matter who the persona is, they're gonna judge what the product is, what it does, and how good it is straight from the homepage. That's how they're judging whether they should invest in something or not, whether it looks professional or not. And some things, especially when you're selling a product, you would want something like customer reviews where people are praising your product. People would get excited. They would want to go and read more reviews, and they wanted to see, oh, I'm very intrigued. Let me see how it's gonna look like now. And they're just gonna go for it. They're gonna give it a shot, and they're gonna be excited about using your own product. So I'm gonna add a very quick quote. I can easily say that Spotbot has saved my life. And then you can write down like a pedestrian's quote, or like their name, like, oh, this is someone with the name of we mentioned before that our girl's name is Claire Rosewood, so we would put Claire Rosewood's name, for example. So we're gonna go ahead and finish up this quote here. And from there, we're gonna move on with other features. So just finishing up the spacing, making sure everything is good. Obviously, the quote has to be the most Obviously, the quote has to be the most emphasized part of it all, because this is where my eye goes and I'm like, oh, this is interesting. And then I'm gonna place another image here, and this time I'm gonna be maybe showcasing the different products and how they look. So I selected a photo right ahead and I moved it around. I'm making sure that the placement is appropriate, the spacing makes sense, and so on and so forth. And now I'm creating a box within the text. Sometimes, your photos, they're not as clean as the first one that I've used. So the best thing to do here is to create a box, obviously with no sharp edges for my part, because my identity has nothing sharp except for maybe things that are bleeding out of the screen, such as the photos of the objects that you're seeing, but it's because they're leaving the screen. We can't really tell that they're sharp end. So we are just moving on as they're exiting the screen. And now I'm just gonna very simply add more information, like look at our products, or hey, we have a new feature, or maybe anything that would catch the eye, anything that would make us go like, oh wow, they can also do that, you know? So here we have a new product feature. Maybe it could be something like, oh, now our product catches signals from different places, from cell phone towers, from, I don't know, anything that would make it sound more exciting. And this is what makes a customer very persuaded by the company that is advertising. Obviously, you guys will have to make sure to distinguish the difference between a paragraph and a title. Especially when it comes to websites, these things can be tricky, but some techniques that you can do is maybe change the boldness of the text. Maybe the title would be more bold than the description or anything else, details, or it could be different colors, but make sure that the title is always a stronger color than the text itself. So currently here we are writing down just any kind of information that could come in mind for me to advertise these products as, and then I'm gonna be fixing the information section. As you can see, I have played with the font size, font thickness, and now I'm just making the spacing a bit closer. Try to distribute the spacing between the three of them to be equal. And then we can go ahead and maybe add a new picture. I'm gonna go ahead and add a transparent one. Please make sure not to press on a shape when you're adding a picture because it could be replaced with the shape. I have made that mistake several times, I admit, but it's a good tip for you guys to make sure that it is all good. And now I'm trying to play with the sizing of this in order for it to look smooth and doesn't stand out too much. Obviously, this is the time where you're free to play around with the placement of your files, of your texts, of anything that you're working on. And from there, you're able to very easily just look through what works best. So I'm looking at this, I'm like, this looks nice, I'm into it, I like it, so on and so forth. But I want to add a shop now button just because this is still a shopping feature, and sometimes things don't work out as much as well as you planned. So I thought maybe I could place it somewhere here. Maybe I could place it somewhere right under the box that I've created, and so on and so forth. But it didn't really work out for me, and you're gonna see that very clearly. It doesn't look as smooth as it would look like in other iterations or other versions. So I thought to myself, okay, this isn't working out. So I'm gonna try another placement. I'm gonna try under the box. It's also not working out. Even if I try to make it smaller, it still doesn't stand out. It doesn't make the viewer want to learn more. It doesn't, if I'm the viewer, I wouldn't really want, I wouldn't look there. And it's because it isn't catching my eye. The background is already very crowded. So what I had to do at this point is compromise, and this is something that us as designers have to do in order to make sure that our designs are guaranteed to be seen by everyone. So after playing around, this worked best for me, and I ended up adding a line just to make it stand out a little bit more. I wanted the user to really pay attention to this button especially, because now I'm very focused on the white button above. So what I did to compromise is make it stand out by adding a white line to the text. And now I can see it very distinguishably because it's not very different, but also not all texts have this white underline under them. You guys can go ahead and think of any other solution that you think is best for you, but at this point, this is what worked best for this project, in my opinion. Obviously, every designer has their own abilities to fix things in different ways. Just because I fixed mine in this way doesn't mean that it's the right way. It only means that this is my way to do it, and you're free to explore your own technique on what you think is most successful. So I'm gonna go ahead. I was checking that all of the edges lined up with the borders that I've created, and now I'm gonna start creating a footer. Now, usually in shopping websites, footers are kind of on the bigger side, and it's because there are so many information that uh, people should cover as shopping institutes or websites. Most importantly, you want a contact us website. It could be social media, it could be a phone number, an email. At this moment, I thought it should be social media so that I can show you guys where we can retrieve social media icons from. So I'm very quickly creating this concept here. And I'm making sure that the size aligns with the header size because we don't want it to be very different. Headers and footers are usually very similar in sizing. So what I'm doing now is I'm about to try and find some icons for my headers and footers. So I could very easily, because my background is black, I chose black background. So I want white PNG logos. I want a white Twitter logo. The Twitter logo is already white, but it has blue, and I want them all to have the same concept and the same visual language. I'm looking for one with a transparent background. I found one. Or as a replacement, you guys can go on freepik.com and look up social media icons. And from there, you can very easily find a lot of icons. Personally, I'm gonna just download or save photos and use them later on. But in case you guys are open to using different programs such as Illustrator, because usually they're placed as vectors, you can go ahead and download the vector and then copy paste it onto Figma. One very cool feature that Figma offers is that you can paste vectors from anywhere. It could be from Sketch, it could be from Illustrator, it could be from any kind of platform that provides actual vectors. So I'm gonna go ahead and look up the logos. This part took me some time to find because I stumbled upon a lot of fake transparent logos, and you're gonna understand what I mean in a second. As you can see, for example, this logo was .html when it downloaded. That meant that it's not a real logo. It's just gonna be from a website or an HTML, so it wouldn't work for me. So I tried finding another version of a white logo that is obviously transparent. We found so many of those, but they're not completely transparent, so it gave me somewhat of a difficult time. I thought I found one, but it told me that it would save as a JPEG, meaning that it isn't transparent. When an image is saving as JPEG, it's gonna have a white background, and we want a transparent one. And then I finally found this one. It's a Facebook PNG, which is great. Now we're gonna move on and get the Instagram logo. Just one more for good luck. As you can see, this was also going to save as a JPEG, which doesn't work. I need it to be a PNG, so I had to look a little bit more. I looked at every white logo that I could find until we finally stumbled upon a transparent white logo. Obviously, you can feel free to use, for example, the original color of the logos. You can also feel free to use different colored footers. It doesn't have to be black, it could be any color. Finally, I found this transparent logo, so I went ahead and saved it and got back into the creation of the website. Now I'm going to be selecting them all, the PNGs, in order to place them into the application. And I did that by simply clicking on the screen, and I got them all. And then I'm going to start to slowly resizing them according to what suits me best. Obviously, the order of the applications doesn't really matter. Feel free to align them in whichever way works best for you visually, as well as whatever you think should be accessed the most. Now I'm working on aligning them. And now I'm gonna move on to other settings. So usually in footers, you're able to find so many different useful information that a person would need, such as about us, our shop, support, community, and so on and so forth. I use these four features specifically to create this footer. So the title is about Spotbot, and then I'm adding a couple of subtitles, which is like about how it works. Could be something like operations, our warranty, so on and so forth. I'm just adding a couple of features very quickly. Obviously, you can very easily copy paste all of these by, just to remind you, by clicking on the text itself uh, while pressing on the option button on your keyboard and dragging. And when you're dragging and you let go with your mouse and then you let go of the option key, you now have a duplicated version of your text box or shape or anything really. So now that we've finished the first column, let's proceed to the second one. Like I've mentioned before in several different courses, you want something to be accessible to the user wherever they go or whatever they are using, because sometimes some people find it more accessible to view shopping from the photos or shopping from the header. And this is why sometimes you find shops that have shopping in the footer. Some people forget that it is a shopping website. Maybe they're just reading information. They're like, oh, this is interesting. Where can I buy it? They scroll down to the footer and they find shop. You will be shocked to actually see how many people end up using the footer in order to enter the shopping area, but it is very effective and it is something that you should consider. Any kind of audience can sometimes need extra amount of help in order to reach something that they want. So you want it to be as accessible as possible as much as you can. And obviously we're gonna add support. Usually that's in the footer. Like, is there a problem with your order, or if you want to track it, or if you want to complain about something being broken, things like that. They all go under support. Obviously, also we have a frequently asked questions tab. This is something that you would usually have in a website because you have, especially in shopping ones, people are always asking, how long does it take for my product to arrive? where can I attach my key to, or my key stopped working, what's wrong with it? It could be something like, oh, it just needs charging, but they don't know about that, and so on and so forth. So yes, frequently asked questions are very, very important in these websites. We will finally add a community tab, and we will be almost done with the home page. Community tab could have things like stories about people who used the product, could be the customer reviews, like, someone rated it for 5 stars, 3 stars, why, what are their comments, and then published articles. Sometimes websites like to show what kinds of journals or anything who featured them. Maybe, for example, they got featured on The Guardian, The Artidote, even though this is not something where they would be featured on. I'm just giving an example, and I think this makes it very crucial, and it makes it look like this website or this product is actually very globally and commonly used. It makes it more persuasive. So now I'm making sure that the placement is all well aligned. And then I'm gonna go ahead and create something at the bottom, something about copyright maybe. This is something that is very important for shopping websites especially. I just went ahead and wrote anything really, because at this point it's very difficult to make up things for a made-up website. But again, I'm sure a lot of you guys are gonna be creative enough to make even greater details in websites. I hope that there are any who will be making their own websites and sharing it with us to see their kind of version of a website for such application. It could be aligned towards the left. Usually it is. But I'm gonna probably change it to the middle later, because there's nothing to add on the right and you don't want any awkward negative space. Also, because this is a Bluetooth keychain application, this is the time where you say download our application, where you will be using which download our application which you will be using in order to track those keychains. And I'm gonna go ahead and Google App Store button. We have the Google Play and the App Store buttons to put in case someone owns an Android or in case someone owns an iPhone. You guys are gonna see this was an example of a fake transparent box, and it made my life a lot more difficult because I thought I had it. I was happy that I found these boxes very easily. I felt blessed. But then I would go to insert the photo and you will see how it is a fake transparent, unfortunately, but we will get there. Don't worry about it. So I trusted the Google Play one and I also downloaded it. And then I ended up placing them. The shortcut to placing photos, by the way, is Command-Shift-K. And as you can see, I'm now gonna press on the screen to insert, and unfortunately I had the fake transparent boxes, so I deleted that. But the Google Play one fortunately was transparent, so I was able to work with it very easily. And now we're gonna go and try finding another App Store button right after I fix the sizing of this. I googled App Store button and I went through to find something. I was only able to find the white App Store button for now, and I didn't really want to spend too much time. This was again the fake transparent, but I was tricked again into thinking that it was real. And then I ended up understanding that it isn't, so I just compromised and went ahead and used the other one, as you guys will see in a second. So this is what I ended up using, and what I did was I copied it and I pasted it, and there it was. So like I've mentioned earlier in the application tutorial, you are very capable of copying and pasting your photos. I just like to keep track of the content that I use, so I save it. And if you do too, then it is good to save your stuff. So now that we've added the buttons, I'm gonna go ahead and center this because like I mentioned earlier, it doesn't look very appealing on the left. And I'm done with the footer. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna create a frame for us to put the range of content in. So how I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna create a square within the area that I want the content to be displayed and scrolled through in. I made sure that the edges align perfectly with the screen. And I made the square into a white colored square just because it's the background color. I was just making sure that it was within the frame. Please make sure that the square or anything that you're about to turn into the content is inside the frame itself. Make sure that everything is inside the frame because this is the most important thing. And then what I'm going to do is, like I mentioned, I'm going to make it a white square because that's going to be the background color. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and I'm going to frame the selection. So I have turned this into another frame. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select everything. And I'm going to go ahead and move them into the frame. As you can see, it wouldn't really enter the frame that I've created for it. It would only enter the frame of the desktop, and this is not what I wanted. So what I did was I copied everything, I went to the frame and I pasted it, and bam, everything is inside the square frame that I've created for it as a limit. I'm now scrolling up to the top of the page and I'm trying to see whether things are working out or not. And as you can see, the customer review of the week is very awkwardly cropped. So I'm going to go ahead and move it around a little just so that it's not awkward and it is something that will make the user want to scroll more. So I will make it more clear. And then I'm going to go ahead and select everything again. Move it upwards. And there the text is not awkwardly cropped anymore. And what I'm going to do now is fix around. I'm going to remove the excess of the home page here. And I'm going to be neat again and rename this to be the home page. And I'm going to rename the project just so that I don't forget. We like a neat project. We like to understand what we're exactly doing. And then we're gonna move on, and it's gonna be very simply done by the creation of another frame. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create another frame to show you guys how to navigate through different bars, but this time it's gonna be difficult to do that by copying a frame. So I'm gonna go ahead and create another desktop frame. And I'm gonna go into my components and copy and paste my header, the most crucial and important part. And something that I forgot to do that I am gonna do eventually a bit later is also make my footer into a component. And it's because, like I've mentioned in the classes before, these are things that I'm gonna be mainly using almost all the time in all pages, and having them as components makes your life so much easier, especially if you might be changing something in them as you're working into the app. Now I've decided in this scenario that the person will end up pressing on our products, so I've started creating a page for it. And you're gonna see me applying some things again, like I've mentioned before, onto this page, just so that we can repeat this consistency one last time. I would like to show you guys how we can showcase and kind of advertise the things that we are using as a seller or as people who are trying to showcase what they're offering their customers, the features, and so on, which is why I chose our products. I chose 3 products from the website with the original Bluetooth keychains, and I wanted to show you guys how we can use them in a way that could persuade the customer, make them feel intrigued, and kind of convince them that this is something that they need. So we're going to get 3 columns, 1 for each. And here I am creating squares in order to place the content inside of. Obviously, I'm going to place them above the square because they are going to be placed inside of it. And from there, I'm trying to just align 3 boxes. I resize and I just play around with what I think will work best. Now I'm just trying to split the spacing to be as accurate as possible, and then I'm just gonna start typing in the details of the products. Initially, when you are showcasing a product, You would want to start with obviously the name of it or the title of it or what it is. So in this case, this one is the keychain tracker. We're going to copy it and give the other two their names. So this one is the card tracker. And then we have the sticker tracker. Sticker tracker. And from there, we start planning the spacing and the details that we want to write about when it comes to these applications or features or objects or items and so on and so forth. So now I'm writing the description. So it's obviously going to be smaller and it's going to be less bold. And I'm going to make it a different color just so that it's not as emphasized on or like given a different message. So we're writing here a very general description. When you're writing a description, it's good to talk about how you can use this product or with what can it interact, because these things are what makes it feel like the product is realistic, that it is relatable, that it is something that you would want to use. So we're going to go ahead and fix the general placement of this description here. And then we're going to go ahead and add in some details such as buy now, add to cart maybe, or anything like see more, learn more, stuff like that. So I decided to write the price in a bigger font. Obviously, you want the price to stand out, so it's going to be bigger, bolder, and bigger, bolder, and very different than other variables in the text. After having a general idea of the size of the box, you can now resize it and fix things out. And now we're going to do the exact same thing to both other features. So we have the cart tracker. We're going to add in its features and where it could be used best. Obviously, going to change the pricings according to our estimates. And then finally, we're going to add the same details that are dedicated to the different type of tracker. And finally, we're going to fix the price of this item here. And that's about it for the creation of the products. Now, to get into deeper detail, to convince the customer to purchase your product, you want to add more elements, have something that is more convincing for the user to actually purchase the product. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna add another maybe photo of the product or several products, and then we're gonna talk more about a feature or maybe show them how applicable in real life it is. So in this instance that I'm doing right now, I'm actually showing a photo gallery of where they can use this keychain, for example. So this is the keychain tracker, and then there would be something like view gallery, where they can see it being applied in real life. This is very convincing for customers, especially when they want to see what is happening exactly, like how do you do it, how does it look like in your stuff, and it convinces them more. It feels like they're sharing a real life experience with other users. Usually, websites such as, for example, Shein have the feature where the customers can review the product and post a photo of them using the product. This is one of the most successful reasons onto why users are able to buy more. Users are more confident to experience more and shop and spend their money. They think that it's a good investment as soon as they see it on someone who is like them, that isn't like a professional photograph. So I'm just gonna add very quickly the gallery for each item. And then there's the see more button for anyone who's curious on where else can they put the keychain tracker. And then we have the card tracker, which is placed in a wallet. And finally, after obviously aligning it, it's taking a lot of time. We will add the card tracker gallery, and like I said, we will add the sticker tracker gallery. And for that, you can show them like a very convincing and relatable example. For example, the TV remote controller. We all lose it, and we all find it hard to spot. So all of these are things that you would see in real life, which would really convince the customer to look into the product and purchase it. I'm now centering the middle one because it wasn't very centered, but I fixed it. And now we're adding the last gallery option here. And afterwards, we'll move on to creating something else. So at the same time, I want to convince our customers that, hey, our product is actually very effective. You should totally purchase it because we have done this and that and that and that. Like, you want to list out reasons on why people purchase it or how is it useful and so on and so forth. So we're gonna do that very quickly. Let's just first introduce, like, hey, our trackers, they're great. Or maybe like, hey, join our community of people who use these things. We are trying to be amongst the top 3 companies who help people track their lost items. Stuff like that. They're very convincing and they're encouraging. So now that we've created a title, maybe we can have a small subtitle to introduce that, oh, you're about to read the logistics that we do. These kinds of texts, before showing these, are also useful for such pages because you don't want it to be just consisting of columns and boxes. You want to have a variety of things presented to the viewer for the sake of them not to be bored of your content. You want them to keep showing interest and attention, and you can do that by very simply creating a variety of things to look at. Now, after writing up a description, now we are able to maybe add 3 more boxes or columns or anything you'd like to call it. And in that, we would be discussing in detail, for example, hey, this number of people have found their products this number of times per day, or this number of countries use our keychain app, and so on and so forth. You're going to see me apply these examples right now. So I brought in my first box here, and I'm just resizing it for it to look to have a square shape. And from there, we're gonna add in our text. So in this example, I used, this is the number of items that are found using our application, maybe like overall. And then we're gonna go ahead and create a new box. I was just playing around with the placement. Making sure that everything is well centered. And we're gonna go ahead and copy and paste this box here by clicking and dragging. And then we can write something like, this is the number of countries that use Spotbot. And then you can do something like the accuracy of how often we find your product. There you have it. And this is a great way to showcase your items and kind of convince the customer to purchase what you're offering them. Now I'm going to finish up the page by adding a footer after fixing around a couple of details, just making sure that everything is well aligned. Now this is the part where I attempt to go back to find the footer because I forgot to turn it into a component. So here I am selecting it, turning it into a component. The thing is, I couldn't really select the entire thing because it is part of a frame and it selects the entire frame. So unfortunately, I had to manually select everything. I tried to do that as quickly as I can. And then I have created it into a component. I just right-clicked and then create component, and I named it as a footer. So now I have the header and the footer. I went ahead and also named the header just to keep track of which is which. And then further on, I just moved everything back so I cannot lose any kind of progress or have anything open at the wrong position. And then I went right ahead and copied this component into the new page that I have just created for you guys. And then we have our products page, which is great. I'm going to go ahead and create another frame now by creating the shape, making sure that it lines up with all sides of the frame, making sure that it is inside of the frame most importantly, and then changing it into white. I'm going to frame the selection, and then I'm going to go ahead and select everything in this tab, and I'm going to go right ahead and paste it. Now I'm going to fix the positioning of it. I realized that I have placed the header in the wrong position, so I unselected it and made sure that the header is on top of the frame. I went right ahead and also fixed the drop shadows in the white boxes because I realized that the background of my website is white and white boxes can't really be seen. And also if I change their colors now, they won't line up with the identity. So what I did was I added a drop down effect to my boxes. And I realized I also had these white boxes, so I added the same effect to them, made sure that they all looked distinguishable in the white page. And then I went right ahead, selected everything again, pasted them into the frame, and voila. Now we have two entire frames within frames that are scrollable, things that are flexible enough. And I know I haven't created several frames, and it's because creating frames for websites are much more detailed. So the equivalent of this was the equivalent of maybe a whole app scenario. And it's because imagine it in a way where I'm trying to create a screen application. And we've added on so many details to the point where we were finding difficulty with finding ideas to add more options to the customers and so on. And here's where the creative ones who are more inspired to work on websites come in. You're the ones who will be aware of what you should add, how you should approach a customer, and so on. And now I'm gonna make our applications functional by going on prototype, selecting the frame, and pressing on horizontal scrolling. So I'm gonna test it out and see how it looks like just to make sure that it's working. I try scrolling and it's working well so far. Obviously, like I've mentioned in the beginning of this class, the sizes are a bit too large on my computer because it's a MacBook and the screen is very, very much smaller. So the scale is not accurate from my side. It's my apologies. But as a PC user, you're able to create these sizings more accurately. Or if you're a MacBook user like me, try to make your sizes a bit smaller. It doesn't have to look clear on your laptop if you're creating it for another laptop size that is much bigger than yours. And here I'm just trying to fix around some details that I've missed. For example, in the second page, the header did not move, did not stay separately. So I'm just trying to make sure that it's working. Again, it's not working. And the reason is because I go back, I select the header, and I did not press on fixed position when scrolling. First of all, I've mistaked it for clip content, but eventually I have realized that I should be pressing on constraints, fixed position when scrolling. It's a very easy issue to fix. You don't need to worry about my complications for too long. I just thought that I was the one doing the mistake, while in reality, I was actually missing a very important detail. So that's why being neat is important. When you are paying attention to these small details, you're able to understand what you're supposed to do, and you're able to memorize, oh, I didn't do this, this was a mistake. I'm gonna keep it in mind for my next time. And now you guys are also learning from something that I wasn't able to spot, but later on I was able to realize. So the issue here was very much the fact that I have mixed up between the clip content and keep or like stay in position while scrolling, and it is very easily fixable. Don't worry about it. Don't get nervous about it. You know, sometimes we get stuck, and this is why you guys should feel free to ask any questions, because if you can't find something, maybe I can help you find it, or any of your peers can very easily guide you to finding it as well. So here I'm trying again. And I made the mistake of pressing on horizontal scrolling. while the scrolling up and down is vertical. So now that I try vertically scrolling, it didn't work maximum. And it's because I have pressed on horizontal scrolling and I didn't really fix it very clearly until I was able to realize my mistake again. So as you see, anyone is prone to making mistakes, even the ones who are very well aware of what they're doing in the application. So please don't be shy to ask any questions. We are all bound to mixing up sometimes. We're all bound to looking viewing something in a way that it isn't. And this is why I encourage any kind of inquiry, even if you think that it's a bad question or it's something that I have mentioned before. Please don't be shy to ask. It is something that is very crucial in order for you to learn. Now I'm finishing up here and I'm gonna realize my mistake very soon. Don't worry about it. Pressing on the header. Again, I did press on horizontal scrolling and that led to me having problems with my scrolling once again. This will be fixed regardless, but this is just a general idea to show you guys the usage of these things. And then I wanted In addition, I also wanted to add another scenario where we end up adding onto our cart when the person is shopping for a keychain and they will be adding an item that they're shopping for. So I decided to create this feature very quickly here. So I'm gonna go right ahead and try to create a box. Whenever you add something to your cart, it would have some sort of like a tab that would help you with seeing what you added onto your cart. So I'm gonna go right ahead and create something that is fitting of the size. And then I'm gonna add the information of what they added in the cart. So in this case, maybe they added the sticker tracker. I placed it above the box. Obviously the box is currently outside the frame and it doesn't have a frame yet, but we will add it. So here it indicates how many items you have in the cart, and then we're gonna have the name, maybe some general information. I'm gonna add that in a second. And then the person who bought it can proceed to checkout or can continue shopping. And I'm gonna fix the buttons in a second. I'm just making sure that everything is placed in the right positioning. Obviously, you want the customer to purchase their product instantly. So what you're gonna do is have the checkout be a very bold button, just like the shop. You want to rush the customer into it before they change their minds. And this is another smart way of doing it. And then I'm gonna go ahead, I made the same mistake and I pressed in the shape, which I shouldn't have done. But I'm gonna go ahead and insert the photo of the product. And I'm gonna fix the positions up around the composition. Now you want to avoid having any kind of awkward spacing, and you want to make sure that any spacing that you make between any product makes sense. So here I was just trying to play around with the composition to make it look very neat and not awkward for the eye to look at, which is why as you will see now, I will add more descriptions to the product. I don't want this white space under the price to be too empty. We have just fixed some positioning here, and we're gonna go on and continue some deeper details in a second. Let's just move on to another video for it. I have grouped it, and now we will move on to finalizing our entire process and creating a prototype. Okay, so as I've mentioned, we're gonna first create a frame for this part of the procedure to show in a different kind of prototype, where it will appear on the side of the screen and then it will slide away. Now, this is a feature that is a bit different than what we have learned with phone applications. True, it could be applicable in phone applications, especially in burger menus. Like I've mentioned before, burger menus are the ones with 3 lines above each other. When you press them, they open maybe a menu of smaller details. But usually it is mainly used on websites because phones are very small screens that can't really take that much amount of size. So as you can see here, I have the spacing done. Everything is settled. I'm just trying to make sure that everything looks neat, nothing too awkward, and so on and so forth. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in prototype and I'm gonna link the cart onto this frame. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press on the open overlay action, which makes it not open instantly, not open to a whole new page, but it's gonna just overlay, meaning it's gonna slide on top of the screen. So I also pressed on close when pressing outside of it, meaning if I press on anything outside of the page, it's gonna go back inside. Now what I want to do is I want to place it in a location where it ends up specifically on under the header. So what I'm gonna do is first I want it to slide from the left, but I want it to slide from the right of the screen to the left, and the position that I want it to slide into is manual. So I'm gonna press on manual here, and then I'm gonna use the circle in the middle and move it where I want it to slide in. So I've placed it in the position that I want it to be in, and afterwards we're all good. And obviously I want it to move into the screen, and then I want it to also ease out of the screen, meaning it also moves out of the screen. So we're gonna do that, gonna finalize the settings. And now our prototype is ready to move around with. I'm gonna very quickly connect everything to each other. It's not much to connect here at this point because I only want to connect our products to the Our Products page. And I thought maybe I can try adding a line to indicate that they selected our products, but I realize it is very difficult to edit a component by adding something new to it. So if this is a feature that you're looking into, it might take a little more time. You have to separate it, and also you have to link it to the top of the bar. But again, it isn't very crucial, it isn't very necessary. This is all for the purpose of aesthetic. If you, like me, really prefer having an aesthetic kind of and very, very clear interface, then this is something for you to explore. If you have any questions about it, please do not hesitate to ask me. And we're gonna move on here. I wanted to show you guys one last example where we actually end up kind of imitating something that we're inspired by, because sometimes I think we are bound to mistake copying as something that is very criminal, but in reality there is a specific concept or design that you would see, for example, in checkout. I'm just fixing up a couple of details here, including, for example, add to cart, and this is where you would see your product sliding in. So I was just making sure that this is all good. Also, the speed here shows how fast you want it to come into the screen, and so on and so forth. And I'm gonna play it for you guys very quickly here, just to show you the concept and how it's going. Now we can successfully scroll because I fixed it, and now that you added it in the cart, you can check out. And I pressed outside the screen and it slid back in, meaning we are doing great so far. So we're gonna go for one last example here, just as I fix everything up. So we're getting one more desktop frame, and this time it'll be our checkout frame. Obviously, we're going to be adding the main component, which is the header. The header is always there, as well as the footer, obviously. So I'm moving everything to the side now, just to start working on the checkout tab. And this is when I realized it's a great timing to kind of work on a reference. So I just very quickly prepared the word checkout, and then I went right ahead and started Googling checkout. Now you can see every one of them has something in common. You fill in your information and you see your product on the right. I chose to use this checkout template, or something that's already used in a website, and I wanted to apply it to our own website now. So what I did was I created the checkout bar. Also be careful when you copy something from a group. You want to make sure that you're pasting it outside the group. Otherwise, as you can see here, it extended the entire group. So now I have pasted it separately. It is separate on its own. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start going with what this checkout bar has over here. So it has information such as first name, last name, at the end there's phone number, email, just crucial information in order for someone to get their item shipped to them. This is very, again, normal to use as a reference, and it's because there isn't much uniqueness with the information that you're retrieving, but what is unique is having your own design for it. So we're very easily gonna just add in the information here. Make sure that the colors are still true to your identity. You don't, yes, you're copying someone's template, but that doesn't mean that you copy it even with the colors. You can have your own colors. You can play around with it in a way that, like I said, it stays true to your company's identity. So obviously here we're starting to add the details. We're adding the text box where the person will be filling the information in. I think a cleaner look to maintain I think a cleaner look in order to maintain kind of a simplistic, minimalistic kind of design is to have your text box just be a black border. And it's because you just want to show them where they're supposed to type. Sometimes filled in boxes can occupy more space. So if your concept or if your website is more filled with content, then this is probably when it would make sense for you to add text or make the box look colored, filled in, and so on and so forth. So very quickly now, I'm just adding in the information that are also listed on the other website, but at the same time, anything that doesn't really make sense, I avoid. So for postal code, not every country has a postal code. So instead, I just asked for the country that they are trying to ship their order to. And like I mentioned, whenever you're copying something, the cool thing is that it shows you the exact spacing that you have between each one, which helps you with accurately placing your items. So here we have address line 1, which is usually where the person lives exactly, so their apartment number and so on and so forth. And then we have address line 2, which is usually optional. Maybe someone is living in a very long name place, area, building. Maybe they're in a complex, enter this gate and then do this and do that. So here I'm just going to write that it is optional. And usually because the word optional is not very crucial for a person to know, it's just done in a very faint color because usually they skip it. One mistake that was done here is that I left the star in address line 2 even though it's optional. Usually things that have stars next to them aren't optional, they are mandatory. And in this case, I have forgotten to remove the star, but that means that I have contradicted myself. So in this case, you just remove the red star. So here we have the delivery method, which is done in a way where the person can choose how they want their items to be shipped. In a scenario where a person is able to choose, this is when they're going to be using a button. So in our case, we're not going to get too much into it, but like you saw in the application version of the tutorial, when a person selects on a button, we're creating a new frame for it. Same thing for this one. If you guys want to include in the scenario that the person presses on the other delivery method, then what you're going to do is you're going to create the same exact page, but with a different circle placed in the other delivery method. And from there, you're going to be moving on normally. For this scenario, just for me to be as straightforward as possible, I've just left it to be in the same shipping method. I tried to play around with drop shadow, but I realized that the item does not have a fill nor a stroke, which makes it not able to have a shadow. You're only able to give it a shadow if it has something in the item, it being a fill, a stroke, or anything that occupies it. So here I'm playing around with the shadow under the button. You want the circle to be seen as a button and not as just a random circle like a bullet point or any of that. So having a drop shadow here is pretty useful. Now that it all looks pretty well, pretty fixed and neat, I'm gonna go on with the other shipping method. Obviously, first I'm gonna be making it look like the person has selected this method. Usually it is a blue button. And obviously, because the person is not selecting this option, the blue button will not be included in this part. Now, for the sake of user experience design, usually free things are highlighted that they're free in order to encourage the customer to keep going with their purchase. So it's like showing them, hey, look, the delivery is completely free. You should keep going and buy it, rather than showing them that the expense of the express is also emphasized on. If it is emphasized on, they're gonna feel like they're both of the same value when they're not, and it kind of makes it look like the free offer is not very valid. And in this case, it kind of repels the customer, or it makes them feel not as convinced as they were buying it. Again, we talked about how in the header it said any order above $10 has free delivery. So now it is applied by showing them, look, the standard is for free. It makes them excited, it makes them feel special. And then finally, we're gonna add a small box saying something like, hey, I wanna subscribe to this company's newsletter. I wanna see what updates you guys have, and so on and so forth, in case you wanna market your offers or anything really to your customer. So here I did something very general, such as join the newsletter and hear about our new offers every month, something like that, just to keep them persuaded. Maybe they're into offers and discounts. A lot of people are into that. And in order to drag them into wanting to subscribe to a newsletter, you should tell them, hey, we show you guys our sales in the newsletter. You should totally join. And this really does work when it comes to a lot of customers and a lot of audiences. In case you want to confirm it, you can ask your persona what they think or how they would feel when they see such things. And then I'm gonna go right ahead and put in one of the most important details here is agreeing to the company's terms of use and so on and so forth. And this is very important because a lot of companies can face legal problems from a customer who doesn't agree to their terms and services. For example, a company could be saying, hey, we're not responsible if your package gets lost in the mail. This is all in the terms of services. So if a customer goes like, hey, I can't find my mail, it got lost, you have to return it, the company can very easily say, we don't need to, it's in the terms and services. Otherwise, they can be sued very easily. And this is something that we don't want for our company. So here I'm just writing a very general paragraph stating that you have agreed and read and all of that. And now that we're done with the first part, we're now just giving them a general idea of what they're getting, what they're ordering. So we're just gonna very quickly create a small kind of explanation or a summary of their order. I chose to split the checkout and the summary into separate boxes like in the template because it helps the customer realize that this is something and this is the other, but connect them at the same time, as well as it adds to the sense of organization for the customer. Now I'm looking closer into the summary and seeing what they have listed. And I'm using any kind of information that applies to our website this time. Now, in order to make life for our customers as easy as possible, even if we have written the same information once, twice, three times, we should write it down over and over again several times just to make sure that they have avoided confusion. So we will write for them, this item is for $36. $36. You write it everywhere just to make sure that they are completely understanding of the price, they're aware, they're not spending too much. Some countries have taxes, so that adds on to it. And in the summary, it's useful to include the actual certain total. Customers usually look at the right corner of their screen because that's where they usually get their final estimated total, and this is after like shipping prices and so on and so forth. So this is a very important feature. Keep mentioning to them the prices. Keep showing them this is how much my product costs. This is the exact accurate information that you need. And you keep repeating it and repeating it in order to make sure that the customer does not feel misled or tricked or anything like that. So we're gonna go ahead and add the total in obviously a much bigger font. And finally, we will be showing them the items that they have in their cart that they're about to purchase. We're gonna write the estimated arrival of our product. We're gonna add the photo of the product, obviously, just to confirm with the customer you're buying this product. Only the name is not going to be very useful for them, especially if it's a product that they're not very familiar with. But even if they're still familiar with, you want to show them the model, you want to show them the color, you want to show them the overall look of what they're buying. Here I'm writing down the name of the model. And obviously, we're going to add some small details for the customer that they would be interested in knowing. Again, like I've mentioned, the price. The price is very important. We keep repeating it more than once. And finally, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the moving on like to checkout kind of button, or like billing and all of that. Here's some this is a random detail that is also included in the other website. Again, we're just trying to occupy space here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just remove everything and just have a general kind of information about the shipping, and then we will move on to the final button, which is maybe buy the product, purchase the product, continue to check out, and so on and so forth. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this final button from this group here. Paste it and place it around where it looks best, where it's occupying the space most effectively. And finally, we will go and check out the item. Now, obviously, this is gonna be the most bold button because we don't want our customer to hesitate or feel like they're doing something wrong. So we have just completed this group of the order. I'm removing the other tab, and now I'm creating it into a frame so that we can add it to our prototype and finish it up. Here I am creating the square. We're placing it under the header. And then we're dragging everything and pasting it into the frame. Now we're moving it through, making sure everything is all good. And we're pretty much completed with this process. Let's just connect this prototype here. We let it horizontally scroll, and obviously we will connect it to the checkout option. And one important thing is to move the flow to the home page so that as soon as you open the prototype, it opens at the home page. And that's about it. Now, let's take a look at our final prototype now that everything is all set. I'm just going to go ahead and move it a bit just to fix up a couple of buttons. I'm going to connect the checkout button to the home button, since after you complete your order, I don't know, maybe you would go to the home button, to the confirmation email, and so on and so forth. And now let's view our prototype. As we've talked about, we're gonna go scroll through the home page. We're just a customer, we're reading everything. As I've mentioned, the sizes may be a little too big for my screen, but moving on, here are the products. You can very easily manipulate the sizes as you like. And now that I've looked through all of these reviews and features, I'm convinced and I want to purchase the keychain tracker. I press on it and I press on checkout, and then I'm sent to our checkout page. Obviously it started in the middle because I forgot to move it upwards, so this is something for me to fix. So I will do that very instantly. I will just select everything inside the frame. As you can see here, the final part of the frame was the bottom, which is not the way you want to open the tab. You want to open it with the top. So you have to move everything in the frame in the position that you would like it to open in. We're moving them downwards. And there you have it. This is the complete website version of our application. Obviously, it has a lot of deeper details that we can get into, a lot of tabs that we can create folders for. If you think you'd like to explore every single button that you can press on the website, feel free to do so. These are projects that are made simply for demonstration, for practice, and in case you want to work on an actual realistic project, it actually takes much longer whiles. So, in case you're considering working on an actual real life project, it's gonna be much more detailed, where you're gonna connect every single button, every single action, and this is what helps people cooperate with one another, and this is what creates a full project. But for now, we have finished and completed our versions of these unique looking projects, unique and professional, advanced looking tutorials and concepts. So, congratulations! You have successfully completed a course that covers much more than just designing a website. You're now able to understand the important user interface principles that web designers consider all the time while doing their work, and then they apply it alongside. You're leaving with a fresh mind and perspective on the way technologies are designed, and I can't wait to see what you guys have to offer with such information. Thank you so much for joining me in this course, and the best of luck with what you will achieve with it. I am very glad to see that you have made it through this course all the way to the end, and I wish you nothing but the best.